But it just means that they can't test the semen to see what the person's blood type is. But the thing is about that is that very few people in the population are actually non-secretors, so it, brings down the pool.
So they're like the X-Men.
Kind of.
But it's also like I thought it was so you test their blood type by like touching the electrical current to the blood like in The Thing.
I don't think
pops out as a monster.
That could work.
So, as Yolanda Washington was a black prostitute, by far the least dead type of person in America as far as the media is concerned, her death went largely unnoticed by Los Angeles at large. She pretty much merited the same amount of news coverage as, a robbery in the police blotter. Just a couple of lines, no one gave a shit.
That's when the mayor farts at a restaurant.
That's big news.
That's actually huge news. But a black prostitute, they don't really cover that.
Yeah.
Now, it was only the nature of the murder that got police interested, specifically Detective Frank Salerno, who almost 10 years later would also work the Richard Ramirez case, which is very interesting. He would also be one of the key figures in the Hillside Strangler investigation.
Probably one of the best/worst men to get drunk at a bar with.
No, I was just going to say the best, without a doubt. Every time you speak to someone who is in law enforcement, you really want to get those gritty, disgusting stories. The majority of the stories are just like, it turns I was actually just a traffic cop. Yeah. And they're just like really boring. But this guy, my God, 2 serial killers in one detective career. He is a superstar.
He had a collection of books, and he just happened to used one of her feet as a bookmarks in one of his books.
One time the sergeant bet me $10 I couldn't have 20 donuts in 10 minutes, and I did. Good story, man. Thanks.
Story.
Now, if you'll remember from the end of the last episode, Kim Bianchi, soon after moving out of Angelo's place, shacked up with a woman named Kelly Boyd, and not surprisingly, things were not going well.
It seemed like he'd be a responsive boyfriend, lover, and husband, though.
Yeah.
Well, he was gentle, he was loving, but he was extremely immature. He was essentially a child, takes no responsibility for anything. Nothing is ever her fault. Nothing is ever his fault. And while a lot of the complaints were small things, like he'd never fill up the gas tank in the car, or he'd forget to turn off the lights when he left the house, her biggest concern was the fact that Ken would call out sick to work all the time to go, quote unquote, play cards with Angelo over at his upholstery shop.
Oh, but playing cards is actually code for going out and murdering a bunch of women.
Yes. Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's what he always said. And she always said, no, I don't want to go play. He's like, why don't you come and play cards, huh? Why don't you come on out? And she's like, no, Angelo Bono, I hate that guy, because she could, of course, feel his intense hatred for all women.
I mean, I think that's a really wonderful technique, though, for boyfriends to use when they know they want to do something to their girlfriend. Hey, it's just invite her, because you know she's going to say no, and then when you're walking out the door, you be like, don't pretend like I didn't invite you. Okay. So it's a great trick.
Also, I found out that Angelo Bono has a very bad lisp. He had a very bad speech impediment. So I imagine when she first meets Bono, and he's just like, hey, look at me. Hey, look, you see this finger right here? This finger right here, it's for pointing out dudes to fuck with me. You see this middle finger right here? This middle finger right here, it's for pointing out uteruses to fuck with me. It's my fingering finger.
I don't know what it is with people that have speech impediments, but they turn out to be dangerous so many times.
They just have they have an inferiority complex.
Well, they have something to overcome, and most of the time, especially with speech impediments, in order to overcome it, you have to talk a bunch, so then they become politicians, or they become some just crazy lunatic.
James Earl Jones. Just
I
like
love
that.
him.
And I've heard he's killed 2 girls.
Isn't that something?
James Earl Jones killed 2 girls before the age of 20, and then the government covered it up because they knew how melodious his voice would become.
Unverified.
His speech pathologists.
Nice.
They were a part of it.
Okay.
The conspiracy.
We cannot confirm that James Earl Jones killed 2 girls.
We cannot confirm it.
Cannot confirm it.
So when Kelly became pregnant in the summer of 1977, things got even worse. Around the time of Yolanda Washington's murder, Ken and Kelly went to go see Pete's Dragon, the 1977 Don Bluth classic.
Of course.
And Ken, in the words of author Ted Schwartz, quote, delighted in the animated fantasy and had been anxious to see it.
Is it a classic?
Yeah, Pete's Dragon, yeah, Don Bluth, he's great. You ever seen it? Yeah.
No, I've seen it, yeah.
It's good. It's
Okay, I
good.
didn't know it was a classic.
It was a part of the late 70s, like, orphan girl movie series.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's got red buttons in it.
Yeah, I love red
Everybody
buttons.
loves red buttons.
Back when you didn't have to have a real name when you joined Hollywood. You just said the first thing that you saw.
Well, technically, his first name was his original name was Shedolf Hitler.
Oh, I see.
Had to change it. Bad for entertainment.
Yeah, then he went with Golden Eagle, and then he changed it to Red Button.
So about halfway through the movie, Kelly, in the middle of a very difficult pregnancy, left the theater to go be sick, but Ken, unwavering in his fandom, made her wait in the car as he saw the Don Bluth classic to the end.
Now, like a fight on a street corner, you can only see it once. There wasn't Netflix. There wasn't even DVDs back then. If you're in the movie theater, you walk out, you're not seeing that again for a year.
Whether it's Peach Dragon or you're killing a girl in the street, the 70s were a wonderful time to be alive.
Bad time to be pregnant.
So Kelly moved in and out of Bianchi's life many times and during the next few months, but Ken, like many other serial killers, for reasons unknown, had a penchant for poetry. And was always able to woo her back.
You know why? It's because, again, very similar to BTK. Very interesting that is a tidbit in there. And he is a pussy weirdo piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
I wrote poetry a lot when I was younger.
Yeah, me too.
And I've written poetry. You know, I've had moments of softness. It's like I felt love in my heart. I felt, you know, like I've seen a beautiful, like, crimson sunset and have thought, is my life not the same as that sunset? Beautiful yet too short to be captured.
Do you recall any of the poems that you wrote or the subject matter?
Oh, God. I did write a poem about Holden's parents' house that we were staying in college where I smoked a bunch of weed and I went up there and I fucking wrote this poem about the rich man's house, right? And then I showed it to Holden. He's just like, that's my fucking house. You're just... Like, I'm the bad rich man. I'm the bad rich boy.
Holden McNeely from the Round Table of Gentlemen.
So Ken's marriage, not going all that great, but at the same time, his and Bono's murder spree was just beginning. On Halloween night, 1977, the pair picked up 15-year-old Judy Miller on Hollywood Boulevard, an area well known for prostitution.
Still is.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's disgusting over there.
Yeah.
Now, in a gimmick they would use again and again, Bono and Bianchi told Judy Miller that she was under arrest. They handcuffed her, they shoved her into the backseat of their car, and drove her to Bono's upholstery shop where they raped and murdered her. Cops found her the next day lying naked in a flower bed in La Crescenta. And while the LAPD had been hoping that the Washington murder was an isolated incident, the manner in which Judy was killed, along with the presence of non-secretor semen, along with normal semen, told them that the murders were linked.
Oh, I can't believe we got this Cyclops semen again. God damn it, what are we going to do? Better call Xavier's School for Exemplary Children. They got a rapist in there.
Not good. Yeah, if the X-Men start doing those things, we'll never beat them.
1 week before this murder, Ken and Kelly, they were actually in one of their good periods. They had attended a costume party at Circus Maximus, a gay bar where straight couples in the 70s went to get a little weird. The couple drank and danced the night away, wearing matching costumes and enjoying the quote-unquote floor show, although I was not able to get any confirmation on what that floor show actually was.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Sean Medazel. He's dressed as Donald Duck and he's trying to suck his own dick.
The hardest part is getting past the beak.
Now, despite the good times, the killings continued 6 days after Judy Miller's death when the naked body of Lisa Caston was found by a jogger near a country club in Glendale. And even though it was outside of the jurisdiction of the first two murders, Detective Frank Salerno insisted on coming to the crime scene to check it out.
Frank, I just wish for once you'd stay for one dinner. Just please just stay. As we got the dinner and then when they got the ballet recital, do you have to go to every murder in Los Angeles?
I love this guy.
Yeah,
They need me.
Yeah.
He just got a fucking like police siren hat.
Yeah.
I don't need a car.
You're
I
too
got
drunk to
police
drive,
feet.
Frank.
That's great, but I'm not too drunk to run.
No, when the ligature marks around the neck and the handcuff wounds around the ankles and wrists were found, Salerno knew that he had a serial killer on his hands. But unlike a lot of other serial cases, the LAPD, they really did try their best on this. this one.
Yeah.
Like, Bono had been extremely careful in scrubbing all the bodies clean of any evidence that could lead the cops back to him. The only thing the cops had really was the semen, which in 1977 didn't amount to a whole lot. There was no real DNA. You could say, like, okay, this semen is like type A.
Right.
Our perpetrator, our suspect, has blood type A, but it's inconclusive. It's not going to hold up in court. And the other thing that they had was a small piece of cotton from a cloth that was used on one of the victims.
And they had one sergeant who had an amazing sense of taste buds, and he could lick semen, and he could tell exactly what time it got there.
And they fought him and fought him and fought him.
Yeah.
He was a detective. He could lick any substance. He could lick a thing of soda and definitely tell you it wasn't semen. He could lick a pile of honey and tell you, oh, that's not semen.
Not semen.
He was also a lot of times he did floor shows.
Oh, isn't that right?
Yeah, he said he had this penchant for dressing as Disney characters and doing fun floor shows.
Sucking his own. That's semen.
That is semen. I made it myself. I believe that this is also the victim that was found that a neighbor had to cover with a tarp because it was in the middle of, right next to a playground where a bunch of kids are running around, and they just went like, sorry, I hope you go to heaven. Just put the tarp over it.
Yeah, just treat it like a canoe. Throw a tarp over it when you're not using it.
Now, the best that the cops could do was plot out a map of each of the murder sites, draw circles around each site, and ascertain a specific area that they believed the killers were picking up victims, and increasing the police presence in said area. And this is very interesting. When Bianchi and Bono were caught, cops found that Bono's house was almost exactly at the center.
This is the detective work that kids fantasize about.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
They're actually doing. They just give it to the lab, and the lab returns the information they need. These guys were doing the old school McConaughey stuff from True Detective.
Yeah, they said that when they eventually formed the task force, which task force had about 85 guys on it, all they really had was like an old-timey computer. The computer was what they really used to like get all these formulas for all the vectors, and what they said that the walls of this office were covered in diagrams, they were covered in maps, they were covered in different theories. It really was old school detective work.
It's really cool. It's like a movie.
Yeah, it is.
It was very much like a movie.
I would also like to see HGTV send somebody in there and just redo those walls. And they're like, "What did you do?
No!
You don't like lollipop purple?
Months of police investigation.
Yeah, but it was so depressing.
Yeah, just throw all that out. The maps, they're disgusting.
You know what is interesting now with the room changed around with the feng shui in here? I feel much lighter.
Good.
But unfortunately, even with all the increased police presence, it wouldn't be enough, for the Stranglers would strike again 2 more times before the murders would make headlines all over the world. And on November 20th, Bianchi and Bono made their most audacious move yet, abducting and killing 12-year-old Dolly Cepeda and 14-year-old Sonia Johnson, because the prostitutes weren't giving them the same thrill that they had experienced in the beginning. They needed to feel more power. They needed to feel more control. They needed to up the ante. So they started killing what they call, quote-unquote, respectable girls.
Well, I believe that was Bianchi's decision in order to change the type of women they were going after. But according to Bianchi, after the fact, when he started really spilling his guts and fucking telling every single thing that he knew, like 10 months after he was arrested, he is very deeply ashamed of these 2 murders.
They were really the only ones that he wouldn't talk about. I think it might have been like a bridge too far.
Yes, because this is Bono's. I think sometimes Bono would take the driver's seat. And Bono was the real sadist of the 2. I mean, Bianchi liked to kill and would often be the dude that did the final killing. He would slowly strangle them. That's a part of where he was very similar to BTK. But this is Bono's choice.
Yeah, Bono, well, we
already know, he liked fucking young girls.
Yeah, he liked preteens. He loved girls like this. So I think he was like, hey, let's try it out. You'll like it.
I think it's because they were the only girls when it was consensual who thought he was good at sex.
And it's also, like whenever you're in an 8th grade dance, sometimes the girls get to choose a song. And it's Bono's choice. Bueno's? How do you say his name?
Bono. Like Sonny Bono.
I know, but I see it as Bueno.
Yeah, it's spelled Bueno.
You just got racist eyeballs.
But and he's Italian. He's not Latin.
All right, he's Bono.
But with these higher profile victims came more witnesses. One boy had seen the two girls talking to a couple of guys in a dark sedan and saw that they had gotten into the car willingly without any fuss whatsoever. What this meant was that the killers were almost certainly impersonating authority figures, a fact that cops had suspected but hadn't yet confirmed.
Yeah, you're just gonna want to come with me, little girl. Yeah. No, we're part of the fashion police. Yeah, and you dress like something from 1974, and actually we gotta get you back in an outfit that's more similar to something like 1977. You know what I'm saying? All right, little girl, let's get in here.
What kind of place?
We're fashion police.
The what place?
We're fashion police.
The what?
We're fashion police.
Fashion? What's fashion?
Fashion is a style of dress that goes on with many people dress in a specific way and in different ways, and it comes down and goes with panties.
Fashion.
Yeah, you getting the thing?
Okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Now, this, coupled with the fact that the bodies were free of evidence, pointed to the possibility that it might have been a cop committing the murders. Now, we hear the theory of the cop as killer quite a bit. Even now, the ongoing Gigolo Beach murders are suspected to be the work of a police officer because of the lack of evidence, the placement of the bodies. But from what I could find, I did a tiny bit of research on this, only 2 American serial killers have been cops. They were both former cops, but most cop serial killers are overseas. There are a lot of them in Europe. There's a lot of them in Russia, a lot in China. Really, it's a very odd thing. Like here in America, what we have is serial killer wannabe cops.
Yes, absolutely, and they have a different view of what being a cop is. I think once you're a cop, you realize the amount of work you have to already do. Right, you're filling out paperwork. It's long hours. It's all this stuff. It's to be a serial killer, you got to be a real self-starter. And that means taking on a second full-time job as a cop to then also be a serial killer. And the essential nature of most cops are, hey, don't bother me. Now that I'm no longer a cop, I want to sit in a lawn chair with my feet in a kiddie pool. I want to slam back a couple Miller Lights, and I just want to annoy my son, who's constantly making cartoon voices.
This is now about your father. This is about your father, so it does not count for all cops.
But I do say, American serial killer, it just takes a lot of work to be a serial killer. So they are trying to be cops in their own way. Like they think that they can be badass.
Absolutely. Nothing worse than someone too stupid to become a cop.
Yeah, exactly.
But he wants to be.
Yeah, or too crazy.
Yes.
We see a lot of those guys that are just the cops. They just can't pass the psych test a lot of times. Because Kim Bianchi was not dumb. He was just lazy and immature. He had an IQ of about 116, which is above average. Definitely not a dullard.
There's a documentary that puts one of the footage. There's a documentary that releases some of the interview he had for the Glendale Police Department, and one of the reason why he didn't get it is because he sounds like a disingenuous piece of shit.
Yeah.
Is the clip that they played was Bianchi going like, you know what? I just want to be a cop because I love working with people, and cops. What job gets to work with more people than cops? And it's like this fucking shitty Jeopardy answer, like he's a guest on Jeopardy. Like fuck you, you're not gonna be a cop.
Yeah, I would say McDonald's employees, they work with people all the time.
Yeah, that's a fast food answer or a retail answer. You know what? I just love working with people. That's not why you become a cop.
My biggest flaw is that I work too hard and my bar for excellence is too high.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Kim Bianchi went, wanting to be a cop, he was said to never miss an episode of Chips. Or, strangely, 8 is enough.
But sadly for him, 10 was enough.
Yeah. The number of people they killed. Yes, we got that. Very good.
And speaking of what Ken did at home, things were quickly disintegrating between him and Kelly. So Ken, using skills he had gained in childhood, came up with a scheme to keep her around without having to do anything to actually better himself.
Work smarter, not harder.
That's right.
At the end of November, Kelly decided that she wanted a couple of kittens.
Aww.
Yeah, she was an animal lover, you know? But within a few days of bringing him home, Ken had developed a nasty cough and claimed that he had trouble breathing. And after a trip to the clinic to test for allergies, he returned with the bad news that during an x-ray, the doctors had discovered a mass on his lungs and he'd need to undergo a biopsy.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
I mean, sometimes cancer kills the bad ones, too.
Now, on the day of the biopsy, Ken came home late, saying he was so distraught from the results that he had to go, quote-unquote, play cards with Angelo to calm himself down.
I wish you'd stop doing the air quotes when you said play cards, Kenny, because it's really bothering me.
What game could you possibly play with just one other man constantly? War? What card game could they even be playing?
That's true. It's
There
just,
is
yeah,
no
what
other
are the two of them
friends.
doing? They toss cards at a hat like they're in
I don't
prison.
know. Okay.
Ken said that the tumor was malignant, and there was a good chance that he was going to die.
There's a good chance I'm gonna die, so I better go play some cards.
Don't say I didn't invite you to play cards.
He told her that he'd need to start treatment right away, but even though he'd need rides to the hospital, he didn't want to bother with all that chemo kerfuffle, so she could just wait pregnant in a hot car until she was done.
It just sounds like he's in the middle of a Broadway farce, and he's constantly making up shitty lies to get himself into humorous circumstances.
He is.
Yeah, the only thing was, Ken, of course, he didn't have cancer.
No.
So every time Kelly would take him for his treatments, he'd just spend hours wandering around the hospital.
Okay, but this is what's so bizarre to me about people who are criminals. It's ironically more difficult to do this.
Much more difficult.
Yeah, what do you like?
just broke up with your wife. You
Sure.
just break up with your wife, and you could go play cards all day long.
Also, what are the nurses thinking when the man is just wandering
Walking
for
around
4 or 5 hours?
in the cafeteria.
So what are you here for?
She's like, oh, I love this French bread pizza. Oh, yeah, I like this fresh bread pizza. It's, I gave this place 5 stars on Yelp. I can't quit this place like those 2 gay cowboys couldn't quit having sex with each other.
Sort of a
And I
time-
said that out loud. I'm saying it out loud here in the middle of the hospital cafeteria.
Kind of a time traveler there. You didn't know about Brokeback Mountain, which 1977 hadn't come out yet for
Does anybody
20
got any
years, 30
cigarettes? Can I smoke in here?
In 1977, you could.
Here you go.
Oh, wow,
I'm a
yeah.
doctor. These cigarettes are great for you.
Today's other sponsor is Casper Mattresses. The Casper is an obsessively engineered mattress at a shockingly fair price. It combines springy latex and supportive memory foams to create an award-winning sleep surface with just the right sink and just the right bounce. Time magazine named it one of the best inventions of 2015, and it is now, in fact, the most awarded mattress of the decade. Best part, you can try Casper for 100 nights risk-free in your own home, and if you don't love it, they'll pick it up and refund you absolutely everything. And by God, it's made in America. And you, Last Podcast on the Left listener, can get $50 towards any mattress purchase by visiting www.casper.com/LEFT and using the code LEFT. Terms and conditions apply. So after he'd wander around for a few hours, he'd return to the car, he'd say he was nauseous, and he used this excuse to skip work as much as he could, but he told Kelly that he could never let anyone at work know that he was sick with cancer because, as Ken said, cancer isn't contagious, but a lot of people think it is. So I can't tell people at work that I can't because they think they're going to catch cancer from me.
What is Kelly doing?
I
She's
feel
a sa-
so bad for her. She is pregnant in a living hell, having to deal with this manipulative liar on a daily basis. She's a hero.
I mean, as far as she left and came back a ton of times. And as far as she knew, she was just dealing with the guy that, she loved. Yes, he was very gentle. He treated her. He treated her pretty good.
Well,
but
fine.
He was just, he treated her fine, but he was just an immature dickhead. She didn't know that he was lying this whole time. Like, she had she fell for the cancer thing, hook, line, and sinker. And, it's 1977. Now we're in the information age. People talk about this stuff a lot more. We're on Facebook. We have to hear people talk about their chemo treatments constantly.
We have to hear them talk
to hear
about their
about it.
chemo treatment.
Wait, I
but
feel
back,
like
but back then, these sorts of things, they're a lot more mysterious.
you also watch your husband go walk in and out of a hospital after several hours. To think that he's lying about it would mean then you now know that he is a total psychopath.
Yeah, that's true.
Sociopath.
Yeah.
And I mean, because it's true. You're just dealing with. But how many times have you met like somebody's boyfriend, like a friend of a friend's boyfriend, that's like this guy? That he just shows up and he's like, "Hey, how are you? Hey, buddy, you're good around. You know what? I gotta go. I'm going to airplane school. Yeah. I'm training to be a pilot. Oh yeah, don't worry. No, I know it's 11 o'clock at night, but I'm going to airplane school. Yeah, all right, gotta go. Vroom, 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 see you in the skies. Or I hope I don't, because technically I got a D last week. You know what I mean? All right, I'll see you.
Yeah, it's someone that
What a shirt.
yeah, it's someone when you're in a relationship with them, like she was just blinded. And not only that, she's pregnant too.
Right.
You know, she's got a child on the way. If this thing is a lie, then everything is a lie. And, you know, the capacity for, you know, self-deception in people, especially in these sorts of relationships, is astronomically high. But meanwhile, Ken and Angelo's killing spree continued unabated. On the same day that the youngest victims were found, police discovered another victim of the stranglers, that of 20-year-old Christina Wexler. They found 3 bodies in one day because Ken and Angelo, they went straight from prostitutes and just said, all right, we're going to fucking do this. We're going to go for the high-profile cases. And, you know,
Right.
when you know, Christina Wexler, she was an art student. She actually knew and had rejected Kim Bianchi. It was almost like Bono was like, all right, we're going to kill the girls. And Bianchi was like, yeah, but I also want to kill this woman, too. And it's almost like they traded off on the same night. Like they almost couldn't decide. They were going to up the ante, but they couldn't decide which one, how they were going to up it. So they just did both.
Well, it sounds like they had their picks. So the way Bianchi would talk about him and Bono is that they had open discussion, but eventually just turned into, do you want to go out tonight? And then I think it depended on where they ended up. Bianchi had picked this woman out.
Yeah.
And the same thing was going to be a woman that he lived across the street from that he had picked out to murder. Essentially, they were a pretty girl that immediately read him as a creep and was like, no, you have a wife and a child on the way. I don't want to fuck you. And he was like, oh, now we're going to kill her.
Right.
Yeah. She rejected him. So late one night, Ken knocked on Christina's door, and after a quick, hey, how are you? Remember me? No, wait, don't close the door. Ken told her that he had, since the last time he saw her, become a member of the Sheriff's Reserve, and he had been dispatched to let her know that her car had been smashed up down in the parking lot. And in the first of 2 consecutive actual forced kidnappings, Ken and Angelo shoved her into the car, drove her to the upholstery shop, and committed possibly their most sickening and torturous murder of all. This one was personal. All of the rest of the women, they didn't know. But because Ken knew this woman, because this woman had rejected him, this one got even worse than all the rest. After injecting her with cleaning supplies, Ken tied a bag around her head and filled it with gas from an unconnected pipe, slowly asphyxiating her for an hour and a half before she finally died.
And then we also, of course, Bianchi decides to throw Bono under the bus in his police interview with this quote. Bono suggested that, he said, how about just injecting air into her? The air bubble would probably kill her. And I said, oh, you want to try something different? Whatever.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah, these people are absolute monsters.
This is one of those stories, too. I don't like to always scare the listener, but I think that it's important to remember sometimes the guy that comes off as a creep, the guy that does that is kind of got that weird, like, glint in his eye that seems really threatening, but you don't know why, and you kind of trust your gut, and you just kind of say, like, no, I don't want to have anything to do with that guy. Sometimes there's a reason.
Yeah.
And sometimes you should really pay attention to that.
Totally.
Yeah, you really should trust your instincts on that sort of thing, especially when a guy comes, because that's when this woman first met him, he came to her as just a creep. The second time he came around, he came as an authority figure. So watch out for those guys.
All right, watch out for him.
Unless he brings you flowers.
In which case, all is forgiven. If he throws in chocolates, go with him anywhere.
Now, the last victim of the November killing spree was Lauren Wagner, found on November 29th. Now, the Wagner murder also produced a promising lead. A woman named Beulah Stouffer, known as a bit of a busybody in the neighborhood.
Oh, wonder.
No, someone named Beulah was a bit of a busybody?
She had actually seen an argument between Lauren and 2 men before she was bundled into a large, dark sedan screaming, "You won't get away with this."
Better ignore that.
Slowly closes the curtain.
Yeah. I mean, and we've seen busybodies. I mean, Son of Sam, he got caught because of a busybody.
going to say that this term busybody shouldn't necessarily be negative. Maybe they're just detective neighbors.
The problem is that detective neighbors, 95% of the
Yes.
time, are massive pains in the ass.
Did you see Tammy put on like 7 pounds? I'm not going to say that she's getting fat, but maybe she's pregnant. I have no idea, but her boyfriend's black. Did you notice her boyfriend was black?
You've been chaining your bike to the front of the house, and I'm going to call the police and have them take your bike away.
No, Beulah described one of the assailants as an older, quote-unquote, Latin-looking gentleman with bushy hair, while the other was taller and younger with acne scars on his neck. Soon after her report, she received a call from a man with an East Coast accent telling her she was as good as dead if she didn't keep her mouth shut.
Which is the same thing they did with the lawyer that took away their first prostitute from their stable.
Yeah, but that got the shit beat out of him by a bunch of Hell's Angels.
pretty sweet.
Right.
Yeah, but an old lady named Beulah Stouffer doesn't have that resource.
Yeah.
Unless she was connected to the Hells Angels for being their busybody. She
might have been.
Every Hells Angels needs one busybody to tell them where they saw the police last.
Yes.
No, in just 3 weeks, 7 women have been left naked and brutally murdered on the hillsides in Los Angeles. Quite a few, even by Los Angeles standards.
Yeah, quite a few by Brazil standards. Quite a few by Mexican standards. All standards.
Yeah, I mean, well, L.A. at this time, L.A. had seen a lot of serial murder at this point.
7 in a, what was this, in 1 month?
No, 7 in 3 weeks.
7 in 3 weeks? That's a lot.
I wanted to bring this up. Where does this fit in the timeline of Son of Sam, John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy?
Son of Sam, it's the same year, 1977.
So it's really interesting because you could see them pick up in the police work even just from, because Son of Sam was a really good job. They did a really good job piecing that case together too. You could see how it's that sad thing of they're getting good at investigating serial killer crimes by this point.
Yeah, they're having to. This is around, the late 70s. Like the late 70s, this is around the time of Gacy as well. Gacy wasn't quite caught yet. I think Gacy got caught when 78.
Yes.
Either 78 or 79. But the late 70s, it's like in punk music. and
Yes
serial-
was on the radio.
Oh my God. Wham.
Girls were wearing bras.
Dude, it's fucking the Ramones and Gacy, man.
Sign me
just-
up. Welcome back. Cotter was on the air, and everybody had the hairstyle.
But you do want, what is it? Is it because transit has become so much easier? The highway system's improved? It seems like the phenomenon of a serial killer is tied with technology. You can't just kill everyone in your village. They're going to get on. They're going to catch on to you.
Well, one of the theories out there, which actually makes a lot of sense to me, it does have something to do with transit, but it has more to do with pollution, lead poisoning.
Yes.
But around this time, you had the switch over from leaded fuel to unleaded fuel, and a lot of people say that lead poisoning essentially makes you more violent. It removes a lot of emotions that keeps you from doing these things because in the
Are they licking the damn oil
It's just-
pumps like a
it's
dog?
literally in the air.
It's literally in the air. It's exhaust. Because
All right.
America in the late 1970s, it wasn't just serial killers. Crime was, you can't even imagine how bad crime was in the late 70s all across America.
And it was also probably psychic ripples from the MK Ultra experiments.
Yeah, I also sort of believe that as
I
well.
blame the Rolling Stones for their satanic music.
With their gyrating and their bulges.
That's why they should have never put Elvis on Ed Sullivan. Look what's happening now.
Oh man, the gin is starting to come through your neck and onto your
God,
jacket.
don't even worry about the gin. That's just called male sweat.
No, much like the Boston Police Department had to deal with in their own strangler case about a decade before, the LAPD was besieged by people who thought they knew the identity of the strangler. And as in Boston, people were not above suspecting their own spouse. One woman called in saying that she had been woken up at 2 a.m. with a handkerchief stuffed in her mouth and her husband's hands on her shoulders, shaking her violently.
She was having a seizure and he saved her life.
Now, the woman, only married to her husband for a couple of months, thought that she had unwittingly married an 8-time killer. But just a few minutes later, the woman called back and said this to the police.
It's all right. My husband's not the strangler. He played a tape recording he made before he put the handkerchief in my mouth. I snore. I didn't know it, and he said he put up with it for months, and he said it's like being in the middle of a rock band's amplifier, and you know what? I think he's right. He wasn't trying to hurt me. He just couldn't stand it anymore, and I've got an appointment with the nose doctor, and I'm sorry. That's
is
so
hard.
funny. That's word for word the fucking voicemail,
That's
too.
word for word the police report. This
my
poor,
goodness.
poor woman whose husband just couldn't. I get it.
The poor
I mean,
guy.
my girlfriend snores like a motherfucker.
But you just nudge her.
Yeah, I just nudge her. But
You
that's
gotta
the
just
thing.
hit her with the elbow
But
a
that's
little
the
bit.
thing. That's the thing, though. You nudge her, but you gotta wake up to nudge her. You can't just nudge her in your sleep. You gotta wake up to nudge her. And then after you wake up to nudge her, after the third or fourth time, you're like, I gotta sleep. I got a show to record. I got a lot of research to do tomorrow, but I can't do it because she's snoring so much. But I got some earplugs on the way.
That's
so,
good because
so I'm good.
she's gonna wake up. She's gonna see you in the corner of the bed
Don't
like
get
your
this-
Macho Man Randy Savage with the elbow dropper. I mean, good God.
Well, what you do is you just quickly grab the butt, right? You slip one hand, and then it's like, oh, I love you, and then flip her to the side. You just twist her to the
quick
side.
flip.
Yeah.
Good work.
Yeah, real quick flip. Maybe I could do that. I'll try that next time.
Good, try that.
She's a real heavy sleeper.
That's great. She won't know.
Good.
Now, a little over 2 weeks after the Lauren Wagner murder, on December 15th, 17-year-old Kimberly Martin was dispatched by the Climax Nude Modeling Service to the Tamarind Terrace Apartments in Hollywood.
Classy.
Yeah, real classy.
Also, what they were trying to say, too, a couple of the police, what Frank Salerno was saying on one of the documentaries I was watching, is that you notice a lot of spikes in their activity during times when Ken Bianchi's wife was going through really hard times with her pregnancy. Is that apparently during Thanksgiving week, the reason why that activity was so high is that she was so nauseous from the pregnancy that they couldn't have sex.
So
And-
when she needed him most,
Yes.
he was
Yeah.
just going to play cards.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, a lot of working girls in L.A. in 1977, Kimberly included, thought they would be agency, but no woman of the night would be safe from Bianchi and Bono. When Kimberly arrived, she found a vacant apartment with Bianchi and Bono waiting inside, and in another display of control and contempt after they raped and murdered her, the killers dumped her body on Alvarado Street just within sight of City Hall. And that is, I mean, these guys are starting to form schemes. Like before, it was just like, all right, we'll trick her, we'll get into the car. But now it's these big, elaborate schemes to see what they can get away with and dumping it right in front of City Hall, even in the middle of the night. Like that is ballsy because that's showing control. The control is starting to get larger. They're starting, not only do they want control of the women, now they want control over the city, especially now because after November is when, the news media gets a hold of it. That's when the name, the Hillside Strangler, comes out.
And it's
Bianchi
contempt.
is loving it.
Right, it's contempt. They get to really do it. Now, they get to really, that's where the Carl Panzram part of their psychic relationship comes out, where they're like, now we're going to take control of this whole city, and we're going to make everybody scared.
Yeah, and it was more Bianchi than Bono that really wanted this stuff.
It's very interesting because I think a lot of times, because you're going to, in their relationship, Bianchi would just say, you want to go out tonight? And Bono say yes. It's like, what is Bono doing? It's like, it's so weird. It's like he's got nothing better to do except for there's a 2 month, after this murder, there's a 2 month period where they don't work, they don't do any kills at all until February. And apparently it was because Bono's mother was sick, which is this fucked up Italian thing that's just like kind of like in Goodfellas or these mobster shit where it's like he does all this fucked up shit all day long. He's a serial killer. He's raping and murdering girls, but he's got to go sit with his fucking mother and hold her hands when she's dying in fucking bed.
Yeah, the mother that he refers to every day as the cunt.
It's fucking, what is even,
Yeah,
who are you?
I'm going to say that I like his mom. Yeah, because she at least saved how many women just by getting sick? Literally
sick.
16.
Took
they
one
could
for
have
the
killed
team.
16 women in those 2 months.
Yeah.
Had his mother not become sick. And you do wonder if it's one of those bizarre situations. Had she not become sick, who would have died?
Yeah, and it's also could possibly be that it coincided that maybe Kelly's pregnancy went all right for those 2 months.
Yeah.
Because that Bianchi didn't go out on his, as far as we know, he could kill, but the disposal of the bodies on the hillsides, that took 2 people.
Oh, yeah.
He couldn't dispose of the bodies himself.
He
So
also didn't have the guts. He was just a piece of shit.
I don't know. I think he probably killed during this time. I think he probably murdered at least a couple of women, but he just left them where they lay. Like, I don't think he actually disposed of the bodies in the same way, because that's what it was, that Bono was the brains behind the operation.
But it seemed like they really worked as a team. I don't know if he would kill on his own at all.
He did. Eventually, he did kill on his own.
Well, it's because he got so desperate.
Now, back to the Tamarind apartment murders. Now, while you would think a murder with this many moving parts would produce more clues, when police checked phone records, they found the call had been made from a public library. And the only clue the cops had was a report of a man with bushy hair harassing women in the library the evening of the call, a description that matched that of Lauren Wagner's abductor.
They also there is a transcript of the call in this book I'm reading right now called Serial Killers Up Close and Personal, and one of the bits he did, he struggles to come up with a fake name because he calls the service and they're like, so where are you going to go? It's just like, we're going to meet you here. And they're like, is this phone number a payphone? Is this a payphone number? And he's like, no, it's my apartment. Can't you hear the television? And it was just people talking to the background. And they're like, okay, well, what's your name? And he's like, do I have to give a name? And they're like, yeah, you have to give a name. Absolutely. You have to at least give some sort of name. Because he's like, all right, you sure I have to give a name? And he's like, yeah, you got to give a name. And he's like, Michael Ryan, and his name, he gave the fake name Michael Ryan, but literally it took him just being like, first of all, it's two first names and one whole name.
But that's actually not too bad. Michael Ryan. I was thinking like Lobert Yellowfinger.
My name is Rupert Murdoch.
Murdoch. I own
John Travolta.
Oh, John Travolta! Oh, you
That's me. It's the real John Travolta.
Whoa! Wow!
Now, bereft of leads, the cops started canvassing the entire building where the girl had originally been sent to by her agency, and who should they find but a very helpful, nice young man named Kenneth Bianchi. The cops would later say that they were suspicious of almost every other man they encountered in that building except Ken Bianchi, who is sympathetic to the plight of the police, how much work they had put into the case, and it assured them that had he been there that night and had he heard screams, you better believe he would have done something.
Yeah.
Also, he had participated in a ride-around program with the police around this time. It's like what they were trying to do is, because the police were being named in all of these serial killer attempts, and women were afraid to be pulled over by cops. They weren't stopping because they had heard the serial killer may be a cop. And so they were doing these ride-along programs, and Ken Bianchi went on one of the ride-alongs and asked all these questions about the Hillside Strangler. And it's like, again, like a Kemper doing the same thing, butting up with the cops, and they just fucking bought it. They're like, there's no way a bushy-haired man with a full mustache like that would ever defy the police.
Yeah, that's why cops are much meaner now than they used to be.
They have to be.
Oh,
Kind of.
Well,
Because especially if you want to be a cop's friend, nothing to me is more suspicious than a guy going up to a guy who's dressed as a cop in a bar, just going like, hey, that's how those murders going.
Now, the only woman that we know of to survive an encounter with the Hillside Stranglers was a woman named Catherine Laurie. Attempting to bring back their police with badges ruse one more time, the two stopped Catherine, quote-unquote, arrested her, and shoved her in the back of their car. But when they checked Catherine's possessions, they found a picture of her sitting on the lap of famed movie actor Peter Lorre, who played child murderer Hans Beckert in the infamous Fritz Lang serial killer movie M, among many other wonderful roles. Check out M. It's a beautiful movie.
Okay.
Don't you worry, my little girl. We'll take these pictures together. And one day, a serial killer won't kill you on my account. I don't mean to make you frightened, my daughter. It was I, your father, Peter Lorre.
He did save her life.
He did.
I mean, it's amazing.
By being professionally creepy.
Luckily for Catherine, who was in fact Peter Lorre's daughter, Bianchi, and Bono were big Casablanca fans.
That was like the time I got pulled over for jaywalking in Glendale, which is true. And the guy was just like, so what do you do? That was like, it's like, the guy who's filling out the ticket. He's like, so what do you do as a job? I was like, I'm an actor. He's like, oh, what show you working on? I was like, I'm on a show called A to Z. And he's just like, My wife loves A to Z. Get out of here.
Get out of here. That's amazing. You wonder if Bianchi and Bono were just like, man, I love L.A. You know, sometimes it's like being a serial killer anywhere else, you just don't get the stars that you get here.
Businessmen next to con men next to movie stars. Hollywood is the blood of America.
Wow.
Yeah, they just let her go without incident. And it wasn't until they were caught, Bianchi and Bono were caught, that she saw their pictures on the news that she came
my
forward
God.
and she actually testified in their trial because she was one of the only survivors of this whole thing. And it was creepy enough where it stuck in her head. She
I'm
remembered
sure,
it.
yeah.
It stuck in her head. She knew as soon as they put the handcuffs on her, it was like, oh, this isn't real. I fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah. God damn. Yeah. Oh, man, so bad. Cindy Hudspeth, on the other hand, would not be so lucky. Killed on February 16th, 1978, Cindy's body was found stuffed in the trunk of her own car, which was found halfway down a cliff off the Crest Highway. And now, while I don't know this for sure, because the timelines are a little muddled, Cindy was killed either the day of or soon before the birth of Kim Bianchi's only son, because the birth had been difficult. Ken, he had been ordered to leave the delivery room.
I guess I gotta go play cards.
Gotta go.
Yeah, he went back to Angelo's upholstery shop where Cindy Hudspeth was picking out a new interior for her car. And as far as I can tell, they overpowered her, raped her, murdered her, dumped her body, and then Ken returned to the hospital to hold his newborn son for the first time.
Now, is this the same hospital that he would just pace for 4 or 5 hours at a time?
not.
I wonder, yeah, because eventually they'd be like, hey,
aren't you
weren't you supposed to die of cancer?
Like months ago.
But apparently this is the murder that led to them breaking up. And the reason why that was put in, and it sees the uneven power dynamic between Bianchi and Bono is that she walked into that upholstery shop. She saw Cindy and Kenny in the middle while Bono is like running a line in her, but he's also doing business. He pulls Bono aside and he's like, let's do her right now. And he's just like, you're being fucking crazy. No, we're not doing this right now. Ken took her by the neck, like literally went and grabbed her ahead of Bono and threw her into the office and said, like, be calm, nothing's gonna happen to her. And then Bono then jumps in. But afterwards, literally Bono was like, you're fucking crazy. You're doing this bad. Just like, you don't know how to do this anymore. We're done. And then they broke up.
Huh.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And the Hillside Strangler murders stopped as suddenly as they started, and it would be a year and a half before anyone would have any questions answered about these murders, which we'll get to on episode 3.
They kind of broke up like Motley Crue. Nikki's 6. And what's the name of the drummer?
That would be Tommy Lee.
Yeah, Tommy Lee's, his ego got big.
Yeah.
Big as his dog.
With his rotating fucking drum set, he can't even sit in it.
Oh, my goodness. Vince Neil says, I'm the lead singer. I'm supposed to be the hot one. You're the drummer. Get in line.
Oh, but Vince Neil got fat quick.
Oh, so fat. His sex tape was pathetic.
I forgot he had a sex
He's
tape.
just bouncing on the bed. It's worse than Hogan's.
The only one that Tommy Lee was good at it.
Tommy
he had a
Lee's
great
sex
sex
tape.
tape.
Oh, man.
First
Tommy
celebrity
Lee's
sex tape.
Tommy Lee's sex tape was the first clip that I ever downloaded from the internet. The first video.
Oh,
clip.
yeah, I saw that,
Pamela Anderson gave him a blowy on a boat.
You're telling me the first thing you downloaded from the internet wasn't Rosetta Stone to learn in a foreign language?
Yeah, I thought
it was porno? Interesting internet.
Yeah, I mean, this was 1996, 1997,
Yeah.
so it took about 12 hours.
Also, Tila Tequila was really born for the sex tape.
Yeah,
Wow.
and you know what? People talk shit about her, but Kim Kardashian's was, just all right with me.
Yeah.
Yes, I thought you were going to say Tila Tequila. You can talk shit about Tila Tequila. She's a neo-Nazi.
Well, she's got a lot of different ideas.
She has. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
All right. Well, wow. So that's the end of the murder spree for the Hillside Stranglers. Terrible human beings. But I guess we have the birth of a child.
Yeah.
I see.
So
Simba.
life is new.
Sean. His name is Sean.
And I'm sure
Sean
his
Hillside Strangler.
yeah, I'm sure his life is great
Yeah,
right now.
Sean Boyd. I think he probably took his mother's name.
I would assume. I hope he changed it. Yeah.
Yeah. Sean Bianchi's a terrible name.
That's not that bad, actually.
No,
if you're a motocross performer, but not if you're the son of a serial killer
Yeah.
who would now be only what 30, around our age, 37 or so.
Yeah, he'd be my brother's age. Yeah, born in 1978.
Let's find him.
Probably could. Is he on-
Facebook.
I know he's on. He's got to be.
He'd be an Aquarius.
Wow. weird. Weird to think about the children of these people.
It
As
really
a matter
is.
of fact, I mean, I would love to interview some of them at some
Well,
point.
there's a great interview with BTK's daughter.
yeah.
It's very, very sad.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
extremely sad. Yeah, and
I
they're-
don't think they would like our jokes at all. If we did interview them, we would have to do very Charlie Rose, very straight.
Yeah.
So, do you
Henry, no. Okay. All right. Interview's over. He hung up. All right.
Fucked up on the first
I don't know how to do it.
Does he rape Henry?
I told you don't say the R word.
I'm no Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, good Lord. All right. Hillside Stranglers 2, Hillside Stranglers 3 coming up. Thank you guys so much for everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got a ton of shows coming up.
June.
We've got Atlanta coming up on June 16th.
18th.
18th.
God damn it. We're bad with these dates.
Yeah, we're back. It's the 18th. It's a Saturday.
Yes.
We're going to be doing the Earl. Google the Earl. Go to their website to buy tickets for that one. Then after that, we've got Washington, D.C. That show has just been announced. We got Washington, D.C.
We're doing a classy show.
We're doing the Kennedy Center.
I know. Do they know what we do?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, but tickets should be on sale for that soon. Go join our Facebook group for announcements on that. And of course, if you're a part of our Patreon, if you're a Patreon supporter, you get first crack at every single ticket for every single show
Yes.
before we announce it to everybody else. We always give it to our Patreon supporters first. And if you want to support us on Patreon, go to patreon.com/lastpodcast on the left. You guys have been so fucking great supporting us on all of that. We just changed up our $10, what happens with our $10 Patreon subscribers. We went ahead and opened up our live shows back up to the public because we don't want to keep you guys from seeing all this great fucking content. Like the live shows that should be for everyone. But now, if you become a $10 or up subscriber, you get ad-free episodes. But you also miss my sexy Adam and Eve
People
ads.
like the ads.
They love the Adam and Eve ads.
All right, and thank you guys for supporting everything we do here at CCR. Page 7 for all your entertainment needs. Top Hat for politics. Roundtable to hang out with your drunken weird friends. And Section of the Human Activities. And the Lucky Bone Show.
Yeah,
if
Lucky
you
Bone
want
Show.
your
Mixcloud.com/Marcus Parks. And another live show that we can announce right now. We just announced a second London show.
Yeah.
The Wednesday show is almost sold out, and I know Wednesday's a hard time for people to travel in from other areas. Thursday is a lot easier for people to come to. So if you've been
Get your blommies, didn't it?
That's not even
I'll
close.
get yourself right down there, and you'll take yourself an umbrella and get down to the fucking space.
Is that English?
Sure. I can't wait to get our asses beat in the fucking UK.
Yeah, and we might be coming to Wales as well. Let us know if you guys are interested in us doing a show in Wales. Email us at cavecomedyradio.com, cavecomedyradio@gmail.com, or tweet at us at LP on the left and let us know. And we're also maybe thinking about doing a Scandinavia show.
If you want us to come to Scandinavia,
Yeah.
please let us know where we should go. Number one.
Yeah.
Yes.
And please hit us with it.
Yeah, should it be Norway? Should it be Sweden? Should it be Finland?
Yep.
I don't think it should be Finland, actually.
What about
but-
Denmark?
Oh, yeah. Is Denmark?
I don't know.
I mean, now we're just naming countries.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's again, cavecomedyradio@gmail.com. Tweet us at LP on the left, or go on our Facebook and tag us if you guys would be interested in coming to some of those shows. And of course, if you want a your last podcast on the left t-shirt, go to cavecomedyradio.com/merch, and you can get your very own shirt for $25, or if you're
Yep.
a Patreon supporter, you get it for a $20 a month subscription.
And follow us on the social media. Henry's at Dr. Fantasty
On Instagram.
Yep, and Henry Loves You on Twitter.
Yes, and at LP on the left is our own personal Instagram.
Yes. And Marcus Parks is Marcus Parks for both of those. I'm at Ben Kissel on Twitter and Ben Kissel1 on Instagram. I made a mistake yesterday while working at Fox News. I retweeted a bunch of pictures that were posted of the last podcast from some fans that had posted pictures. They all went to the Red Eye page. So for about 30 minutes, if you followed Red Eye on Twitter, you saw me with a bunch of people saying Hail Satan and things like that. So that was that's going to get picked up on Mediaite. So that'll be great.
No, it's just a goof.
Just just a goof.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's only a goof. Yeah,
That's a goof.
If you would have posted a vagina, then that would definitely have gotten
Yeah,
picked
if you
up.
had said your bulge,
Yes,
like
that's-
Anthony Weiner,
Yeah.
if you had done that.
Which, by the way, I watched that Wiener doc. Highly recommend it
I'm really
if you
excited.
want to watch the complete destruction of an American family.
Two things to shout out. I'm gonna say check out Showpieces on Demand. It's Alan Moore's new it's a series of vignettes that he wrote. It's very good. But if I understand people have problems with Alan Moore, but I was real high and I really enjoy myself.
Good.
Also, shout out to Flossie Avey for these beautiful cross stitches that she made of Magustulation and there's bones in the chocolate. We're gonna
they're
put a
so
picture of it.
great.
It's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work that you put into that,
Yes.
and I love them.
Yeah, I
Thank
love
you
him
so
too.
much.
Thank you so much, Flossie. It's fucking amazing.
Thank
you.
Hail Satan.
Hail yourselves.
Hail Geen.
Hail me if you got a dime. Magustulations.
For more shows like the one you just listened to, go to cavecomedyradio.com.
Geico asks, how would you love a chance to save money on insurance? Of course you would.
After all, who doesn't love a great deal, right?
And when it comes to great rates on insurance for all the things in your life, Geico can help.
Like with insurance for your car, truck, motorcycle, boat, and RV.
They even help with homeowners, condo, or renters coverage.
You could save even more with a special discount when you bundle your coverages.
Plus, add the easy-to-use Geico mobile app.
Available 24-hour roadside assistance and more.
And choosing to switch to Geico becomes an easy choice.
Switch today and see all the ways you could save with great rates and discounts.
It's easy. Simply go to geico.com to get a rate quote.
Or contact your local agent and get started seeing how much you could save.
Welcome to
Theories
of the third kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron and I am one of your hosts. There is one other host that is joining me today, Daniel Sun.
Hey guys.
Now, real quick, before we start today's episode, I just want to say that if you would like to support the show, then there's a few ways that you could do that.
One of the ways is Patreon. Each week, we release a Patreon-exclusive episode that only Patreon supporters can get access to. To sign up, it's only $5 a month, which is only 16 cents a day. Not only do you get an extra episode per week for that $5, but you also get access to our entire back catalog of past Patreon episodes.
In total, we have over 73 extra Patreon episodes, which is over 83 extra hours of listening pleasure. To see the full list of Patreon episodes, go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the Patreon episodes tab. There, you will see an entire list of Patreon-exclusive episodes that we have published.
Also, today we added another Patreon-exclusive episode, which is over Satan's Enigma and the Codex Gigas. So you get access to that episode as well as all of the others for just $5.
Now, if you can't afford a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, then you can leave us a written review on iTunes, and that helps us out a lot.
However, don't feel pressured to leave us one. If you don't want to, then that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoots, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show.
And that is the end of the announcements. So today's episode is over the Ammon's haunting. So how this episode will go today is that we will go into the backstory of the family and the home as well, and then go into the strange facts and findings, the theories, and then of course wrap it all up with our own personal thoughts and theories. So with all that being said, let's get into today's episode.
In 2011, one of the most mysterious and well-documented demonic possessions in the United States history occurred.
Local police and a child protective services worker started investigating weird reports that were coming from a home in Gary, Indiana.
Reports of children being thrown across the home and possessing supernatural powers, such as being able to walk up walls backwards.
Initially, the caseworker and police were skeptical. However, that quickly went away when this entity started affecting them and everyone who came into this home.
This is the Ammons haunting.
All right. Now, before we get into this story, I just wanted to say real quick, everybody's probably wondering where Hans is at. He has COVID. Seriously, he's got COVID. You can shoot him a message on Instagram. And he is feeling like complete crap. So if you want to, send him the best wishes his way. Hopefully he's in a speedy recovery and he'll be here next week. So that's just a quick update. All right. So before we start this story, I just want to state that what you are about to hear really happened. This story is backed up from multiple police, hospital, and child services reports. Forward. All right. So Dan, do you want to start us off?
Absolutely. So this story all starts back in November of 2011. A young woman named Latoya Ammons and her 3 children, which were 7, 9, and 12 at the time, and Latoya's mother Rosa, all moved into a new home together.
This home was located in Gary, Indiana. It was a single-story home with 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, hardwood floors, an enclosed front porch, and a small open-style kitchen. There was a door in the open-style kitchen that led to the basement.
Now, just a little FYI, this basement floor has a dirt floor with some areas that originally have concrete but have been broken up and left there. So just keep that in mind as we go forward.
So just a little background real quick on that home that Latoya moved into. The house was originally built in 1926 and was first occupied by a newlywed couple that had lived there their entire life. Once that couple passed away, the house was sold, remodeled, and used as a rental property.
Then in 2004, an individual named Charles Reed purchased the home and continued to rent it out. Since 2004, Charles had multiple tenants until where we are at now with the story, which is 2011, when Latoya moved in.
So initially after moving in, Latoya, her kids, and her mother Rosa all loved the home. They decorated it and turned it into their own. However, things quickly changed.
In December of 2011, only 1 month after moving in, the family noticed something strange occurring in the home. A high number of black flies began buzzing and flying all around the house. Latoya decided to call her landlord and ask him to come check out the issue.
Charles came over that same day and took a look around. He noticed that a large concentration of these flies were on the small front porch area. Now, this was extremely odd because it was winter at this time, and flies were known to not fly around during this time of the year. They just kind of hunker down and preserve heat. So Charles was like, that's really odd.
Yeah. The landlord had an exterminator come to the home and get rid of the flies. However, only a few days later, Latoya and her family noticed that the flies have come back again. This time, they were more intense. The flies would swarm in thick black clouds and get in everywhere.
So Rosa, the grandmother, went and spoke with the neighbors to see if they were having the issues with flies as well. All of the neighbors were like, we ain't having any issues with flies. Now, Rosa was quoted telling one of them, and I quote, "This is not normal. We killed them and killed them and killed them, but they kept coming back."
Sadly, the plague of flies would turn out to be the least of their worries. Around a month later, January of 2012, when the family would lay down to go to sleep, they would begin hearing heavy thud footsteps coming from the stairs of the basement. At the same time, they would hear the door in the kitchen that leads to the basement open, even when it was locked.
This wasn't the only thing that began to happen. When the family woke up in the morning, they started to notice wet marks on the floor that were in the shape of boots, as if someone had walked up from the basement, soaking wet, and walked around in the kitchen.
Only a week after this started occurring, the family started to experience numerous cases of poltergeist activity in the home. The doors started slamming shut, objects would randomly move across the room, and religious items were being found smashed to pieces.
Around this same time, the grandmother, Rosa, was, of course, initially skeptical of this. She thought that maybe one of her grandchildren was doing it for attention. However, that was until she saw a dark figure lurking in the living room, which quickly vanished only a few moments later.
This paranormal activity steadily grew more and more intense as the days passed. Initially, the grandmother, Rosa, seemed like she was being the only one targeted. She started being pushed and poked by an unseen force in the home, and on one occasion she was viciously choked by invisible hands.
Now, whatever was attacking Rosa seemed to start attacking the kids as well. In February of 2012, the older son, who was 9 years old, was sitting in the living room watching TV. He was picked up in midair and thrown clear across the room as if he were a rag doll. And just a FYI, there was nothing there in that living room with him. He just levitated right up and then flew across the room.
Now, that occurrence wasn't the only one. Only a few days later, the youngest son, who was 7, was in the bathroom brushing his teeth, and something picked him up in midair and threw him across the bathroom. Then only a few days later, the exact same thing would happen to LaToya's daughter, who was 12 years old. She came crying to her mom and said that she was picked up and thrown by, and I quote, dark shadows.
Unfortunately, that wouldn't be the last thing that happened to the 12-year-old daughter. Less than a month later, on March 10th, 2012, LaToya was awoken at 2 a.m. from strange sounds coming from her daughter's bedroom. LaToya decided to go check on her and opened her daughter's bedroom door and stood there in shock.
Her 12-year-old daughter was floating above her bed. LaToya screamed out for her mother, Rosa. Rosa ran into the hallway along with the 2 boys, and they were all shocked as what they were witnessing as well.
Rosa then suggested that they all gather around the girl and pray, which they did. Only a few moments later, the girl descended back to her bed and she awoke with no memory of what had just happened. Now, another little quick note here. The daughter had her cousin over and some other family members over as well that were visiting, and they had spent the night. Well, after they witnessed, their cousin floating in midair, their cousins were like, "Boop, see ya."
They deuced out.
Yeah, they left.
Shit, I would.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Hell yeah. That shit's scary. All right. So what happens next?
After this rather terrifying event, the family had issues falling asleep in the home. This led to them sleeping the majority of the day and staying up at night. Because of this, the children started to miss school a lot.
The more the family started getting into the habit of staying up at night and sleeping all day, they started to notice that the children started to exhibit a lot of strange behaviors and outbursts. LaToya and her mother noticed that on random occasions, the children's eyes would bulge or roll back into their heads, and they would hiss, snarl, and bark like animals. They would also speak in demonic voices and say things such as, "I will kill you," or "It's time to die."
So during these episodes, the children would attack each other or their mother or grandmother. They would have to be restrained, in which during that time, they would still speak in demonic voices. LaToya said that eventually the children would pass out and wake up a few hours later with no memory of what just occurred.
Needless to say, LaToya and her mother, Rosa, they had enough of this. They were like, enough of this bullshit. I'm tired of it. So they decided to reach out to nearby churches to see if they could get any guidance on how to deal with this. Majority of the churches that they reached out to, they didn't even call them back. They're like, we don't want any part of this.
Finally, though, one of the churches did end up reaching back out to Rosa and decided to listen to her. After she told them what was happening in her home, they decided to send a priest to help her.
The priest of the church arrived the next day, and when he was walking around the home, a wide variety of paranormal occurrences were witnessed by not only the priest, but LaToya and Rosa. Now, the children, when they saw the priest, they instantly went into their demonic-like possessions. Lights started flickering in the home, random objects started moving and shaking, and a bottle started levitating across the room. The priest for the church left the home. He was like, see you guys later, that's enough for me. And he reported what he had just witnessed to his church.
The church then called Rosa and recommended that she clean the home with bleach and ammonia. After that was finished, the church then told her to get olive oil and draw crosses on every door and window of the home.
After Rosa had done that, the church then said that the final thing that she needed to do was to pour the olive oil on her grandchildren's hands and feet, and then use the oil again to draw a cross on their foreheads. Rosa, of course, did this and was initially hopeful that this may have caused whatever it was that was haunting them to go away.
However, mysterious and odd things continued to happen. Desperate for help, LaToya and Rosa decided to contact psychics for any explanations as to what was going on in their home. The psychics told them that there were over 200 demons living in the house and that they should move.
God damn, 200?
That's like a covenant there.
Yeah, I know. I need to get out of there. So LaToya told them, hey, we just moved here. I'm a single mom. I can't afford to move right now. So what do I do? Well, the psychics recommended that she sage the entire house. Another thing that the psychics told LaToya to do was to build an altar in the basement of their house, which I kind of thought an altar was the opposite. I thought an altar was used to summon demons, not to get them to go away. But hey, whatever. I'm not an occult expert.
Yeah, I think it's both ways, because you can build an altar to pray and stuff too.
Oh yeah, before Leonardo DiCaprio won his Oscar, I built an altar for him, and he ended up winning.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So hey, might have worked. You're welcome, Leonardo.
Do you think that worked, or do you think you actually summoned a demon and made a deal?
Don't put that on me. Don't put that on me. Anyways, tell us how she built this altar.
All right, so LaToya decided to do that. So she took a small table to the basement, placed a white sheet over it with a white candle on top, a statue of Mary, Joseph, and Jesus, alongside a Bible that was open displaying Psalm. And just a little knowledge nugget here. If you don't know what Psalms 91 says, well, here you go. It says, whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust. Those are the first two verses, but you pretty much get the drift of what it says in that chapter based on those.
Thank you, Father Daniel.
May thee be blessed.
All right, so oh, sorry, I thought I saw something to the right of me. That was scary. By the way, just a little side note. I'm doing this episode in the same place that I recorded Zozo in, which
we will refer to as Demon Z.
Demon Z, sorry. And a lot of weird things happened when I recorded that episode, which is a Patreon exclusive episode. And this is me not selling you on it. This is me telling you because I'm in the same place recording this episode. And I keep seeing something out of the corner of my eye. So I'm just going to pretend like it's not there.
Oh, you might see the light reflecting off my camera that I have in there.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. All right. So, for 3 days after that altar was built in the basement and the sage was burned around the house, everything was completely quiet and normal. There was no more paranormal activity. However, just like the last time, it didn't last for long. On the fourth day, strange things started occurring again.
The 7-year-old boy walked into his pitch dark closet, sat down, and began talking to an invisible boy.
Oh my God.
Ooh. That same day, the 9-year-old boy went to his mother and told her that he had been killed, describing the occurrence in accurate detail. The 12-year-old daughter then went to her mother and told her that voices were telling her that she would never see her family again.
Now, around this time is when LaToya said that she started to get possessed as well by whatever was in the home. She stated that her body started to feel weak and warm at the same time, and that she shook and felt out of control. Now, because of this, on April 19th, 2012, LaToya and Rosa decided to contact a family doctor named Dr. Joffrey. Now, this doctor has a very complicated last name that starts with an O. We tried to look up the pronunciation for it, and we didn't want to completely destroy the name. So we just decided to call him Dr. Joffrey. All right. So LaToya and Rosa told Dr. Joffrey what was occurring, and he agreed to come and visit the family at their home.
Once the doctor arrived at the home, he started examining the children. Immediately, both of LaToya's sons started screaming obscenities at the doctor in demonic voices. The youngest boy was then randomly lifted up and thrown into the wall, all while nobody was touching him.
Jesus. All right. So both of the boys lost consciousness, and 911 was called. Around 7 police officers and multiple ambulances responded to that call. You think that's enough? Jesus. So the boys were then taken to the Methodist Hospital in Gary, Indiana.
Once there, the hospital questioned Dr. Joffrey, who had told them that the family had delusions of a ghost in the home and that they were hallucinating. However, he did note that he saw one of the boys randomly being tossed across the room while no one touched him, as if someone had picked him up and done it.
Yeah, right. He probably did that.
Yeah, he probably did it himself. Oh, they're hallucinating.
So eventually, the 9-year-old boy awoke in the hospital and was acting pretty much normal. However, only a few moments later, the 7-year-old boy, who was his brother, he awoke, and he was not normal. He was screaming, flailing his arms, and just acting a fool. The hospital staff had to come over and restrain his ass.
Damn. Because of all of this strangeness occurring, the hospital reported LaToya and her mother Rosa to the Indiana Department of Child Services, aka CPS. The hospital told the Department of Child Services that they suspect LaToya or her mother Rosa were possibly abusing the children or neglecting them, as well as LaToya was possibly suffering from a mental illness and that the children were performing for their mother, either for attention or under her direction.
On that same day, the Indiana Department of Child Services assigned initial investigator Valerie Washington to the case. Valerie reviewed the hospital reports of the children, which stated that all of them were healthy and free of marks or bruises. There was also a report from a hospital psychiatrist who evaluated LaToya that same day as well. This hospital psychiatrist stated that LaToya was, and I quote, sound of mind, which I guess means that she was
good.
Not mental.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
After reviewing those files, Valerie decided to go interview the family. She gathered the 9-year-old boy and the 7-year-old boy and the grandmother Rosa in a room together. Before she could ask them any questions, the 7-year-old boy's eyes rolled back in his head and he began growling. He grabbed his older brother's throat and started choking him. Valerie ran and got some medical staff there at the hospital who separated the two boys.
After things calmed down and the 7-year-old stopped growling, Valerie decided to go back into the room, except this time she brought a nurse with her named Willie Lee Walker. Now, Valerie wanted to try and interview them again, but as soon as she entered the room, the 7-year-old boy started growling at her again. He looked at his older brother, who was holding his grandmother's hand, and said to him in a demonic voice, "It's time to die. I will kill you."
At that same time, the 9-year-old brother started smiling at his younger brother and began walking backwards while holding his grandmother's hand. As he walked backwards, he kept staring at his brother. Instead of him stopping at the wall, he kept walking, slowly taking steps up the wall backwards while still holding his grandmother's hand.
Dude, that's nuts. That's what I very first heard about this case was that occurrence, and I almost couldn't believe it. But it's in an actual police report.
Yeah.
And the nurse reported on it, and the CPS person reported on it, and the police reported on it. That this kid walked backwards up a wall and up on the ceiling. Like Spider-Man, except demonically possessed. It's nuts. So, of course, Valerie and the nurse were in that room, and they just stood there in shock, like everyone else would probably do as well. Now, the boy eventually walked backwards all the way to the ceiling and then flipped off the wall over his grandmother and landed directly in front of her on his feet and then sat down in a chair, all while never letting go of her hand. And by the way, Valerie and the nurse stated that the grandmother had like no reaction to this, almost as if she had seen it before. So just something to keep in mind.
So we sit here and think. He's walking backwards. She's holding his hand. Doesn't that mean like her shoulders like going all the way back and she's just acting like it's normal?
Yeah, she's like, I'm just fed up with this demonic possession shit. I'm just fed up with these demons. Here they go, controlling my grandchildren. That's what it seems like to me.
So Valerie and the nurse ran out of the room in terror at what they had just witnessed. A doctor in the hospital heard about what had happened and did not believe it. He walked into the room and asked the boy to walk up the wall again, but the boy had no clue what he was talking about. Like, walk up the wall. Do it. Do it.
Do it. Do the roar. Do the roar.
So eventually LaToya and her children, except the 7-year-old, were all released from the hospital. The 7-year-old remained in the hospital under observation as LaToya left and took the other children to stay at a relative's house.
Now, something else worth mentioning was that same day, word of the 9-year-old boy walking up the walls in the hospital and being possessed started to make it around. The hospital chaplain named David Novell heard about this and decided to call Reverend Michael, who was a priest at St. Stephen in Maryville, Indiana. The hospital chaplain told Reverend Michael what had happened and asked for him to perform an exorcism on a 9-year-old boy. The Reverend told David that he would look into it and ask for the child's address. So keep this in mind as well as we go forward.
All right. So the next day, Valerie, aka the CPS worker, she turned in her report to the Indiana Department of Child Services. Her report stated that the boy's behavior was a result of mental illness. However, she also stated that there was, and I quote, an evil influence at work. Now, that same day, the Department of Child Services went and took emergency custody of the children without a court order, citing that all the children were, and I quote, experiencing spiritual and emotional distress.
So, y'all remember that reverend that was called by the hospital chaplain a few days earlier?
Yep.
Well, the following day after CPS took the children, the reverend showed up at the house. The reverend then interviewed LaToya and Rosa for several hours.
During the course of the interview, LaToya pointed out to the reverend how the light bulb was flickering and that each time he approached it, the flickering stopped. LaToya also pointed out that the blinds in the kitchen were moving without any airflow, and when the reverend went to look at them up close, he saw wet footprints throughout the living room. At that moment, LaToya began to complain of a headache, in which the reverend walked up to her, took out his crucifix, and pushed it up against her head. And when he did that, LaToya immediately began convulsing until he removed it, and then she stopped.
The Reverend told the family was being tormented by demons. He also said that LaToya was possessed, that her house had become cursed as a result of someone placing a hex on her, and perhaps occult practices had taken place in that house before and that had opened a portal.
Damn, he went straight to extreme.
Right?
Look, somebody placed a hex, a curse on your ass, and maybe some occult opened up a portal to hell in your house.
Wouldn't like a hex, there have to be like something inside the house to target her? Like,
I don't know. I was thinking more like a voodoo spell.
I don't know, I was watching one of the Conjuring movies.
Yeah, that one where they had something in the basement, right?
Yeah, it's like a little hex thingy
Yeah.
that was targeting.
I don't know. I need to brush up on my occult knowledge.
Pull out the black robe. I got you.
All right. So after the Reverend told her, hey, you got a portal maybe in your house, you got maybe somebody cursing you, but regardless, you got some shit going on here. You got some demons up in this bitch. The Reverend decided to start blessing the house. He walked around, said some prayers, and threw some holy water around. Once he was finished, he advised LaToya and her mother, hey, you guys need to leave the home immediately. You don't need to stay here any longer. So LaToya and Rosa left and moved in with some relatives.
Yeah, so several days later, Valerie Washington, aka the CPS worker, along with 2 police officers, met with LaToya and Rosa at the front of the house. Valerie and Rosa walked with 2 police officers into the home. As the police investigated the home, Rosa told them that demons seemed to come from beneath the stairs. The police really didn't pay attention to her and continued walking and taking notes of the home and its condition.
During their investigation, one of the officers' digital recorders automatically went from full power to nothing, 0, even though he had placed fresh batteries into it earlier that day. The other police officer made sure that his recorder was still running and continued on. Together, they went downstairs to the basement and noticed the altar that was set up by LaToya. The police officers took a few pictures and then walked up the stairs and were about to enter back into the kitchen, but decided to turn around one last time and take a picture of the basement stairs.
The police concluded their investigation and left. On the route back to the police station, one of the officers reported through his radio that his police vehicle began to malfunction. Later that day, when that same police officer went home, he noticed that his garage door would not open. He also noticed that the seat in his vehicle began moving on its own.
You'll notice that throughout this story is that everybody who starts to have contact with this house starts having weird things happen to them. It's very strange.
We've got a very different kind of sponsor for this episode, The Jordan Harbinger Show, a podcast you should check out. It is a high-quality, fascinating podcast.
The show covers such a wide range of topics through weekly interviews with heavy-hitting guests. And there is a ton of interesting episodes.
For example, I'd recommend that you check out episode 28 with James Fallon, How to Spot a Psychopath. They go into the ingredients that go into creating a psychopath, the differences between psychopaths and sociopaths, and how to spot one.
And I'd recommend that you check out episode 457, Help, I Married a Conspiracy Theorist, which in this episode, Jordan talks about, hey, is your significant other that you've been married to for years secretly revealed that they have a belief in a number of conspiracy theories? And now you're sitting there wondering, how can I continue a life together when we're living 2 entire different realities? Well, guess what? He helps you out with that, which I think that's pretty cool. I'd love to marry a conspiracy theorist, but that's my own personal opinion. But I suggest you listen to the episode, okay?
Check out jordanharbinger.com/start for some episode recommendations.
Or search for The Jordan Harbinger Show. That's HARB as in banjo, IN as in nuts, GER on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Mix a little sports analysis, pop culture, and great interviews, and you've got the Rich Eisen Show podcast.
Alabama head coach Nick Saban.
I don't spend a whole lot of time answering hypothetical questions, and I think that's a pretty hypothetical question.
Did I just introduce rat poison into this equation? I'm sorry if I did that.
To some degree you did, but that's okay.
I do love that phrase.
It's a psychological disposition that people read and hear about how good they are. It's poison in the mind.
The Rich Eisen Show podcast. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
So that following day, both of those officers that were at the house the previous day, well, they started reviewing the digital recorder that they had captured at LaToya's home. So both officers became confused when the recorder seemed to have picked up a voice whispering, "Hey," as well as, "You out of here." So we do have a short little clip of what that sounds like. Isn't that what that is? Or what is it?
Just of the hey. I couldn't find the you out of here.
Okay.
Very short, like 2-3 second clip of it.
Okay, so yeah. So like Dan said, we have the clip of the hey. So we're going to listen to that right now. That's almost like an ASMR hey. Hey.
Yeah. And it was like right when you heard like the camera take a picture too. It's like, hey.
Yeah, that's weird. Now, just a little side note too. The police officers were in the basement when their digital recorder picked up this hey, and they were completely alone. It was just them two in the basement at that time. So there was no one else around. And it kind of reminds me of when I was recording, like a year ago?
Travis, Level come through on XFM 104.9, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington, etc. Got some great tunes actually lined up.
Excellent.
I've brought in some Amy Mann, some Neil Young. I'm playing my favourite Clash track. What have you got for us, Steve?
I got a dynamite hip-hop tune by
Yeah.
The Roots, which I think you'll enjoy.
Love it, love it.
Got a little bit of Joni Mitchell, maybe swing that on later.
Oh, excellent. I nearly brought in some Joni Mitchell. It's a good job I didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it wouldn't have made any difference. It wouldn't have made any difference.
No,
We'd
you'd
have
have probably
played-
played yours, and
yeah,
then I'd have been
fine.
told to
Go
go
away.
away with a flea in my ear.
Carl, what have you got lined up for us as the producer?
Right, well, Rockbusters.
Been off this week again?
Has he?
Yeah.
Another week off?
Another week off, yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't have a full week off. I had 3 days off
Yeah.
because I was working all over Christmas.
Yeah.
And still didn't stop working, preparing stuff. You've got a nice load of prizes there that
Yeah,
I've sorted
giving
out. I had
those
to
away,
come
yeah.
in especially to sort that out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Rockbusters.
Did you
will
rifle
continue.
through the drawers up at Capital Gold instead of down
Yeah,
here?
Rockbusters, we're still doing that.
Yeah.
it's going on.
Yeah, you're picking it up.
Yeah.
He's picking it up. Yeah, still doing that.
We've got that. Last week, we sort of changed educating Ricky a bit. Just a little
Don't
bit.
say we. I don't want to be incriminated in it.
Well, changed it in a sense that rather than giving you too much information about different things, it's hard to sort of keep it all in.
Yeah.
I'm giving you sort of information on one thing. So
Yeah.
last
No,
week,
because some of your stuff was a little bit too intense. My favourite story was there was a blind girl, she hit her head and got better, and I couldn't take all that in at once. So you should really ration some of the education.
we sort of
Wasn't
started
last week war-related stories?
Yeah, it was war. Do you think of that then?
What
and
do
it
you
was
think of that,
then?
three things.
And it was the French battle. Going over the top was John's got a moustache, which you think was ambiguous because someone might have said that anyway.
Well, look, you've remembered it, so it's working. So
Yeah.
we'll be doing that. And last week,
Loads
you
of
said,
French people have just gone to war who were listening to this.
Yeah.
You said you wanted to learn some science this week.
Did I?
Yeah. so the title this week for that is Acid. I would sort you some science out. Acid. Because that's
How long did that take you to call?
Listen, well, you know, people love Carl. There's comedians come to me and go, Carl's the funniest man. They absolutely love him, right? But I think we're only seeing half of it, right? If we can get him on television, his face then, when he told me that title, was like a child at Christmas.
Yeah.
He was so proud of it. He was excited what I was going to... It was brilliant.
It's a bit like when a child's drawn a picture in art class. You know you've got to stick it on the fridge,
You've
but
got
you
to,
basically
yeah.
think it's crap.
Yeah, yeah.
It's very much like that.
All right, Carl?
Is that good?
Yes.
So we'll be doing that. Do we need them?
Yeah. Have you got another one?
We have got another one. Looking at snails this
Oh,
week.
Do we
yeah.
need snails?
Do we need
Because I know you're not a
snails?
fan of snails, are you?
Well, after a bit of research, I found some good stuff out about, like, they sleep for 13 years, some of them.
Yeah.
And that. So we'll be looking
Ricky,
into
you
that
tried
later.
that one.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
We've got Ritual, Ritual.
Yeah.
Which is something that I told Ricky about.
Yeah, well, last week's was brilliant. It's good to have a flat head in India.
It's good to have a flat head in India.
That's brilliant. Yeah. well, I'm gonna just play one of my favourite Smith tracks.
Can I just make a request? So I'd quite like, if you've got time, to bring back just for 1 week only, White Van Carl.
Sure.
Because there's some quite interesting topics this week.
Oh, is there things happening in the world?
There's some
Carl
things happening.
There is.
No.
There is a light that never goes out. What? Someone's left one of those little things in here. It's brilliant, isn't it?
It's amazing. What are they called, those things?
I imagine I was thinking of being in the front row at a Morrissey concert and going, can I just play along? They are brilliant.
I don't know what kind of sound that is.
I don't know. It's only used for when Kenneth Williams
exactly.
sees someone undressing.
Yeah.
That's the only time that is used, that noise. That is brilliant.
But it's like it was specially created for the Carry On films.
Yeah, we need... I don't know what it is, but we need something when I walk in and see someone changing. Well, what about this? There is a light that never goes out, by the Smiths. I phoned Carl up in the week, and I said, what are you doing? He went, well, even though it's one of my days off, I'm just doing some research on the web. Found anything that said, I'm doing science. And then he said, you can get wigs for dogs in Tokyo. That's his scientific fact. And I went, what do you mean? Dogs, if they need a wig? I said, if they need a wig, what? Dogs going bald? And he went, like, this is fine to him. He went, it's a stressful city, Tokyo. The world's all right with Carl. He's always got an explanation. I've only ever seen him confused once. When, in Edinburgh, he looked out of his window one day and he saw a bloke putting a parking ticket on some rubbish.
Yeah.
And that genuinely confused him.
Yeah.
He couldn't work out, could you?
It's a bit weird, isn't it?
And the woman breastfeeding her 8-year-old child, you didn't like, did you?
I don't like that. But, the what's the name? Animals with wigs. I kind of thought, after I put the phone down to you, I kind of thought about it, thought, yeah, it's a bit daft, that.
Are you sure it's not the ageing pop group?
No.
The Animals?
But when you think, have you ever seen, like, a bald pet?
No.
It's weird.
What do you mean?
Because my mum, we had a cat. We used to get through loads of cats because we lived on.
Oh God! It started early today, isn't it?
What do you mean?
It's only 10 past 1.
What were you doing?
No,
running a restaurant?
We lived on.
Oh God! What do you mean?
No, we lived on like a main road.
Oh yeah.
Right? So we used to get through a lot of them. My dad
It was
kept
their
saying,
risk.
stop wasting money. It's not.
Stop wasting money, not wasting cats.
Right. So anyway, we had this cat that was ill all the time. And
it's just bag of nerves, probably.
Yeah, malingerer. Yeah, I'm terrified.
I'm going to which house?
Rome. Oh God, bloody hell, Rome.
Don't let me go to the Pilkingtons.
And it, for some reason, it kept being sick all the time. Right?
Yeah, that is nerves. That's definitely nerves.
So my mum kind of thought, I've had enough of this, and she shaved it.
What? Whoa! Whoa! Now I know you're not vets in your family, but what correlation did your mum think there was between it being sick and shaving it?
Because it kept being sick, and it was a pain to wash because it kept getting.
So
caught
she
up.
wanted a dry wipe cat.
So
why didn't you just varnish it? What?
It's weird. It's weird.
So now he's cold and sick.
No, but not all of it. She left sort of the back half, but sort of from its waist, sort of.
I love that. Shave it because it's sick on itself.
And
That is
it was the
genius.
weirdest looking thing. I mean, normally I like cats. I'm always like giving yours a stroke on the head and that.
Yeah.
As soon as she did that, it was like, oh,
Yeah.
can't touch it. And then
So now it's sick, cold, and hated.
Yeah.
I love. Carl.
It must have. I mean, the other cats must have been taking the mick out of it constantly. It's just making things worse. Did it get? I'm hoping that it got run over and was put out of its misery.
no, I think it got all right, that one. Or is that the? Yeah, it did get run over. It did.
Oh God. Oh dear.
How many cats do you say you've got through?
I'd say whilst I was living at home, I mean, it's still on the increase even though I'm not there. So whilst I was there, probably 5.
God.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
And were you upset each time, or you just got used to it?
It's one of them things, isn't it? Like I've said before, when you first see something, it's a bit of a shock. Do you know what I mean? It's like the Elephant Man or whatever.
Yeah.
First time you see him, it's that sort of, oh, look at that.
Do you remember the first time you saw Steve? No, I'm not being funny. Do you remember the first...
Yeah, but I've said this before. It's always, then you get used to how people look, and you don't... No.
I'm going to burst. You have to play a record.
No, but...
Because I just see Steve's...
No, but I've got used to it.
Shut up. Shut up.
Let You Down. Gold Rush on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. Brilliant.
Rick, I was in... I don't know whether I should tell you this, because it might rock you to the very core.
Go on.
But I was in an Indian restaurant the other night, and you've not seen the film. Have you seen the film Notting Hill?
I haven't, no.
Right, in the film Notting Hill, have you seen that, Carl?
Yeah.
Do you remember the bit, Julia Roberts plays a movie star, rather like
She's
Julia
the
Roberts.
most famous...
Yeah,
I know
and she's
her.
in a restaurant having dinner with Hugh Grant, and she overhears some people in the restaurant slagging her off, and saying, she's a slapper, probably all actresses are. And she's sort of stewing on it, and Hugh Grant wants to say something, and she says, "No, I won't let you." And then as she's walking out, she goes and says something to them, and of course their faces drop. They can't believe it's her. Anyway, I was in an Indian restaurant the other night, and they were slagging you off, Rick. Well, what they were saying is they were going, Ricky Gervais. The thing about Ricky Gervais is he's just like the character he plays.
Right.
He's just like David Brent in real life. And I was listening in, and I was thinking, well, I want to say something. I want to go over and have a word and say, you're partially right, but I couldn't. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't. What could I do? I couldn't really go over there and get into a rumble.
I want to say, what do you mean that I'm like him? I use his face and his vocal cords, but I mean, I can't help that.
But it's that thing as well of I don't know where they've got this information from.
But no.
Because you're not,
it's
so
received.
they're wrong.
Well,
so
it's they've received it from somewhere, or they've read it or something. It's just, but I don't know. I mean, I can't really be annoyed that they're just wrong.
But it was very weird.
It's like being annoyed at a vicar believing in God. I can't get annoyed with him. I just don't believe.
But because obviously they didn't recognise me, it's rather like, when they talk about that idea that if you could go to your funeral, what would people be saying about you? It's the closest you could get to that. That you can hear what people are saying about your friends.
But won't you to get around to that? You go, he is, yeah. What do you think of the other fella that's sometimes with him? That tall fella, he's good, isn't he?
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
It's a shame actually because. On the occasions I do get recognised from minor appearances, I never get any cool fans. I just get the nerds. I get the real nerdlingers. I don't get, beautiful women coming out.
You're putting them off, though. Putting them off. You've got to take what you can.
Well...
But you'll have nothing.
No, I know, but this girl came up the other day and she said, hey, are you that guy who's involved with The Office? I went, oh, yes, I am. She went, my boyfriend loves you. He's over here. And she pointed him out. I was devastated. I thought, I'm in here. Yeah. There was nothing going on. But there was a guy who was in HMV, and he was working with been working on the till, and he saw me. He said, would you sign this DVD? I went, oh, no problem. I said, and I was trying to make conversation. I was trying to be frothy, and I said to him, oh, selling well, is it? And he went, it is. Although we've had quite a lot of returns. I said, well, don't tell me that. I don't want to know that.
What did he mean? That they didn't like it?
And I said, what? People have been bringing it back.
No, I think it's glitches.
He said, they've been bringing it back. I said, what was the problem? He said, they didn't really like it.
No!
Yeah, some of them didn't really like it.
You can get it back if you don't like it.
I know. I mean, I don't know whether they gave him the money back, but certainly that's what he dealt with. That's what he'd encountered.
And then he said, we didn't give the money back, they just wanted to drop it off. What, they didn't want the money back?
Yeah, they just wanted to get rid of it.
It's like,
I don't want this rubbish in their house.
Oh, but we still get the money for it, do we?
We still get the money. But
Brilliant.
you know, I told you that other time. Again, because people don't recognise me, again, I was in a record shop, there was a stack of Office videos, and this guy went by, and I sort of heard them as they went by. He went, oh, Office, yeah, a lot of people like that. I think it's shit. He's mate when I agree.
Really?
And of course, again, what could I do? I couldn't say anything. I couldn't pipe up and go, well, that's sort of...
Well, I like the fact that you're always hearing these loud vocals.
Yeah.
It's great. What's the chance of that two people? That's brilliant. Maybe everyone's always slagging it off.
But it's partly,
that's it.
Yeah, that's partly it, but also because I keep hanging out by stacks of Office DVDs.
Oh, dear.
Wearing a T-shirt with a picture of you and me on it.
Yeah, that'd do it. What we got to play, Carl?
Something Steve wants.
Well, actually, I must dedicate this to someone who's emailed in. I mentioned earlier that I was going to play some of the Roots, and Joe from Peterborough's very excited about that. So this is not from the current Roots album, sadly, which I've not fully absorbed yet, and therefore don't feel I can make a decision on which track to play. But maybe that'll come
That's the sort of
sometime
effort
in the future.
and thought we put into our you know, picking music.
Exactly.
I had these cassettes still in my bag from last week.
Sure. Anyway, this is from the album Things Fall Apart. It's The Roots featuring Erykah Badu. You Got Me. Let's play it.
I love it, yeah. Well, it's coming up to 1:30, and so it's time for Rockbusters. It's a structured show. It's a new leaf. This show in the new year is going to be structured. Set pieces, hitting our marks. Do you know what I mean? There'll be time checks, weather checks. A bit cold out. If you're driving, careful on that. So do the prizes.
Watch out for traffic, like if it's bad.
Yeah.
Okay, well, again, an arbitrary selection of goodies.
What are those politicians doing?
Was that XFM News?
Yeah. Right, what have we got?
So we've got, for those that are a fan of the movie Donnie Darko, which a lot of people rave about this year, a sort of weird teenage movie, then there's a sort of sweatshirt there.
It is actually quite nice.
It's not bad at all. It's medium, so if you're a bit of a bloater, don't bother to apply unless you've got a friend already. We've also got here a Graham Norton video, certificate 18. So please don't phone up unless, don't email in unless you're above the age of 18.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, the best of his TV show.
Yeah.
Look forward to that.
It's a big stiff video, that, isn't it? It's a big stiff cock of a video.
Thanks very much.
I meant the...
you meant the bird.
Yeah.
There's also a fairly mediocre British wartime thriller, Enigma, which a lot of people, it was hyped for a while, but it's actually interminable. I've seen it. The first series here of The Kumars at number 42 on DVD. I think that's award-winning, so that's available as well. We've got 2 CDs by the look of it. We've got Pulp's Greatest Hits, which I don't think sold very well, and so presumably they are giving that away. And Johnny Cash's current album, American For the Man Comes Around. There's some good cover versions there.
Again, another big sell. A big sell. We're really pushing this.
But it's quite kooky. Johnny Cash here does covers of things including Personal Jesus.
Oh, right.
By Depeche Mode.
Yeah.
We've got Bridge Over Troubled Water, his version of that. Desperado. And anyway, it's not bad. That's probably the best treat in that bunch. And,
right.
I'm assuming there's some questions there, Carl.
Yeah.
Right, here we go.
If you're a new listener, the way it works, I'll give you a cryptic clue and some initials, and it sort of makes up a band. Yeah. Makes more sense when you hear it, I reckon.
Not particularly.
Well, not really. Although people do get it. I just worry about the state of our listeners. Go on.
Right, so there's 3 of them. You email in ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk.
It's email only. I repeat, only. It is email only.
We are too lazy to answer the phone.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go then. Number 1. There's normally 2 easy ones and a difficult one.
Sure.
So here we go. Number 1. Don't argue with him. He ain't going to change his mind.
Don't argue with him. He ain't going to change his mind.
Yeah, that's AA.
AA.
That's, yeah. So that's the first one.
He's not going to change his mind. What do you mean, You've got them written out, haven't you?
I'm just thinking about what the answer is, so I don't write the answer down.
Don't worry, they get it. Yeah, don't worry.
Well, you can't remember it? You came up with it. There's only 3.
I know, it's weird, isn't it?
No, it's not weird. It's incompetent.
Right, the second one, anyway. I hope you get this.
I hope you get this. Email in and tell us the answer.
This is a shambles, isn't it?
Hang on a minute.
Keep going.
Go on.
He always gets what he wants and doesn't worry about anyone else. P.
And you don't know
You don't know that is?
I'm sure it'll come to me once I see it on email.
What do you mean? Once they get it, you'll agree with them?
I'll know if it's the one I had down as the answer.
This is brilliant. Imagine Jeremy Paxman doing that, going...
Yeah, University Times.
Is that right? Go on.
Right, so that's that one.
Give us that one again.
He always gets what he wants and doesn't worry about anyone else. P.
But you're confused. I don't understand how you can be confused.
Yeah.
All right, what's the final one?
The third one, I'll have to put that woman in the oven. And that's AB.
All right, quickly give us them again.
Right, so the first one, don't argue with him. He ain't going to change his mind. That's AA. He always gets what he wants and doesn't worry about anyone else. That's P. And I'll have to put that woman in the oven. AB.
All right.
Okay.
ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk.
I'm going to play a classic track now by Neil Young, Alabama. It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Neil Young, Alabama. Carl is still confused. He's waiting. He's biting his fingers, waiting for an email to tell him the answer to the clue he made up but can't get. I love that as an experiment. As a I mean, that would confuse psychologists, that you come up with something that you can't get. It's brilliant.
Yeah, you came up with the question, you don't know the answer.
And you expect them to, but you can't, and you made it up. Look at your face. Look, play some adverts. Honestly, Juan, by Billy Corgan's new band there. Ex-Smashing Pumpkins. Sounds a bit like them, but I like it.
It's all right, not bad.
I like it.
You would seem to know, Rick, incidentally, that someone's got the right answer, so
Carl's
Carl now
relieved.
knows the answer, yeah.
Brilliant. Well done, Carl. You're a fool. Right.
Well, talking of which, it's a long time since we've had any White Van Carl. For those that don't remember this particular hot feature, we basically ask Carl some of the questions that are asked of a white van driver in the sun. They always have this on Saturday afternoons. Anyway, here's the first one. And they're not fascinating, Carl, but I'm just interested on your take, really.
Yeah.
What do you make of Cilla Black quitting Blind Date after her husband sent a message from beyond the grave? You familiar with this story?
I didn't know that. What's that?
She went to see a medium, and supposedly her husband passed on information through the medium, which was incredibly vague, but persuaded her to quit live on air.
Well, it's about time, isn't it? If even dead people are saying enough's enough. But I'll tell you what, though, talking about ghosts and that, do you know how I'm into them?
Yeah.
Right? How weird do you think this is, right?
Well, it's not true. Before you say it, play a record.
No, go on.
Go on.
Right, it's this woman. I don't even know if it's ghost, really. It's just a bit weird.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
There's this woman, and she's not a woman, she's a kid.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
She's walking down, like, a street in her area. It's a nice day and everything. Everything's normal. She's walking down, and a woman comes up, cycling past, right? The woman on the bike looks at the kid, absolutely terrified, right? Got a really scary face on her.
Yeah.
The kid's thinking, why is she doing that?
Yeah.
Right? So anyway, she thinks nothing of it, goes, I think she was playing in the park or whatever, goes and has a nice day. About 15 years later...
Oh, right, yeah.
She's, I don't know, I think she was going to work, right, on a bike.
She was riding her own bike?
Riding her own bike, cycling down the road.
Oh, yeah.
Looks at the kid. That's the thing that happened, like, 15, 20 years ago.
Right.
It's her on the bike looking at her as a kid.
Right. Not another child.
No. So
right.
It's her. She's seen herself.
Carl? I mean, I don't know where to start.
Firstly, where's this information come from?
But I mean, why do you ever? I mean, I don't know what part of that you think can be true. I don't. I'm honest. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. What are you talking about?
Bit weird, though, isn't it?
But it's not true.
It didn't happen. Nothing happened like that.
She said it did.
Well, then she's wrong.
Who? She said she saw herself.
She saw herself as a kid, didn't she?
Did she carry on riding
as an adult when she was a kid.
Did she stop and talk to herself? Or did she ride on by and think, that's a bit weird, there's me as an 8-year-old. I won't stop, I'll be late for work.
Yeah, if I'm late again, the boss said he'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, and where is this information? Did it happen to someone you know?
No.
You overheard it on the bus?
No, it was in the 14 Times.
Ah, right. Well,
okay.
That's the answer.
Good.
We've got to the bottom of that.
Right, good. Brilliant.
Now, what do you make of David Blunkett accusing gangster rappers of making kids believe guns are cool? It's a hot topic there, Carl, and I imagine you've got some strong opinions.
He's saying what?
He is saying, basically, that all this rap music is advocating gun use and violence against people, and he's very worried about it.
Nah.
Okay, all right. What's the next one?
Have you thought about going into politics? Because I'll tell you this, they wouldn't be able to argue with you, really, in the Houses of Parliament. Where would they start?
Yeah, my fellow is an idiot.
Yeah. No, but violence has always been about, isn't it, like cowboys and Indians. They didn't have PlayStations and Tupac then, and there was still violence.
What do you mean? In the Wild West?
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So you can't really blame it on stuff. It'll always happen. That's the world, and it's made up of different types and that.
Again, he's right. Again, he's sort of right in a way, in his innocence, in his buffoonery.
I didn't hear what he said.
He just said there's always been violence. You know what I mean? It's sort
Even,
of like...
you know, dinosaurs, look at them. They cause a lot
And
of
then he
trouble.
went too far and made himself sound
No,
like a
but-
fool again.
But I'm just saying, it's always happened, it always will.
Yeah.
Don't try and change it.
Yeah, just chill out is what you're saying.
Do you know what we should do? We should all get on our bike, go and find ourselves when we're little, and go. Be careful what you do in life. Oasis, Supersonic, still good.
Still
isn't
as
it?
good as ever.
Still good on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington.
You'll be pleased, Rick.
Go on.
Ricky Anderson has emailed in.
Dickers
Danderson.
Oh, what are you doing, Dindo?
He's probably our biggest fan.
Diddler, you little diddler.
Exactly. He has emailed in, as ever. Ricky, your show fast. Do you maintain such levels of senseless drivel? That's from Randy Anders. as I
Little
call him.
diddle dobbers.
Oh. So thanks again,
Dudley.
Vicky, for that. Yeah.
Well done. He's yeah, that's great. I
Nice
get a
stuff, eh?
buzz. I was disappointed last week where he didn't. What ask him why he's didn't email us
He didn't
last.
respond last week. No, it's a shame.
Probably
that.
busy. I don't believe he had something better to do.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so.
I can't believe that of anyone.
No,
when
no, on
you've
a
got
Saturday
this sort of
afternoon.
level,
Exactly.
Intense chat. What have you done this week, Carl?
Well, I've had a few days off, haven't I?
Yeah.
Still, doing stuff for this show and that, but managed to
Well,
get a
not
few
really.
hours in.
Yeah, not really.
Just doing nothing, and bought a place. So I was looking at kitchens.
Yeah.
Weighing some of them up and
Yeah. Checking them out.
and also ordered a sofa.
Yeah.
Nice sort of comfy sort of leatherish
Mhm.
sofa.
A leatherish.
Oh, I don't like leather sofas.
Yeah, but what are you picturing?
A leather sofa.
A leather sofa.
Yeah,
I
but
just
like
don't,
what?
it's squeaky and it's.
No,
it's,
this isn't. This
isn't it?
No, this isn't like that.
But I want a really old, sinky dainty fabric. I want a sofa that is as comfortable as a bed. Do you know what I mean?
Well, if it was acceptable, you'd have a bed in your lounge, wouldn't you? If that was allowed, without seeming like you were sort of like elderly, or
That would be
just-
good. And I'd have a drip going in.
Yeah.
Sort of like with nutrients, because I can't be bothered to chew.
No,
I
you
just
can't,
lager, sort of lager with sort of vitamins.
Vitamins
and
pumped
then
in, yeah.
and then one going from my knob down to the toilet.
To the lavatory, yeah.
And with all the remote controls, and that would be amazing.
To be fair, you're almost there, Rick. I've
Yeah.
certainly seen the toilet tubing when I've been round in the past.
My dad's bed, right? My dad would never change his chair. Mum would try and get rid of it because it would just fit to him, and it'd just be absolutely dilapidated, right? And
What,
same
he's
with
like,
his bed.
he had like his own chair in the lounge.
Yeah, his own chair, right? And then, and his bed, right? When they had separate rooms towards the end, and his bed, right? It had it for years, and it was a big dip. It was just
Really?
like a spoon in the middle, where it was concave. Where it said it. And my mum used to just vacuum it out.
Oh,
Where all the little bits are like, he'd have a fag in bed, or he'd do his roll-ups in bed.
Yeah.
And
oh,
he
that's
said to him,
grotesque.
"What? Why do you like that bed? It's curved. He goes. It means I can't fall out." I did. It was like in a hammock. That's great.
That can't have been good for his back.
Well, I don't think it mattered towards the end of it. Yeah. So a hammock would be. I really would love a hammock. I think a big beanbag would be good, wouldn't it? With a telly.
A beanbag as big as a bed would be amazing.
Yeah, but this is still the telly thing. Because do you prop yourself up a little bit to watch it? Do you watch it on the side, which is annoying? Do you turn the telly on the side?
I've always wondered about that.
The weird thing is, right, I've mentioned before about certain things that are just right, like your hand, 5 fingers is just enough, right? One more,
The sex tips.
it ruins stuff.
Yeah, well, one less.
One less, and I was saying about drying your pots and that, it'd be really slippery and that.
Yeah.
Right? And the weird thing is, right,
I think
a bed,
that's what nature had in mind.
no,
Yeah.
but like my mum and dad, right, they moved to this little house, right? And they had loads of furniture that they collected over the years without chucking out, and they've moved to this small house, so they just had too much furniture, right? And they had this double bed, and that was for when friends come round and that, they can stay there. But the problem was he wanted to sort of put these wardrobes in the bedroom, right?
Right.
That went on either side of the bed.
Sort of wrapped around
because,
the bed.
but because the room was so small, he thought, I can sort that out.
Yeah.
Right? And he sawed the bed.
He sawed the bed?
He sawed the whole thing. So you've got, your mattress, your bed, and everything. And
What, he
sort
just sliced some off?
Like a big sandwich, just cut a bit off the edge.
Cut the crust off.
How much is that, would you say?
About 8 inches, 6
About
inches.
8 inches.
But hold on, but that
he
won't
cut
work. Because it'll all fall out the side, and then what happened to the springs and all the supports and stuff?
He
It would just
sorted it
collapse.
out. It didn't all come out and that. I mean, it's not the comfiest bed. but the weird thing is, he did it, and even though it's only like that 8 inches or whatever, it totally ruined it. It's
Yeah.
like,
Well, of course it would.
no, but what do you think I mean? I don't mean it ruined it as in it looks a mess.
No, it would have been uncomfortable.
Not even that though. Just the fact it's that little bit shorter. It's like, God, for 2 people, this is hard work now. This is like you haven't got enough room, even though it's only 8 inches.
Why did he build the wardrobes first without measuring, putting the?
I think he did all that and then thought, oh, it'll easily fit in there, and it didn't. So he had to sort of saw a bit off the bed. But it's just weird how only 8
Did
inches.
he use one of those electric saws?
Yeah.
And
That's amazing.
There was just kind of
What
sort of
did it-
material and wood just flying everywhere.
What did he do with the legs? Did he have to move the legs
He
in a
moved,
bit?
he moved the legs. Looking at it, right, once it's got like the quilt on it and everything, you wouldn't know. I was like,
Sure.
yeah, that's all right, you've done a good job.
Yeah.
And I went to bed at night. He's like, sleep well. Got up in the morning after having about 45 minutes sleep and said, something not right with that.
Yeah.
And he
You
goes, "What do
really are
mean?"
your father's son, aren't you?
I said,
There's something not right
it's
with
not
that.
right. And he said, oh, well, I said, what have you done? It doesn't seem the same. And he said, oh, I had to shorten it, sort of thing, to fit in the gap. I said, well, I can't sleep in it. I said, and there was a big kerfuffle. My mum was saying, look, you have our bed then, and we'll sleep in that one. And my dad was like, sod that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ruined.
You know,
Some idiot cut it.
So there was a big debate going on about where we should sleep, and I was saying, look, I only come and see you like every couple of, probably once every 6 months.
I'm not being funny, but next time we go home, can I film it? Just for, do you know what I mean, Channel 4 or something?
Well, the Osbournes is not on at the moment. The
Yeah, I know.
Pilkingtons.
Be-
that would be extraordinary.
Oh, can we film it?
That's brilliant.
Is anyone from Channel 5 listening to this show?
Or Bravo.
Yeah.
The Pilkingtons.
Weird, though. Weird.
Play a record?
What do you want to play? Do you want to play, do you fancy playing some of yours?
What, have we got
I
anything?
don't know, something that was sent in to you, maybe?
Oh, yeah, no, I'll tell you, yeah, I'd like to play this. Yeah, Bronze Age Fox, band from Bristol, my neck of the woods.
Always
play
working,
the tune,
Carl.
play the tune.
Always working. He's
Play the
always
tune.
working. He's on the ball. He's on the ball. He's on the Bobby ball. Coldplay, The Scientist, XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais with Stephen Merchant and Carl Pilkington. Carl, what are you doing?
I wish that's how you spoke.
Right, what are you doing then? What's
Let's
going
have a quick reprise, if we could, of the Rockbusters clues.
Yeah, Rockbusters, if you've just tuned in, you've missed it this week. If you
Well, no,
clues.
you haven't. That's why we're giving the clues again.
Yeah, no, but if they haven't.
Eh?
What?
Say if they've been busy. and
Just
they've
give the clues again.
first one.
God.
Don't argue with him, because he isn't going to change his mind. That's AA. Second one, he always gets what he wants and doesn't worry about anyone else. That's P. Yeah. And the third and final one, I might have to put that woman in the oven. AB.
Interesting.
Are we telling them or still?
No.
chance? Yeah.
People have still got a chance to win those extraordinary prizes. ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk.
We've
It's
still
email
got
only.
features to come, though, Steve. It's
Go on.
incredible. We've still got Ritual. Remember last time? People in India, it's good to have a flathead.
Yeah.
We've got Do We Need 'Em? I've got That's Ridiculous.
That's a great game.
What should we do next? What should we do next?
It's too much.
We Do We Need 'Em out of the way?
Get Do We Need 'Em out of the way?
Yeah, just
Let's explain it again.
if you're new, I'm sort of on a bit of a mission to find out, we've got a lot of animals and insects in the world and stuff.
Yeah.
Do we need them all?
It still amuses me.
So we've found out we've got to keep jellyfish. We've done octopus. She said we've got to keep them. This week, snails.
Do we need them?
Just doing some research, right? I'm sort of working my way through different creatures and insects and stuff that's on the planet.
Yeah.
Right? And finding out if we need them or not. Right?
Yeah.
Do you know much about snails?
Sea snails.
Well, yeah.
Snails in general. Don't know much about snails, land snails. Know a bit about sea snails, like whelks, top shells, that sort of thing.
Would you say they're important?
What sort of sense do you mean by important?
say if we had to sort of get rid of some animals and insects and that because we're running out of room.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Because I'll tell you what I know about some snails. I don't know if this applies to sea snails as well. I mean, I called you today because a lot of other places are shut.
Yeah.
Right? So, I know they like to eat stamps, apparently. The glue on stamps. They love it, right?
Right.
Apparently a lot of letters and stuff aren't getting to where they're meant to be getting because snails are crawling into letterboxes and eating the stamps. That obviously doesn't apply to the sea ones, but that's a problem they're causing.
All right.
Were you aware of that?
No, I didn't know that.
Bet you're glad you answered the phone today. Right? They love beer.
Beer, yeah, who doesn't?
And also, I don't know if this is right, but I heard that they sleep for 13 years, or can do.
Right, I wouldn't know if they can sleep for 13 years or not, but I mean, sea snails are pretty important. Yeah, they do quite a good job in the sea. They graze on algae, and they provide food for other animals. I mean, you can say that about any fish, you know, or any animal. Why do they exist?
Would you be upset if someone said we're getting rid of them?
Oh yeah.
You would be.
They're an animal, you know. I wouldn't.
Forget being like favouritism and all that I get for them, right? There'll be other things knocking around you can sort of spend your time looking after. You'll still have a job. Don't be worrying about that. Because I'm not going to get rid of all the fish. Jellyfish need looking after, so you're safe.
Yeah.
But do we need them? Come on, there's loads of people saying, come on, we've got to move on through the animals, and you're holding them up saying, well, I want to keep them.
Well, who's saying we need to... That just sounds a bit crazy to me.
Just imagine. Do you know what I mean? And they would come to you because you're working in an aquarium, so they'd be asking for your advice.
Right.
And you're slowing it down.
Well, they asked for my advice, and I'm giving it to them, so, that's what I think, anyway.
Yeah, but snails, I mean, like I say, they drink beer and that, What did they do apart from some food for a whelk?
They were around, their descendants were around a lot longer than we have been.
Yeah, they've been around a long time, but what have they done?
Well, they survived that long, so they must be doing something pretty good.
Well, apparently they sleep for 13 years, so really, even though they've been around for ages...
I think that sounds a bit... I don't think they sleep for 13 years.
Not all of them, just the tired ones. So, snails, do we need them?
Well, yeah, I just think they've got to... it's not for us to say, do we need them or not, we can't.
So you think we should keep them?
Yeah, definitely.
Carl, I'm proud of you. That was, I know. What did he think he was doing? What? I don't know what you tell these people. I mean, you don't get their permission to play this out, do you? You just don't tell
the
them.
thing is, right, I sort of told him what it was about, but we won't say who he is or where he works, because it doesn't matter. I just needed to speak to someone who knows.
I know the fact that you were trying to get an answer out of him by suggesting that he would be safe, because he could look after jellyfish if he gave the okay to destroy snails.
He was getting livid, you could tell.
Oh, God. Brilliant. So he's been around a long time, but what have they done? Well, that was great, Carl. Play a record. Well done.
Bit of Amy Man.
Oh, I'm obsessed with this song, Red Vines. It's brilliant. I love that. Amy Man, Red Vines. XFM 104.9, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington.
You mentioned earlier when we had our regular email from Dickie Anderson.
Yeah.
Randers, as I call him.
Dandy son.
Yeah. You mentioned it because we didn't get anything from him last week. We didn't get anything from him last week. Anyway, he's obviously listening. Rich, because he's emailed in to explain his absence. Dear Ricky, sorry for not tuning in last week. Only I was in HMV returning the 14 copies of The Office I got for Christmas. That's from Randers. So, he's explained himself.
Oh,
he's
dear.
excused himself.
Oh, Anders, we should get him on one day.
Yeah.
Right, okay, Carl. That's ridiculous. 3 amazing scientific facts, one of which is spurious. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, 1. Girls can't throw because the part of their brain that allow men to throw properly in a girl is used up in emotion. 2. Gravity isn't instantaneous, it works at the speed of light. the force of gravity. 3, statistically, you're more likely to be trampled by a donkey than dying in a plane crash.
Now, even though the last one sounds daft, I think I've read that about the donkey thing.
Okay.
So, girls. What's the first one?
Girls can't throw properly because the part of the brain that allow men to throw is used up in emotion in a woman. Gravity isn't instantaneous. It works at the speed of light. So when you drop something, the force kicks in at the speed of light.
What do you reckon, Steve?
Well, it's not for me to say.
Is this a trick one where none of them are ridiculous? Or
no, one of those three. One of those three is not true.
Right. Well, it's definitely not the donkey. Right. So, I reckon the girl one throwing stuff
is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well done.
Well
Very
done.
well done indeed.
Yeah.
Very well done indeed.
That's 2 out of 2 he's got so far.
Well, there you go. Well, I'll teach you some stuff now. Right.
I've always been fascinated by the donkey fact, because it is an extraordinary fact that more people are killed apparently by donkeys than they are by airplane crashes.
Well, I suppose in countries where they're used and used a lot, that they go a bit mad and squash it.
But my concern is that when you go on a plane, there's so many checks. I mean, it takes 40 minutes to go through all the checks: the air pressure, the cabin pressure, the fuel, checking the flights, the takeoff, all the rest of it. Our checks for donkeys.
Nothing.
Did someone close the gate? I think so.
Exactly.
That's
yeah.
our
Is he
donkey
annoyed?
checks.
Is he annoyed or not? You're not working him too hard, are you? Yeah, yeah. He's got his hand. Is there two holes for the ears? Yes.
Well, I think that's what's happening. I don't think it's accident. I think they're picking us off. I think they're so annoyed that a nickname for them is ass.
Yeah.
And they've got to wear the little hat. You know, they've got to ride kids. Give kids rides on the beach. And I think they're just sort of annoyed.
Yeah.
Maybe they're sort of just picking us off one by one,
Yeah.
teaching us a lesson.
If we had the same stringent checks
Exactly.
on donkeys as we do on international flights, maybe there'd be a little less death.
Exactly. Wise words.
Cheers.
Wise, if slightly incoherent words.
Go on, Carl.
Got that right. Acid. I would sort you out with some science.
Brilliant. I forgot the puns in mind, didn't I? I forgot the puns.
Yeah.
Go on.
Right, so, you asked to sort of be taught some science and that last week after being taught about war, so did some research. And there's a few things, I think we'll just cover one of them now.
Go
on. We've talked a lot about hairy kids.
We have discussed that a lot.
I love the fact that Simon Sharma has never started a programme like that. The Jacobites. We've talked a lot about hairy kids. Go on.
It's a little bit. I mean, it's not your traditional science stuff, but it's still
More left
interesting,
field.
and it's a little bit. You know, it's still.
Yeah, we talked about hairy kids. We have disproportionately, honestly. I think this show's talked about hairy kids more than any other radio show.
Well, it's one that.
Sorry, I noticed both of you there dropped the H or the H or however it's pronounced.
I had to.
So airy
kids,
hairy, hairy children, not sort of airy, kind of light-headed or.
Yeah.
Well, there was the case of the one who lived in China.
Yeah.
And
which was weird for 2 reasons, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So go on.
One was like he was covered in hair.
That's already weird.
And the doctor sort of checked him over and said, "Well, yeah, he is hairy, but he's quite healthy. Apart from he had a little bit of eczema and a boil." That was the main bit of the story, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But this one, right? We have sort of talked about it, and you weren't having any of it at the time.
What?
This next bit of science I'm telling you about.
Go on then.
Right. Remember when I told you about a lad who was living at home with his mum and dad, right? Everything's, normal life, go to school, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Then I think his mum and dad had an argument, and it kicked off a bit, and he thought, I'm sick of this. It's happening all the time now. They kept having arguments, so the kid ran off into the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yep.
Right?
God.
Now, he left, he went and ran in the woods, and he ended up living with some monkeys.
Right.
Right? And he thought, this isn't a bad life, there's no arguments going on.
Sure.
He was getting on with them. And the weird
he loved
thing
bananas.
is, this is where the science bit comes in.
Oh, sure.
He grew a load of hair on his body.
That's not true. It's not true.
It is true.
It's an acquired characteristic.
I bet someone will back me up on this.
But no, you can't. You can't grow hair like that. You might get a little bit more down here. The erectile tissue might, they won't fall out as much. That would, but you don't actually grow a big mane if you're cold and you're a human.
Well, he did. This lad did. I know it sounds a bit strange and that, but he was living with the monkeys, and because it was cold, his body reacted to it.
Listen. He was no hairier than he would have been if he was walking around naked on a cold day, with or without living with monkeys.
The fact that he was living with monkeys makes no difference.
No, I know, but I'm trying to get, picture it in your head what it's like.
Although Mickey Dolenz was always pretty hairy.
Right? So he was living with them, and he went into town or something one day to get some food, and the people there were like, hang on a minute, that isn't a monkey.
He went in naked?
No, he was there covered in hair.
Yeah, but naked, but covered in hair, so it was decent. It was.
Yeah. But that was the weird thing. They thought it was a monkey in the shop. And then
So presumably he had a big, long beard as well, because he couldn't shave, could he?
No, he just covered. He looked like a monkey.
And they were happy to serve the monkey, were they? There's a monkey, he's
How
buying
did he
a
walk?
newspaper and
How
some
did he
milk.
walk? How did he walk, Carl? Did he walk upright or whistling along?
The picture that I saw on the internet, he was on all fours, but I
Course
don't
he
know if
was.
that's when he was
Course he
running
was.
away after he did sort of, realised he was a kid. But this was a picture.
So he was a kid as well. He wasn't even like an adult with the beard.
No, he was a kid.
Brilliant.
And
The beard kicked in a little bit
So
earlier.
listen, so the
Go on.
people caught him.
You're an idiot.
The people caught him.
Yeah.
Shaved him. Right. Got it all off. Didn't grow back again.
Right.
It
You're
grew.
an idiot.
Well, like I say, people will have heard this story or read about it.
You're
and
an idiot.
And they'll email in. They don't let me down.
And they'll agree that you're an idiot.
No, they'll have seen the story.
You're an idiot.
So that's a little bit of science.
You're an idiot.
Did you see the stylish kids in the riot? I cherish you, my love.
Libertines, Time for Heroes, and XFM 104.9. Right, okay, so have you got anything that is science as opposed to nonsense?
Well,
Kid went off with some monkeys, grew hair, came back, shaved him, it didn't grow back. I mean, just think. Right, something else.
There's a few things I found.
Yeah.
There's a fella
Oh, God.
who had hiccups for 69 years. That was a bit annoying.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's the dog with the wig that we've discussed.
Imagine if you just tuned in.
Yeah.
There's the dog with the wig that we've already discussed.
Did we discuss that?
Not really.
Did I not tell you what he said? I did, didn't I? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What else have we got? Well, there's something here that you sort of know.
Is this going out live? At the
Yeah,
moment?
this is happening,
Right,
right?
go on.
But remember when you talked about sponges?
Yeah.
If you get a red sponge and a blue sponge.
You liquidise them, pour them back into a tank. After a few hours, that they know which was which, and they reform as a red sponge and a blue sponge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was weird when you told me.
Yeah.
Looked it up, did a bit of research.
Yeah.
Thought that's sort of sciencey.
Yeah.
You can do the same thing with a mouse's brain.
Okay. Explain a bit more.
No, you can't.
If you get a dead mouse,
Yep.
put its brain into a blender, blend it up, leave it standing for a bit.
Making that up, aren't you? You're confusing this. You watch Nigella Lawson make some sort of pudding.
No.
What do you mean? It won't work with the brain.
Well, it does with I mean, not human brain. Don't be trying that.
Although
no, a mouse one, a mouse one.
And what happens?
It sort of reforms, goes back together again. No, it's because apparently it's made up of the same stuff as.
But it doesn't, does it? Because if it's dead, if it's a dead brain, the cells can't act anyway. The fact the sponge is that it doesn't kill the cells, it liquidises them, it doesn't kill the cells.
Yeah.
So it couldn't be a dead brain anyway. It would have to be a live brain taken out from a live mouse for the cells to be getting oxygen and working and being sensitive to each other. And that, I don't see how that could work like it does in sponges.
I mean, do you know what I mean?
You're not a scientist.
I've just sort of read it and gone, oh, that's interesting. I'll tell Ricky and Steve about it.
Yeah.
You're quizzing me as if I've come up with it.
No.
Someone else has done it and said it works.
Sure.
So I'm not.
Do you think ghosts are behind it, or do you think there's a scientific explanation for it?
No, it's just one of them weird things, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's what you sort of science covered for this week.
Well, that was another barnstorming feature. Pilkington.
Is that it? Is that the two things you got
Thanks
this
very
week?
much for that.
Well, yeah. I mean,
There's nothing behind them. Do you know what I mean by this? There's not like a weight of intellect behind these facts.
Why don't you make that your science project for this week? Find a dead mouse somewhere, Carl, and a blender, and bring that in next week. We'll do it live on air. See what happens.
Oh.
Well,
Do you feel sort of let down, Actions?
well,
What are you expecting us to do? What are you expecting us to just like look at you, open-mouthed, staring at you in awe?
just like, oh God, yeah, where did you find that out? And like,
Yeah, but
you
if
know,
we never tell us.
We know where you found it out. You looked on the internet and a strange homemade website by a maniac somewhere who puts on stupid things that he heard through Chinese whispers. That's where you get your information from. I doubt that anything you've ever come up with is verified. If it is, it's luck.
but what do you expect me to do for you? Do you know what I mean? I'm just.
You know, I'd like to know what the source of the information is. I'd like it to be, you know, a research study by the University of Columbia, rather than, you know, a guy who calls himself Mr. Pickles. On a website somewhere, www.lunatics.com.
I mean, oh God,
some kind of evidence. Do you know what I mean?
I must warn you now. You know that Steven Spielberg thing's coming, Taken, yeah, about alien abduction. When you watch it, just remember this: it's not a documentary. Okay.
All right. And
all right.
You remember E.T.? We were discussing that earlier. You know that's not fact. It's not actual fact.
Brilliant. Black Star Radiohead from the Bends on XFM 104.9.
Rick John has emailed in.
Yeah.
It looks here like he's maybe trawled the web himself. I mean, I don't know if people just immediately leap onto the web every time Carl says something in his defence.
I think our listeners are always on the web.
Yeah. Anyway, he seems like he's reprinted here a news story, which seems to confirm Carl's Monkey Boy story.
Yeah, what was the news
Doctors
story?
baffled by boy 6 covered in ape-like hair. Doctors in Kazakhstan are baffled after finding a 6-year-old boy covered in ape-like hair.
Yeah.
The boy, called Ablay, was found in a remote mountain village close to the Chinese border. He's covered in thick hair from head to toe and has an oval-shaped skull. Doctors suspect nuclear radiation or a genetic disorder may be responsible.
Fine.
But it's an interesting bit.
But sorry, it's not that you could have genetic defects. I've seen lots of people born with long noses, 5 feet, etc. I'm saying that he wasn't normal. he wasn't normal, and then went to live with monkeys and grew the hair.
Well,
that's my
true.
point.
But it says his mother and father are distant relatives. Such marriages are common in the Kazakhstan mountain hamlets. Now, the village elders were consulted as to what to do with him, right? Now, these are the village elders. These are the wise men of the village. These are the people, presumably, that all year long are telling the village how to live, how to survive.
Yeah, you're in charge because you've lived longest.
Yeah, exactly. You presumably are solving any kind of moral conundrums, any sort of awkward things. Do you know what they suggested that they do with their hairy son?
Go on.
Send him to the circus.
The Carl's nodding.
Put him in the circus. That was what they suggested, and the mother actually wanted him to go to school.
Instead, there's I don't know, school or circus, I don't know. We don't know what's better for him.
Exactly.
I'm not sure.
We must consult the elders.
What do you think, Carl?
It's not a bad life, is it?
What, the circus?
Yeah.
Well, you ran away from it.
Kids will love it. But remember that thing that I saw about that fella who, I don't have to talk about it really. It's
Go on. Tell us now. You've hooked me. Come on. You can say it. It's okay. What, are you worried that it might be insulting to someone?
Well, it's not nice, but...
Well, you're not taking the mickey out of it. You're telling us to go on.
It's just, it was in that book again that you got me. You know, the book full of weird people.
Go on.
And things that are wrong with them, and hairy people, and lad with 3 legs and that. There's a fella, basically just a head and a little body on a skateboard.
Yeah.
Right? Picture of him having a shave. And he was shaving with his mouth bit like that.
With his tongue?
Like that on the radio.
Yeah. Just like
Carl is now doing an impression of a man shaving with his mouth.
Yeah. Well, it's just a head, bear in mind. He's doing an impression. Imagine a head with a very tiny body on a skateboard shaving with its tongue. That's what Carl was doing.
And he was depressed because he kept getting hats for Christmas.
But if you were him, you would just grow a beard, wouldn't you, rather than...
Oh,
well, rather than go through all that
But you
hassle.
get it caught in the wheels of his skateboard.
True. Yeah.
Do you want to give us the clues again and the answers?
Yeah. The first one was, don't argue with him, he ain't going to change his mind. The initials there were AA. That's adamant.
Yeah.
All right?
That's good.
That's a good one. Second one, he always gets what he wants and doesn't worry about anyone else. That was P. That was Pixies. Right?
Picks his. It kind of works, yeah.
And the third one,
All right, I'll let you have that one.
I'll have to put that woman in an oven. That was AB. That was Anita Baker.
Anita Baker.
It's good.
Anita Baker.
Anita
Yeah,
Baker.
I'll let you have all three today.
So
You've done well.
So, do you want to pick a winner, Steve?
Well done to Mark Leder from Bow. He wins those fairly mediocre prizes. Enjoy them.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, well, we've had a few laughs.
We've had a few laughs, a few tears, a few scientific breakthroughs.
Exactly.
Got to get a picture of Carl somewhere in the national press, just his little round head there.
I had an email here. Carl is trying to distract attention from the fact that he is a monkey raised among humans and horses and has failed to develop hair.
It's I can just imagine him being the second cleverest in a troop of monkeys. You know what I mean?
Second cleverest.
You know what I mean? So
picking fleas out there.
Oh, look at his little face. I'll tell you what. Heat, I'm gonna get a picture of you. Just put it in the radio section of Heat. Just this is what Carl looks like.
Oh, another email. Someone said, when the monkey boy went to the shops, he was naked. Where did he keep his money?
Good point. Didn't happen then.
Right. Well.
Oh.
So that's that. We didn't even do all.
What do you mean?
We didn't get round to ritual.
Oh, come on, give us
No,
ritual.
we haven't really
We
got
have
time.
quickly.
No,
We have got time. Just do it. Why haven't we got time? It's 10:02.
Right. Well, we've got a long track to finish on.
Well, just do it.
It's.
Do it!
Are you familiar with the place called
Go on.
Easter Island?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what they do out there?
Eat eggs. I don't know.
Well,
Go
that's
on.
close.
Go on.
Right. What they do, right? There's a load of people living on an island,
Yeah. Easter Island.
and to find out who's going to be running the place, they
don't hold elections, do they?
They have these. Well, they have these birds that lay like expensive eggs on an island.
Expensive eggs.
Okay.
They lay expensive eggs.
Fabergé eggs.
Yeah. Go on.
On this island.
Yeah. Easter Island?
Once a year. No, off it, like about 2 miles out. Right?
Oh yeah.
And
Whitsun
and
Island.
the sea.
Shrove Tuesday.
Yeah. Pancake
We've run
Island.
out of time,
Just
right?
tell us.
No,
you,
Steve, we'll play your song.
no. Tell us. Right, finish
Next
it now.
week, next
You
week.
don't you dare. Oh, I'm
see you later.
Johnny Mitchell. Blue Motel Room from the album Nigeria. It's the song for
God.
the ladies this week. Thanks for listening. Next week with Easter Island.
I've got a blue motel.
Thinking sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there. Welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I am Joe, joined as always by
Devin.
and
Steve.
So, you guys ready to tackle a really groovy mystery?
Just one?
Yeah, no, actually it's 3.
Oh.
And actually, these aren't entirely mysteries. Well, the theme of this week's episode is places you don't want to go.
And I gotta say, I don't want to go to any of these.
Yeah, they're scary places.
Yeah.
I kind of want to go to mine.
Well, that's because you're weird. Well, okay, I can see why you'd want to go there. But you're still weird.
That's
Yeah.
true, I am weird.
No, actually, I do want to go to your place.
Oh, you do?
Not
mine?
your house, but your scary place that
I'm
you're
just
going
saying,
to
you've
talk
been to my
about.
house before.
Yeah, no, I've been there. I don't really want to go back.
No.
I don't blame you.
Just kidding.
All kinds of yard work and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay, let's just start talking about these unpleasant, scary places. My vote for the place to stay away from is the Nahanni Valley, which is in the Northwest Territories in Canada. That is the northern part of Canada. It's just to the east of the Yukon Territories, which are just to the east of Alaska.
Yeah.
So it's well up there. It's way up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard estimates that as many as 44 people have known to have either disappeared or died under mysterious circumstances in this valley.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's, you know.
It is way up in the wilds of Canada.
Yeah, there's
That's
bears and stuff.
some people.
Mm-hmm.
Some.
Well, we'll get there.
Yeah. Okay, on with our story. When the first European trappers and gold miners began to get into the area around the valley, they talked to the natives quite a bit and heard a lot of legends about it. The Indians said that they avoided traveling there because it was inhabited by evil spirits. They also thought that it was home to spirit creatures known as the Wahila, which is supposed to be kind of half wolf, half bear. And
That sounds like a really ugly critter.
yeah, I know, and that's one I would stay away from.
Yeah.
They also thought that the natives actually thought the Wahilas had mystical powers, like the ability to appear and disappear at will. Yeah, that'd be one scary critter.
It's a pretty handy little power
Yeah.
to have.
Yeah, I know. I wish I had it. The locals also had stories about a tribe called the Naha. They were this fierce mountain tribe that lived in and around the valley, and they would come pouring out of the mountains occasionally on slave raiding parties on the lowlanders. And yet somehow, right about the time white people arrived, or a little before even, the entire tribe just disappeared.
That's unusual.
Well, maybe they were wiped out by disease.
Well, there's a lot of reasons, and I know we're going to get into some of that, but there's a lot of reasons why people will disappear. But it's just weird that it precludes the appearance of the white man.
Yeah.
It's just like Roanoke Colony, man.
Yeah.
A little bit.
So anyway, this is either a huge historical mystery or it's just the wilderness version of an urban legend. I'm not sure which.
Oh, so it's possible that they didn't ever exist? Naha?
Yeah, I think it's possible. There's really no evidence that they did, no artifacts.
I see.
No
Okay,
nothing.
got it. Yeah.
So who knows? But anyway, back to our story. As the Europeans began to come into the area, they looking for gold and furs and stuff like that. There were stories that were spread that there was gold in the Nahanni Valley. And so that's when the troubles began.
That's always when the trouble begins.
I know.
Yeah.
You saw Treasure of the Sierra Madre, written by B. Traven.
Yeah, I totally saw that.
Also, we just talked about gold being found last week.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
So,
Joe's got a thing about stories that involve gold. Have you
I
noticed
know.
this recently?
What's he telling us?
I like gold. I'm hinting. I want gold bars for my birthday.
Oh,
yeah.
Not that nice new patio out back is hiding something.
No, not that at all.
Got it. Okay.
Oh, no. It was kind of a rush job, though. A couple of guys were on the lookout for gold. In 1906, the place was the Nahanni Valley was pretty much untouched and unexplored. But a couple of brothers, Willie and Frank McLeod, decided they
Willie and Frank.
Yeah, Willie and Frank.
Okay, I thought you said Willie Frank, as in it was first and middle name.
I thought it said Willie and Frank.
Okay,
yeah,
it's all right.
Yeah, so they wanted to go up to the Klondike, I guess, and they decided to go through the valley, and they persuaded another guy named Bobby Weir to go along with them. So they headed up the Nahanni River in spring 1906, and they were never seen alive again.
What?
All three?
Yeah, all three. The McLeod brothers' bodies were eventually found about 2 years later, but their heads were gone.
What?
Yeah, they had been decapitated. I'm not sure exactly what kind of shape their bodies were in. In some accounts I've heard they were just skeletons. Which I think after 2 years, I don't know how much would be left.
Well,
Skeletons.
That depends on when they died. If they died as soon as they got there, then yes, 2 years would have gone by.
Yeah,
but if they lived for a year or so, there might have been remains other than just
very
a skeleton.
Small after a year
I
in
don't
a
know,
wilderness
it's
like
pretty
that.
It's pretty cold though up
Yeah.
there. It's not as if they're in a tropical jungle where it's nothing but bugs and other critters.
Yeah, but you've got scavengers looking for a warm, easy meal.
Yeah,
It's true.
There's probably a lot of that going on.
Okay.
So yeah, I would say they were probably skeletons, but whatever. But the key point here is their heads were gone.
Okay.
Yeah, and as to the other guy, Bobby Weir, apparently a native hunting party found a decomposed body a year later, about half a mile away from that spot where the brothers were found. But it's not. It apparently wasn't. I don't even know how they really identified the brothers. Maybe through their possessions.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, obviously not their fingerprints.
Or their dental records.
Yeah.
Dental records weren't really a thing.
Also, they never found their heads, so.
Yeah, that
Good
makes it
point.
kind of hard.
Like, it's hard to do dental records with no dentist.
Head.
No
Just
teeth.
let's say head.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Okay. Yeah. And so that was not the end of it. A guy named Martin Jorgensen, who was a prospector, was found headless in 1917 outside the burnt remains of his cabin along the Flat River. In other versions, he was found inside the cabin. And so it was right about this time that the nickname of Headless Valley, or also the Valley of the Headless Men, both of them began to append itself to the Nahanni Valley.
For good reason, I think.
Yeah, I think so. And then a little time went by. People were disappearing, of course, at a steady rate. And in 1945, a miner from Ontario was found in his sleeping bag in the Valley of the Headless Men with, again, his head missing. And, oh, by the way, none of the heads that disappeared were ever found.
Well, they never are in Highlander either.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody else has made that connection? Come
No.
on.
No.
This valley is obviously where the Highlanders are going.
Oh.
Oh, it could be it. And that's why
That makes sense.
It's the quickening.
The Yukon, sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
That makes
yeah.
sense. Let's see. There were other mysterious deaths that didn't involve the beheading. In one case, the body of a trapper named John O'Brien was found sitting in his camp, frozen solid next to his campfire, with a box of matches in his hand.
I also heard in a version that it appeared that the fire had been burning amazingly hot at one point, and so he must have flash frozen. Did you come across that version?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that out there, and I don't.
That doesn't make any sense.
I couldn't find any support for that. I think he probably actually fell in the river and was had really bad exposure and was shaking like a leaf and trying to get a fire lit and just didn't quite succeed.
Failed.
Yeah, that's probably what I think. Or somebody murdered him.
But he still had his head.
He still had his head.
Got it.
Yeah.
Kept his head about him.
Yeah.
Haha.
So here's some theories about this place and why it became this place of evil headlessness. Some people thought that there might be some sort of mad trapper or murderous hermit running around the Nahanni Valley.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, remember Albert Johnson?
Yes.
The mad trapper of Rat River? Yeah. There's a guy named Dick North who wrote a book about him, and North speculated that Johnson might have passed through the valley in the years prior to his move to Rat River, and he thinks Johnson might be responsible for at least some of the murders. But, of course, he has no evidence for that. And, of course, Johnson died in 1932, so he obviously couldn't have carried out the 1945 beheading.
Right.
No.
Yeah. And
That doesn't work at all.
And I think he was too young to have murdered the McLeod brothers in 1906.
I would agree, yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was in his 40s when he died, is that right?
They weren't really sure. I think
Johnson, I mean?
Johnson, I think they were thinking maybe right around 40.
Yeah, that would make him a child when the first murders occurred.
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
Yeah, okay. Our next theory is, some people actually believe this, the natives mostly, some thought that it was a remnant of the missing Naha tribe, so maybe they didn't actually completely disappear, they're just hiding. So they're lurking in the valley, and so they did it.
Tell me you read up on how this gets tied into the Hollow Earth theory.
Oh, the Hollow Earth theory. I didn't. I've heard of the Hollow Earth theory. I wasn't really going to include this whole thing with the Hollow Earth theory, but yeah, there is a theory out there among some people that the Earth is hollow,
yes,
and that the entrance is in this valley,
yes,
which is why if you get too close to finding that entrance to the Hollow Earth, then you got to be offed.
You know what it also makes me think of? This whole the entrance to where this tribe is living, and I don't think Devin's going to know this, but you might remember this. There was a old comic called Turok, Son of Stone.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that at all?
That sounds vaguely familiar. I remember seeing that. I don't think I ever read those.
Well, yeah, it's been on and off for 50, 60 years, but it was written as two Indian men, or it was an Indian man, an American Indian man, and a American Indian boy find a cave, go into the system, and come into a world where dinosaurs are still about. It's basically kind of the same Hollow Earth, find your way in, find your way out, travel between the two. But that's exactly what it made me think of, is that they're going into this paradise, and then they're protecting the entrance of paradise for all these interlopers who are going to come in and destroy it on them.
I always like it when you're like, Devin's too young to know this totally nerdy reference that
You
she
know Turok?
probably totally knows about.
You do?
Yes.
You just watched the animated version, didn't you?
No. Let's keep going.
Okay, all right. Okay, next theory. The Dene tribe, they're the ones who lived outside the valley and preferred not to go into the valley. They had a theory that it was the Nukluk.
Nukluk?
The Nukluk, yeah.
Okay, what the heck is a Nukluk?
Yeah, Nukluk is a word that translates as man of the bush. All the Arctic tribes knew of the Nukluk, and they all were afraid of the Nukluk. Apparently, what they are is they're short, sort of Neanderthal, like sort of human, but with more fur. And they carry stone weapons like stone clubs and such things, and they're very violent. It's said that they used to roam the whole of the Arctic Circle, and that as of the time of our story, their numbers were believed to have been reduced enough that they were all maybe hanging out in the Nahanni Valley.
They're like a hairy ogre or something? Is that what that is?
No, obviously the Morlocks, right?
Yeah, from the Time Machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense too.
That could be. Yeah, I don't know. These guys apparently were some sort of just left behind branch of humanity, perhaps.
This is one of those things, I don't want to like railroad sidetrack this at all, but this is one of those things that makes me contemplate how aware we are as humans of our past and how much leftover there is and mother civilization and going down a rabbit hole. But the fact that, native indigenous people very often refer to this thing that we know now definitely existed and predated us. And they always have that as like a remnant somehow of a memory.
Well, they live they live literally on the ground. They're in the middle of it all the time, and they're passing that history. Whereas we, as a society, the white man, from what I can understand, hasn't explored this area other than aerial photography. We sent a plane over. We took a picture. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, there's tons we don't know.
Yeah, I just mean like in terms of having this kind of mythical thing.
Oh, you're talking not just this particular valley.
Yeah,
I
just in
gotcha.
general.
Got it.
The nuclear.
Yeah, I'm always astounded at when you hear stories of that.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry.
There are actually a few European men who've seen these critters. In 1964, a trapper named John Baptist was with some companions in the valley, and they came across a strange man-like creature about 5 feet tall. It had long bushy hair and beard, hairy chest and back, and the hair was not quite so thick on the arms and legs. And yeah, he took the nuke took off. Baptist and his friends tracked it for a while, and the entire time they heard strange whistling calls in the brush around them. And members of the Dene tribe later explained what that whistling meant. That's how the nuke communicated when they were on the hunt. So these guys thought they were tracking the nucleus, but apparently a group of them were tracking these guys.
The hunter becomes the hunted.
Yeah.
Just like a group of velociraptors.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I know. There was another nucleus sighting in 1964 by some kid whose name has not been passed down through memory. So I don't know. I don't know that these things are actually real, but it sounds like it might not be beyond the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always a hard one to say.
Yeah.
'Cause we don't have anything that says they don't exist. That's the hard part.
Yeah. So I believe in their existence maybe a little bit more than the Naha tribe. So our next theory, the Wahila. Remember the Wahila, that wolf-bear hybrid?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the ugly dog.
Yeah. So it could have been the Wahila, except I don't really believe in the Wahila.
The Wahila, you know what the Wahila sounds like to me is kind of like that hairless bear they saw. Do you remember that bear, the like sun bear or something that was roaming around? Maybe it was a grizzly bear that was like really, really sick, and so it didn't have any hair on it, and people were taking pictures of it, and they were like, "What is this creature?" This just happened like a few months ago.
Oh, really?
Do you not remember this?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Poor bear.
Our listeners will know.
No, I was just going to say is that, critters that are in states of distress tend to look really weird to us. Remember the Montauk creature a couple of years back?
Yeah.
That turned out to be a pig?
Yeah.
But it was washed up in the ocean and all beat up, and it looks like something completely different. But I could see how a very sick animal, like say mange or something.
Yeah, this bear looked like a brand new animal that nobody had ever seen before, and they finally tranquilized it, and they were like, "Oh crap, it's a really, really sick bear."
So
they got it and treated it and released it, and it looks totally normal again.
Oh, good for the bear.
Anyways.
Yeah. Well, okay, so much for the Wahila. Our next theory is that maybe these incidents were just unrelated. It's in a really rugged environment with bears and wolverines and stuff like that.
I'm inclined to go with this one, just so you know.
Is it because it's reasonable?
Yeah,
okay,
exactly. I realize nobody can see me nodding
Boo.
my head.
Yeah, but
boring.
Yeah. In the case of the McLeod brothers, Bobby Weir's body was not found with him, so maybe he killed them and then took off himself. And
maybe
then
they did strike
disappeared.
gold.
Yeah, and they got a whole bunch of gold, and then Bobby killed him and took off. And the remains that were found a half mile away may or may not have been his remains. And maybe the McLeods died from disease and the cold, and Weir left to get help, just to save himself, and he just died somewhere along the way. And it's just really, really hard to say. As for their skulls, if you're late, a couple of years, an animal might actually just come and chew your head off and carry it away.
We've talked about this many, many times about how far bones will travel from the initial site of death.
Yeah. So bottom line, I think this is a remote, inhospitable place, and the odds of dying from a cold, accidents, animal attacks, because you can't just call 911 an emergency. You're just out of luck. And if you do something as routine in our society as breaking a leg, well, that's it for you.
There,
kinda
it's
done
a
for.
okay. Well, it's going to be a 3-month hike to get to the doctor.
Yeah.
Which is a problem.
But on the other hand, last theory, it is interesting. The deaths occurred with the beheadings and everything within a span of about 40 years. And in more recent years, people have visited the valley and nobody's lost their head. So it's possible the beheadings and the murders were done by one person.
Yeah.
It really is possible. So, 40 years, that's not an unnaturally long lifespan. Obviously, you're not going to start killing people until you're at least, 15 or 18, whatever the legal age is in Canada. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. But and it's also possible if it was some serial killer, real mad trapper kind of lunatic. It turns out that the Valley of the Headless Men has a lot of limestone caves in it, so a lot of places to hide bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. So who knows? Maybe one of these days, somebody will be exploring a cave and make a really ghastly find. And
Find a little altar of skulls or something.
That would be really
throne of them.
Yeah.
Wasn't that what
Throne of
Conan sat on in the first Conan movie? He had a throne of skulls.
Oh, I don't remember. It's been so long since I've seen that.
I know.
Yeah.
I swear it was a throne of skulls. Maybe it was in the comic.
Could have been. Yeah, I know. So that's it. So the Valley of the Headless Men. Don't go there, kids.
Yeah, don't. You
so-
guys want to talk about my place that I kind of want to go?
No, it's depressing.
It is
No,
depressing.
it's really depressing.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about the Aokigahara Forest, which is also known as the Japanese Suicide Forest.
Cheerful place.
So if that is the sort of thing that disturbs you, skip ahead
15, 20.
15, 20-ish minutes. Sorry, everyone. We're not going to call it that. It's often referred to as the Sea of Trees, which in Japanese can be said as the Jukai, which is how a lot of people refer to this forest. So we're going to go ahead and just refer to it as that.
Okay.
Let's pretend I didn't already tell you that it's a suicide forest, though. Because it's a beautiful, lush forest, the kind that you would see like in a Miyazaki film, kind of. It's an idyllic 14 square miles at the foot of Mount Fuji, and it is the second most popular place in the world to commit suicide. The first is the Golden Gate Bridge.
Okay.
Numbers vary, but reportedly anywhere between 10 and 100 people kill themselves in the Jukai every year. In 2010, there were 57 confirmed suicides. In 2002, the number of confirmed suicides was 78. And I say confirmed because we don't have a way of knowing for sure.
Why?
In 2003, after a rumored 105 confirmed suicides, the government decided maybe telling everybody how many people killed themselves in this forest is a bad idea.
Yeah.
And the reason
Gives
behind
them
that
idea.
was to stop it from attracting other people to go there to do it.
I think that was definitely part of it. Part of it was to stop this kind of cycle. Another part of it was it is a tourist attraction. There's a really famous ice cave there. There's a couple really famous other caves. There's a wind cave and a bunch of other really beautiful stuff.
Go look at the photos of the caves. They're fantastic.
Yeah, you have to Google specific things in regards to this one.
Yeah.
If you just Google the forest, it'll just kind of show you some pictures of a really beautiful place. But they were trying to nip the whole everybody go kill yourself there thing in the bud, but also not scare tourists away.
Yeah, it makes sense. Kind of like in Jaws.
Yeah.
Show's full of so many weird references today.
So in addition to the kind of confirmed numbers, I don't know how they necessarily can confirm what happened in this past year versus not, but the local government does conduct annual searches for bodies, and with the forest being what it is, it's hard to know if the bodies are older or younger or...
Yeah, maybe they got missed in last year's search. And,
It's always... It's an incredibly lush forest. It's really easy to get lost. It's hard to tell. It's also frozen half of the year or more, so it's possible that bodies could freeze in a non-decomposed state for 6, 8, 12 almost months, and then they have a warm spell, it starts to decompose, it freezes again. It's hard.
Makes
it's hard
dating
to
things
tell.
difficult.
Yeah, and frankly, I think sometimes they just don't even try, because that's a lot of bodies.
Yeah.
Sure is.
And it's a very small group that has to deal with it.
Yeah, it is. In the name of prevention, not only are there large signs at every trailhead urging people to seek help, but workers also place signs as they search for the bodies to remind people that there's something to live for, just kind of sporadically around the forest.
So are there just hundreds and hundreds of these signs all around the forest?
There are a bunch of them, yeah.
Yeah.
One of the big signs is loosely translated to kind of say, quote, "Let's think once more about the life you were given, your parents, your brothers and sisters and children. Don't suffer alone. First, please contact somebody." And then it has a suicide hotline number on the bottom of it.
It's, it's funny to me. I mean, I've seen a lot of, you see those signs on bridges and stuff here about, to encourage people to get help when they're going to jump. But
They just say suicide counseling, this phone number.
Well, no, I've seen some different signs, but what I crack up about this is this kind of plays on that cultural bend of, your family, which is very important in Japanese society. And it's actually really smart. I read it. I was like, oh, whoever wrote that really knew what they were doing when they put this together.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting how intelligent they've been about trying to prevent suicide in this forest.
It's just a popular thing to do over there.
Kill yourself?
Yeah, and the suicide in Japan is a lot higher than it is over here.
That's true. If you haven't already, you should definitely creep yourself out by Googling Jukai and, quote, forest bodies. Hopefully, I don't need to add this disclaimer, but some of those images are pretty disturbing or could be disturbing. I don't know why. Maybe it's because we've been doing this podcast for so long, but dead bodies don't really creep me out that much.
This is right up there with body farms. And have you ever looked at images from body farms?
You're talking about the ones where they just leave them laying out in the brush.
Yeah,
for a while.
to figure out what happens. This was very much in line with the imagery I've seen from that, and I think it's the same thing as we've looked at it enough.
Yeah.
I'll show you a picture later on of one body that really will creep you out.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
The forest is really, really lush. It's really, if you don't know what's going on in this forest, it's really beautiful. If you just look at pictures of the Jukai, it's just kind of breathtaking. It is genuinely, if you saw Spirited Away or Princess Mononoke, it looks like the forests from those movies. It really, really does. So because of the lushness of this forest, bodies are very often missed. Less these days because people have started, people who are hesitant to kill themselves will take trail tape with them. You know, that like nylon trail tape that you see tied around tree branches sometimes. Yeah. They'll take that and they'll tie one end around a tree and they'll just like flow it behind them in a straight line.
So they won't get lost?
Yeah, so they won't get lost. So often that leads to something.
Well, and it is. I know you're going to talk about this, but it's really easy to get lost in this forest.
Oh, it's really easy. Yeah, it's super, super easy. The most common way that people kill themselves is they either the first most common is hanging, and the second most common is taking sleeping pills. But
is there any? Do you know? Is there a male female ratio there? I almost imagine that men would be more likely to hang themselves than women.
From what I've heard, it's not so much a male-female ratio, it's a determined and not determined ratio. So the people who are determined will not mark their trail in, and they hang themselves.
Okay.
So hanging bodies or nooses with skeletons underneath are often found years and years and years later because there's no trail marking.
Yeah, you can't get to it, okay.
Versus the fresher bodies that they find are often marked by a trail, and they're not hung, they've taken sleeping pills, and then it takes them a while to die from exposure. Because they're too weak from taking the sleeping pills. It doesn't kill them,
yeah,
but they're too weak.
It can kill you.
It can, but it turns out that the people often, it doesn't. People don't take quite enough in this forest. For whatever reason,
people tend to overestimate, and it's probably the fault of movies, how many pills it takes to actually make that
And they
happen.
actually have, this is really, really creepy, but they have suicide manuals that they come out with in Japan that they'll find on a lot of these bodies that tells people how to kill themselves in the Jukai.
Really?
Yeah, it's really creepy. Yeah, and it says either hang yourself or take sleeping pills. Yeah.
But, okay, all right.
Okay.
I was going to make some joke about, killing your readership, but never mind.
No. And I guess the third most common way to die in the forest is just by basic exhaustion, dehydration, or malnourishment. This is due to something we're going to talk about in a minute that's called ubatse, but it's a traditional practice
Yeah.
in Japan. Traditional? I hesitate to call it traditional, but it is. I have a number of Japanese friends, and when I was talking to them about this story, I mentioned ubatse, and they said, "Oh, does that happen there?" Like, that's a thing that happens a lot. So you're looking at me, you know where we're going with
I
this.
do.
But apparently, the people of Japan, at least the people that I know from Japan, believe that this is a thing that legitimately happens. So
all right,
we'll leave it at that for a minute.
Okay. It's not happening anymore, though, right?
Well, maybe.
Okay.
It's hard to tell.
Okay.
So I'm assuming besides bodies, because the story has gotten enough traction, there's other stuff that's being found?
There's lots of other stuff. And, you know,
Which is weird.
Visitors do describe the forest as being unnaturally silent,
Well,
as if all life has abandoned the forest intentionally. I've watched some videos of people walking through, and you can hear birds and things like that, but it is really muffled. Kind of as, you know, when you have the first snow, at least in Portland. I know
It's
places
really
that get a
quiet.
lot of snow don't have this as much because the plows are out immediately, but it gets really quiet and muffled, and that's the truth of this forest as well. And a lot of people do leave stuff behind, like you said. There's ice and snow a lot of the time in the forest, and I don't know why people would leave a lot of this stuff behind. Like shoes of all sizes get left behind, including children's shoes, and it's not like that kid dropped his shoe, better leave
Stroller.
pairs of shoes lined up, which is weird. There's people leave packs of photos, children's toys. There's a really interesting, I don't know if you guys got to watch the Vice video that I posted for the links.
I saw
It's
that.
really, really interesting. They follow a Japanese geologist who's part of the suicide patrols that go out there that I don't think I've mentioned yet, but I'm going to mention in a minute. He kind of explains things, but they find this stuffed animal that's kind of a humanoid figure that's been nailed upside down to a tree and kind of like cut open, and then there was a curse that was nailed into the inside of him. They find that while they're wandering around. So you kind of have the sense that that's the sort of thing that's around a lot.
This is kind of like getting into Blair Witch territory.
A little.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are a couple theories about why people go here to kill themselves.
Why it's so popular?
Why it's so popular.
Okay.
And ubatse plays a role in it. Ubatse it literally translates to the leaving of an old woman.
Oh, yeah.
And it's this rumored Japanese tradition, although tradition I don't think is the right word.
Practice,
I guess, of leaving a family member who's very old or ill in a place to die, basically. It's if somebody is a burden on the family, you take them out into a forest or some other deserted area and leave them to die so that they are no longer a burden to you.
Nice.
As I said,
So-
there's not a whole... As far as I can tell, this is not a thing that actually ever happened.
You know, in Japanese culture isn't the only place that I've heard of this kind of thing.
Other cultures, but
other cultures talk about taking the old out or the old wandering away when they decide that they become a bird.
Yeah.
That's kind of back in the way back days, like when we were living in the Stone Age.
In the way back.
In the way back.
In the
days.
way back.
Yeah. There's a larger conversation to be had here about the traditional treatment of seniors in Japan and the fact that Japanese seniors have a much higher rate of suicide than seniors in the rest of the world, or the average rate of suicide in the rest of the world, but we're not going to dive into that so much.
Yeah, they haven't kept stats on the age of the people that they find out in their bodies out here, right?
No, they
haven't really kept stats other than numbers for the most part, it sounds like.
Yeah. But even though I'm not totally willing to say that ubatse is a real thing, let's assume it is. And we can say that because it is, vengeful spirits from the family members who have been left behind haunt the Jukai and call people in. That's a good theory, right? Alternately, vengeful spirits from samurai who killed themselves in feudal times.
Did they all go to the forest to kill themselves?
I don't think so, but that's a theory.
it smacks of so many bad Hollywood movies where there's the house or the woods that are filled with evil spirits that draw people in. I mean, it makes me think of The Evil Dead with Bruce Campbell. You know, the house it draws them in and does crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's completely believable. Yeah.
Next theory that has the exact same smack to it is the Uri, which are demon ghosts. Also, maybe the Buddhist monk, which is a demon ghost. There have been reports of people seeing a Buddhist monk wandering the forest.
I love this.
And some people claim to have even spoken with him. He asks people wandering the forest why they're there, and he tells them how to get out of the forest. He gives them, there's the trail over
Directions.
there. Basically, yeah. If they say, oh my gosh, you're right, I don't want to kill myself. I don't think... Oh, yeah, actually, I guess I did mention that there's a corps of volunteers that goes out to try and find people who haven't yet committed suicide.
No, you talked about the people who go out and look for the bodies.
Oh, they are also trying to find people who are out there who might be about to commit suicide and try to talk them out of it, not in like a, oh, you have so much to live for, blah, blah, blah. This is another thing you get to see in that Vice video because the gentleman that they're following is part of this corps. And they do find somebody, and he just kind of sits there and talks to him for a couple minutes. He says, what are you doing out here? You're not allowed to camp out here. Okay, well, do you have food and water? Okay, well, I just want you to think really hard about what's going on. It was really nice to meet you. Okay, bye, basically. It's not like you have so much to live for and don't kill yourself and blah, 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 blah. It's more of a, let's have an honest human interaction with each other, and hopefully that will discourage you from doing whatever you were thinking about doing.
And cluttering up our forest with corpses.
Anyways, the reason that I bring this up is it turns out one of the people that's very active in this is a man by the name of Shaozin Yamashita, who is a Jodo Shinshu priest. It's a sect of Buddhism, and Yamashita Jushaku is one of those monks, and he does dress in the traditional robes. It's not the bright orange robes,
Tibetan
yellowish
monks
robe.
that everybody's familiar with.
Yeah, they're dark robes, but they are traditional. You could go out and Google it if you want. They're kind of big, dark, flowing robes. So I think it's pretty possible that people are freaked out in the middle of the forest and have a real encounter and go back and talk to their friends, and they say, yeah, I talked to a monk in the middle of the forest, and people are like, you're crazy. That's not a real thing. You probably saw a ghost.
I can very easily see that in a forest where it's super weird and creepy and you're on your own, or it's just the two of you, and suddenly a monk, which is not something I think you would normally expect to run across in a forest, suddenly shows up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Be a little strange.
Yes. Next up is the Kuroi Jukai book, which is by Saicho Matsumoto, who's a very famous Japanese novelist. He's written just an absurd amount of novels and books and poems and things like that. He's very, very famous. But he wrote this book. It came out in, I think it was 1960. Some things I read said 1962. It's not in print in English, and despite my clearly flawless Japanese pronunciation, I do not actually read kanji or katakana, and that's the only way that you can get information about this book. I did find a Wikipedia page on this book, and it was in Japanese, and I said, hey, Chrome, translate this page into English. And I literally could not make the English words that appeared on the page make sense to my American brain.
Oh, yeah. Google
there were some
Translate is not quite
very,
there.
very interesting things that happened. And I know I mentioned to you guys, I was talking to one of my Japanese friends, and I said, can you just read the synopsis and tell me what this book is about? And she kind of looked at it for a minute and said, no.
So she read it in Japanese?
She read it in Japanese, and there are two different ways that that this book could be, and it's also possible that it's like there are a lot of Japanese concepts that don't translate very well into English.
Yes.
So it's possible that she just was like, I'm tired of you asking me things about Japan, so stop. And I don't really want to try and explain this to you. But as far as I can tell, this book is either about a woman who kills herself in the forest because of kind of a star-crossed to lover, forbidden love situation, or about a woman whose sister dies in a bus accident. And
those are two
she won't leave her sister, and then she tries to take over her sister's job, or maybe there's like an evil spirit that possesses the sister. It's hard to tell. If you want to run this experiment, please be my guest. Go out in your English-speaking brain and find the Wikipedia page and try and Google Translate it, and then if you can figure out what it means, tell me, please. But apparently it was a very, very popular book in Japan. Many people read it and thought, hey, that's a cool place to kill myself.
Yeah.
Because at some point at the end, she commits suicide in
the
forest.
Yeah, as far as I can tell.
In that particular forest.
In the Jukai, yep.
Okay.
As far as I can tell. And then my final theory is that it could just be a really pretty place
a nice serene place to go kill yourself.
It's really beautiful. It's really quiet. There's a lot of really secluded spaces. You don't have to look at anybody. Somebody's not going to stumble upon you. And
it's not like going to a campsite or something.
Yeah, and it also, not to be macabre or anything, but it saves your family and friends from having to find you. It's a pretty much 100% guaranteed that your family and friends aren't going to be the ones who stumble upon your body in the middle of this forest.
No. Somebody
else is going to, and they're going to, if you're still recognizable, they will tell your family what happened to you and where it happened. I have never really contemplated suicide, but I can see where the draw could come from that.
Well, but of course, and I think that the people who are in that situation don't think of is the exact opposite side of that, which is you're unrecognizable, you cannot be identified, which means your loved ones then live on forever wondering what happened to you.
They
there's always the other side of the coin.
Yeah, I'm sure they leave a note behind saying, I'm going to go off myself.
Oh, maybe.
For their family before they strike out for the forest. Well, I have another theory, which is that these are suicidal people. They go out to the forest to do it because they're animal lovers. They figure, I'll not only kill myself, but I'll leave a nice little tasty meal for all the animals.
It's
kind of like an air funeral?
Yeah.
In that Vice video, not to refer too much to it. This is the third time now. Sorry.
Hey, what about that Vice video?
Yeah, no, but the guy that they're following, he says they find this little area where there's a bunch of flowers and a box of chocolates, and he says, "Oh, it must have been the family and friends of this person who died." And he said, I think it's a really beautiful reminder that you're never alone. Even if you think you're alone, you're not. So there's that. That's the up note to remind ourselves of this story.
I really don't know how I'm going to follow that act. Because, wow.
It's going to be an upper.
I hope so.
Do you have something?
I read that before you started. I read a fun little piece of trivia regarding this, which is that the work crews that have to go out and get the bodies and bring them in, they take them down to the police station, I think, and they have a special room just for the suicides.
Yep.
They put him in there and put the body in there, and then they have to Rochambeau to see who gets to spend the night in the room with the body, because apparently it's bad mojo that to just leave the body alone.
Yes.
So somebody has to stay with the body all night.
Yeah.
And so that'd be one you'd hate to lose.
If it was a pile of bones, then it's okay. If it's anything otherwise,
it's a rotting corpse.
You have to sit there with it.
Fun times.
I don't know. From the living perspective, job, but from the ideology of it, it's kind of sweet. You don't want to leave this spirit alone.
Yeah, no.
You want to usher it in.
I
would agree with that.
It's a nice sentiment.
No, yeah, it is.
The sentiment is that. It's a good way to put it.
Can we stop talking about suicide?
Please.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, we're done. Let's talk about something else.
I think we lied to people. It's been a little more. It might have been a little more than 20 minutes.
We'll
but
just
that's
edit
okay.
a new time.
We're going to talk about a new one.
Yeah.
So, Steve, do you have an exciting, terrible place for us?
I do have what is a beautiful but terrible place.
I know that's
just like me.
Yeah, but for completely different reason is it a terrible place.
Okay.
Well, not so much a terrible place as a scary place.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of fear involved here. Let's go ahead. The place that I don't think that any of our listeners should be going. It's one that randomly catches on fire.
Yeah, I guess that seems like a bad thing.
Yeah, it's kind of a bad thing.
Not the whole place doesn't catch on fire.
No, it's not Pompeii or anything like that. We're talking about the village of Caronia. It's on the island of Sicily, which it's east of. If you know the island at all, it's east of Palermo.
And Sicily is Italy.
Sicily is Italy.
In case somebody didn't know that.
Oh, I
don't know.
I thought I said Italian village. If I didn't, it's an Italian village.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a pretty little coastal town. You know, from the photos and everything, it's exactly what you'd picture a coastal town on the island of Sicily to look like. It's built up into the hills a little bit. It's really nice.
I've shown you pictures of Goriano. Sicily, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very picturesque.
Oh, it is. I did my usual thing and did a little street tour on Google.
I did too.
It's
Beautiful.
a neat little town.
It was
Really
actually really hard to drive around in Google Street View, though, because it's one of those weird little towns where it looks like the street keeps going, but the road doesn't.
The street does because you can walk on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, why won't you go there? Oops, never mind.
And by the way, the streets in this village are not like the what you're used to thinking of as streets. They're more kind of like alleys.
They're very small.
They're very skinny.
Yeah, it's a traditional village.
Yeah, and lots of like little weird underpassy
Switchbacks
things
and yes, all of that good stuff. But enough talking about this beautiful little place. Let's talk about the story.
Okay.
Let's talk about why you should be scared to go there. And not just because of the mafia.
We really undersold this so far. The story begins somewhere in the beginning of January of 2004 when randomly things literally started catching on fire. Lots of things.
Like what?
Like physical things.
Like, tell us.
Okay, here's a list of things according to the media reports, because this is the difficulty with this one, is most of it is media reports, and I did the same thing. I was putting stuff into Chrome and getting it translated, and it makes it a little rough. Here's the things that catch on fire. There's furniture. There's electronics, like TVs or microwave stuff like that. Or computers would have their memories randomly wiped.
What?
That's a kind of an odd twist on the whole electronics bit. Parked cars would either just be on fire, or the glass would implode into the car from some kind of weird heat source. The doors, electric doors on cars, the locks, they would go on and off, open and close, or lock and unlock constantly.
Weird.
And there's electronic gates that would randomly open and close on their own. So you'd just be walking up the street, and then the gates up ahead would open and then close, and then open and then close.
Weird.
Sounds like the whole town got hacked.
It kind of does.
Yeah.
I've even seen a photo of what it looks like. It was a water tank on a wall. So if you imagine if you're from the States, you've got your toilet tank. It's almost like that shape, that square shape of but as a water tank with a pipe coming down, and it looks like the whole thing had caught fire. A water tank and a water pipe looked like they had caught on fire.
It wasn't a toilet tank above a toilet?
No, it wasn't.
You sure?
Because there were pipes running away from it, and it was kind of cropped, but the pipe took an angle in what I saw. So I'm pretty sure it wasn't somebody was smoking on the john.
Sure.
Now, of course, at first, when things are going up, especially the electronics are catching on fire, people started unplugging things.
Yeah, there were other things like appliances, like toasters and stuff too, right?
Yeah, appliances, things in general that plugged in were catching on fire. So people were unplugging them.
Logically.
And the power company would eventually cut off the electricity. That, however, didn't stop the problem. One of the famous pictures you see is a hairdryer hanging on the wall, the cord looped up next to it, not plugged into anything, and the dryer on fire.
What?
Which is really weird.
That's a little weird. Now, did the owner of the hairdryer like take a picture of it or something?
Somebody had a picture of it as it was catching, flames were coming out of it. Yes, It almost looked like they had stuck it in the towel rack. There was no towel, but they'd stuck it in the towel rack itself. And so you could see the wires, looped up around it, and the head of it had flames coming out of it.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, that's a hell of a hairdryer.
Yeah.
Let's see. There's other weird things that were going on in this village at the same time. People were reporting seeing glowing orbs over the ocean because, as we said, it's right on the ocean. And they also reported that there were UFOs flying just off the coastline. So this is a nice little addition to the, oh, by the way, everything I own is catching on fire.
Yeah.
How many different people reported things catching on fire?
I don't have a clear sense. I'll say this now. I don't have a clear sense of how much stuff caught on fire. I don't have a clear sense of how long things caught on fire for. We're going to talk about this in a sec, but there's the time frames and the descriptions lead me to either believe that it was a short time frame, say like a month, or years that this stuff kept happening. But let me
eventually it stopped, right?
I don't know that for sure. I believe that it stopped, but I don't know that for sure because the reporting is so, like, even the English versions of things, not the translated, but the English versions are vague. So I'm not positive if it stopped. I have to imagine that for the most part it stopped, but and some of this will be covered in theories.
Okay.
For the time frame thing, about a week after of fires had happened, they evacuated the town. And
did they evacuate it right away? I thought
it was after about a week or so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was after about a week. Well, again, depends on the accounting. Some say it was after 2 or 4 weeks they evacuated. Some say after 17 fires. Like, again, it's never an exact number, but they evacuated the town. Government brings in every expert that they can think of. They run tests on things that have been burned. They put up cameras all over the town to try and figure out what's going on. The odd bit to me is that as soon as the government swoops in and starts doing all of this, the fire stopped.
That's intriguing, huh?
Nothing caught, according to the government reports, nothing caught on fire while they were there. And they couldn't figure out what was going on. So eventually the people are like, hey, I'd like to go home, please.
Yeah.
So eventually they say, okay, well, we can't figure it out. Go ahead and go home. And the fires at that point, this is what I got to earlier, sporadically seem to start happening again.
Weird.
Here's some other weird things that then happened after that is water pipes begin to leak and burst. The pipes under your sink or whatever. There's some theories on that we can talk about in a bit. Let's see what else we've got. There is, this is, Devin's gonna, I know you love this one. There's farmers in the area who grow eggplants. And according to their reports, all of their eggplants change colors. Not as eggplants will do, they change from one color to another color when they're ripe. They all change to different colors.
I was reading through the script and I was kind of skimming. I missed this part and I was reading through the theories and it says the eggplants and I was like, what?
The eggplants are responsible for everything.
Apparently, Steve has lost it.
So these things, but these eggplants didn't just change to one odd color; they changed to multiple different colors.
That is what the reporting that I've seen said.
Huh.
I'm going to put that in doubt because that seems a bit fantastical.
A little bit.
We'll talk about that a little bit in the theory section, but I actually did some research on eggplants, just trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, in the eggplant section.
In the eggplant section of the grocery store aisle, yes. Let's see, we also have, there's some other weird stuff. And this is another vegetation thing. There's a local grass called the Mauritanian grass.
Yeah, Mauritanian.
Thank you.
Mauritanian.
Yeah, and it's a big grass, so not like your lawn. This is a grass that grows 8 feet high in a big
Have
bushy
you seen my lawn lately?
Your lawn is brown and scorched. It is not tall.
Yeah.
Unlike these plants, which are super tall. What this plant has in common with your lawn is that it was scorched.
Brown and scorched.
Yeah.
It was the plant at ground level showed signs of burning, but it wasn't as if it had ever caught on fire. It was more of a smoldering heat kind of look. And I don't know how they figured this out, but I guess somebody would start digging them up, is the roots were blackened as if they had been burned.
Now that's odd.
It is, and the last thing that I'll put in here is people have said that from that time or during that time that compasses weren't working correctly, that they were deviating from magnetic north. They were pointing somewhere else.
There's a clear UFO influence here then.
we are laying a ton of hints for the possible UFO theory right there. I will totally admit it.
Yeah. And another theory you're going to talk about, too.
Yep. Yeah, and we should go ahead and just jump right into the theories.
Yeah, I think so.
Because really, that's about all of the description that we've got for this particular story. Theory number 1, the devil did it.
Well,
Satan?
Satan.
You know what we should have named this episode is Things That Nefarious Spirits Do.
Yeah, because that just rolls off the tongue.
Places you don't want to go, things nefarious spirits. Okay, nefarious. All right, fine. No, but that's been a common thread throughout everything.
It kind of is.
Is that bad spirits are doing this thing?
Yeah. Well, okay. This is kind of a combo. It's either the devil or evil spirits, which is much like what we talked about in the forest that you had. I've got to say, the more superstitious villagers seem to fall in line with this right away. And, you know, the devil makes total sense. He comes from a really hot place. Of course he would catch on stuff on fire. It's his fault. I get why people would see.
Italian villages are also very religious, usually.
Yeah, I think, though, that, you know, if the devil was up to this kind of stuff, he'd be spreading the love a little bit.
You would think.
You would think.
Unless
it would just
there
be this one village.
was a very big concentration of sinners in the city, town, village.
But the devil is pro-sinner. He would go to the most pious village and start fires there.
That's true.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
well,
everyone.
Let's move away from the devil did it to the evil spirit side of this theory, because there's actually some very simple logic in this one. According to villagers, this is the way things played out: is somebody's stuff or house would start to try to catch on fire. And in an attempt to save their stuff, if they had somebody who would let them, they would take their belongings to that other person's house. So that if their house went up, at least their precious things didn't go as well. Except that, according to this, the evil spirit was actually in the possessions. The evil spirit was causing the fire, was in a possession. That possession is brought into the new house. The spirit then jumps from the newly transported item to an item that had resided there previous to its arrival. So now it's jumped into the new home.
Okay.
It's going to catch things in that house on fire. That person's going to do the same thing. Oh, I got to get my stuff out of here. Moves it to the next person's house, inadvertently passing the infection. They're passing the infection along.
It's not a bad theory.
From a very simple perspective, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I suppose. You would think that a spirit really wouldn't need a ride over to his next place that he's going to go to.
Well, you know, there's lazy spirits.
Yeah, I suppose.
You know, sit around, eat Cheetos, catch something on fire, wait for a ride, play Xbox until that happens, or short the Xbox out. One of the two. It happens.
Well, I'm totally buying into this spirit thing, but what other theories do we have?
Well, no, I got one that you'll totally buy into.
Oh, what's that?
UFOs. Yeah, okay. I said there were flying objects seen in the area, glowing orbs over the ocean, and UFOs flying in the distance. There's stories of a helicopter chasing something but never quite being able to catch it. Those sightings supposedly became a regular occurrence right about the same time that all of the fires started. So that has led people to posit that it's aliens that are causing the fires.
Of course.
That the aliens did it.
Right. Why, though?
I love this. This is hilarious to me, is that one article I read said they were doing it as a way to test how we, as a society or a group, would react and how good our response would be to a crisis like a fire. So once these pyromaniac aliens figure out how our response patterns are, they'll be able to just invade because they'll know how to outwit us because they'll already know what we do is a predictable pattern.
Because a small Italian village on an island
is
probably the best way to test that.
Small sample size, baby. It's all about the small sample size.
I don't know, man. That seems wrong to me.
It just seems like, you'd want to, like, you're going to a place where, as an alien, you don't really know that these guys are representative in terms of the way they would respond to anything, right?
True.
And besides which, you know, if they're powerful enough to set things remotely on fire, why didn't they set any people on fire?
Well, I can just imagine that it's, you know, it's some drone alien worker in the drone alien worker reconnaissance office saying, where am I going to put this? I don't know. All those humans sound alike. These ones sound fine. This looks like a big enough settlement. We'll use it. I mean, it could be that, or it could be that it's total hooey.
Or the aliens were like, this place has been around for a long time. It's probably the pinnacle of what's going on.
We've been watching this place for 1,000 years.
It hasn't changed, therefore it's perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe not.
Yeah.
I'm going to move on. Please.
Yeah.
The next one the next theory is actually the plausible one in my mind.
I know, because you were bragging about it last week. You were like, the theory that I came up with is actually supported.
I would like to support it with this 17-page document that I found on the internet.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, our next theory is volcanic gases.
What are volcanic gases?
Well, you know, when you eat a lot of beans.
No.
No. Let me explain a little bit of the geography of the area. I think the geology is pretty easy in terms of we know that there's a ton of frickin' volcanoes in that area. But the geography of the area is this village is right on the coastline, so it's at sea level for the most part. And as you move inland, the land rises up, and there's little valleys. So if you keep that in mind, we're going to keep going through some of this description, but that geography is what is important. Right above the village, just a couple miles up, is what is called the Autostrada A20. And it's a 4-lane motorway. It runs around the coast of Sicily. And at the time, 2004, it was brand new. They finished construction in 2004. The terrain in the area, like we were talking about, there's the valleys. It's kind of hilly. The engineers, civil engineers, love this. Well, I don't want to go over it. I'll just dig a tunnel. So they dug a tunnel. They dug a bunch of tunnels. And what they did is they would tunnel through the mountain. They would come to a valley. They would build a bridge to the next mountain. They'd bore a hole in that hill, come out. If it was decent flat land, they'd put the road on the ground, and then they'd do it again wherever they had to.
I want to go drive around Sicily on that road.
The A20 looks really cool. If you look at it in the satellite views, you can actually see the shadow of the bridge thrown across onto the shape of the valleys.
Super cool.
It's they're kind of that span arch bridge, the lower arch underneath, not on top. They're really neat looking.
Yeah.
But this is what they did. Well, the idea is that what happened is as they were digging those tunnels, they accidentally popped open a fissure or some kind of vein that was connected to a magma system or a volcanic system. Nothing major, because if they'd hit something major, we'd have known about it. Stuff had blowed up. And I say that in my best American accent. Stuff had blowed up.
Yep.
Yeah.
It would have been obvious. But instead, nothing happened, which means that they hit a crack or they hit a small leak. So this theory runs that. There's a fissure in a tunnel, and it's not obvious. And it's leaking gas. So we're talking explosive gas. So not just carbon monoxide, but methane, things like that.
Are these things found in volcanoes?
I know two of the gases that would be flammable in a volcanic mixture would be methane and hydrogen sulfide.
Yeah.
I know those ones.
They would be.
What else is going to be in there?
Who knows?
It's a mixed bag.
Yeah,
We're not geologists.
But,
No.
but aren't those kind of odoriferous?
No.
They're not stanky?
No, they're not. You got to remember is a lot of the gases that we use that could, like methane does put off kind of that sewer smell. Hydrogen sulfide does not.
Okay.
So we're used to a lot of gases having, this is a common misnomer. People are like, I would know if I had a gas leak, because it smells like rotten eggs. Well, when you're out in the woods, nobody's artificially put that rotten egg smell in it.
Well, yeah, that is true because they do put that in methane.
Yeah.
I know, natural gas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, those are the flammables. So though, as we were talking about again, I'm going back to the geography. If this crack is coming out of a tunnel, which is uphill, it's going to run down the valley, which this village sits in kind of the basin of a valley. So it would all run down hit low spots, create little pockets of potentially explosive gas that if there's a spark, which, okay, my TV's on, it's got little sparks running around in it, or my computer's running, or my car ignition is on, but the car's not on, I can see how that could cause a fire. What it doesn't appropriately answer is the fires that are caught in things like furniture or electronics that aren't turned on.
Yeah, or a hairdryer that's not plugged in.
Or a hairdryer that's not plugged in.
It also doesn't account for like, hard drives being wiped and gates opening and closing on by themselves.
It does not.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. There is some discussion, at least one article that I came across was talking about the fact that if it is some kind of volcanic fissure that is leaking gas, it's probably going to be leaking volcanic ash at the same time in very small quantities. But that's going to drift down, and I've got to read this because I didn't exactly get it, but this is what I'm understanding, is that there is a bit of friction that is caused between the ash when two pieces of ash rub together or go across each other, which would create a static charge. So if enough of that builds up, it's going to create enough static charge that could potentially start a fire.
Seems like then you would be dealing with like random fireballs as well. It wouldn't necessarily always be things.
Well, plus I think people in the village would be noticing that there's ash all over everything.
Yeah.
You would think, but if it's in small amounts or it's ground into stuff, I can see how it's not noticeable. But Devin brings up a good point because that ties back into, remember the UFOs, the glowing balls over the ocean?
I guess that's true. I forgot about those.
It could be the old Men in Black explanation of swamp gas or a burning ball of gas floating over the horizon.
That's fair.
Yeah, okay.
Potentially.
So that's a bunch of their gas that's just gone out and got caught on fire.
Somehow caught on fire.
The fisherman lit a cigarette and
flicked it straight up 100 feet and caught a ball of fire up. Yeah.
The other thing about the thing about this theory that I'm not so sure about is that, like, besides the flammable ones like hydrogen sulfide and methane, there are a lot of other gases that are associated with volcanic leaks, and some of them are pretty caustic, and you would be smelling them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and one thing that we haven't talked about a little bit, if we're going to go into this theory just a tad bit more, is there have been reports of people saying that as they were going through the tunnels around the village on the A20, and I want to say that the other road is it's like the A18 or it's an A-teen. I remember that. It's in the teens. Is that there are random events where a car will shut off. The electronics of the car die. Car goes to a stop. They start it back up. It starts, ignition fires, and then they drive. Much that happens, but people have reported that in that area.
I mean, that's just like inside the tunnels only?
I don't know if it's in the tunnels or if it's on the other road or if it's on the bridge. The reporting on it was very scant, but it could be that it's some of those more caustic other gases, which when the car sucks it in, instead of oxygen, is going to kill the ignition, in the cylinder. Gas cannot ignite if there is not oxygen, and it's some gas that doesn't burn right with it, then the car dies. But it rolls far enough forward to get out of that pocket of gas, so that when they go to turn it over, it sucks in air again.
So that's why the occupants of the car don't get asphyxiated then?
They're moving too quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not perfect, but it's one of those things that I've heard or have read. So
I think the explanation for that is these people just need to get their car worked on.
It's some auto body shop in the village or car repair shop in the village that's doing it.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
No, it could very well be. I know Devin likes this because we've used Nefarious a number of times, and this plays a little bit.
So this is the next theory here?
Well, we've got our next theory, and it plays a little bit into the volcanic bit, and then it goes on to the much more nefarious aspect. So this kind of ties the two together, is that when there are volcanic eruptions, there tend to be some electromagnetic issues that go on, because I don't understand why, because I'm not a volcanologist, as we've said, but it happens. Well, that is one reason people say that there's these electromagnetic issues. The other one is that some bad organization is targeting the town, and what they're doing is they're using a high-powered electromagnetic beam, shooting it at the village from somewhere most likely out to sea, which I gotta say sounds like a total evil supervillain move. And they're frying stuff in the town.
Yeah.
Sounds legit.
Yeah. This is actually, no, this works because I would not be at all surprised if somebody, some supervillain, wasn't working on some sort of volcano lancing super laser that he could use to blackmail the world.
You're laughing, but this is like a serious theory.
Volcano
Yes, a volcano lancing super laser that, and then he could just say, hey, guys, if you don't want hot lava boiling down through your town, you better cough up like $1 million, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now.
$1 million.
Yeah.
$1 billion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so it might be that these are kind of beta versions. They're weaker beta versions. He still hasn't gotten all the way up to the superpowered one yet.
Or she.
Or she.
Possibly she.
Yeah.
Or it.
Yeah.
As in a organization, because there's a U.S. Air Force base right in that area, so of course the finger gets pointed at them.
Okay,
the finger gets pointed at the government, at aliens, or at a supervillain. The quote that I've got here talks about the fact that it would have to be a ultra high frequency beam, and it would have to be transmitted somewhere between 300 megahertz and 3 gigahertz.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Oh. And I mean, they have been monkeying around with EMP weapons, and so that's
well, we've talked about that.
That's
masers and every other kind of silly laser item like that.
Yeah, an EMP device wouldn't set things on fire.
I was going to say no. It's not meant to do that.
Yeah.
No.
Our next theory sadly could be one of the more plausible. And that it was a local boy/man.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
And by boy/man, I mean a boy in 2004 is a teenage boy who is now a man. Because one of the Italian reports that I found was talking about the fact that the authorities believe they had finally figured out what the problem was. And it was Giuseppe Pizzino. He's 26. And that means he'd been 15, 16 years old at the time. And they're saying he's the one who starts all the fires.
Yeah.
He was running around starting fires, kind of a pyromaniac situation, burning things.
That's not unheard of.
It's not unheard of, though. More unheard of is like breaking into a house to set a hairdryer on fire and then escaping before anybody noticed that you're in the house.
Well, the hairdryer, in my mind, is kind of suspect because whenever I walk into a room in my house and I find something on fire, I don't stop to take pictures of it. I grab the freaking fire extinguisher. No, I haven't seen the picture.
It kind of just looks like there's a flashlight shining on it. To be honest, it does. It just looks like there's like a bright light.
And I am taking the photo at face value according to what is written about it. So you're right. It does look a little suspect.
Mm-hmm.
But here's what we're saying is that, remember I told you that when the feds came in, they had put up all these cameras, or when the government had come in.
And then the fire stopped when they evacuated
well, there evidently is some footage just at the beginning of that time. And one of those pieces of footage shows him by a car and doing something, almost the strike a match movement. If you were going to strike a wooden match away from yourself, and he's in front of a car, and then it's obvious it's one of those cameras that does every 5 or 10 seconds, and then suddenly the car is smoky and billowy, and he's moved away, and then the fire department comes running around to it. It almost... It's kind of comical to watch. It's almost like a Benny Hill skit, the way everybody runs around. But they run over, and you can see him standing there almost as if he's, on his phone going, I don't know what's going on. Oh, what happened over there? I question it because there were so many things, and I really don't know how one guy could have got into so many places unless nobody in that village ever locked their frickin' door.
Which is highly likely.
Yeah, besides which, you can't entirely rule out the possibility of copycats too.
Well, but the thing is, what I don't understand, and maybe this is tacked on, is all the other weird. The computer drives wiped. Okay, I can see somebody goes in with a magnet and just wipes the drives. But what about car doors and weird electronic stuff? You know, locks opening and closing, things like that.
Are we absolutely certain those things happen?
Exactly.
I'm saying is that I don't know that those aren't tacked onto the story. I
Sure.
can't say they're not. It seems like a lot, and it seems like there's, according to the article I was reading, he might not have done it all on his own because his dad, at the time that he got in trouble, was head of the fund to compensate people for things that had caught on fire. So maybe his dad was helping him a little bit once he figured out he was doing it, and hey, help me keep my job kind of thing. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. I still think.
I mean, maybe Giuseppe is totally the one who did it all.
He probably is.
Well, Devin, judge, jury, right there.
Yeah, I think he probably is.
I think it's entirely possible too that at least some of these things that caught fire, people just thought, hey, I want to get on the act. I want the guy from the National Enquirer to come by and interview me. So I'm going to light my toaster on fire.
Or
yeah.
This hairdryer doesn't work anymore. I'm going to light it on fire, and then the fund will replace it.
Yeah, there's that.
That could be.
I would do that.
You could intentionally overload something.
I would do that.
And then plug it back into the socket and say, look, it caught on fire right there. Oh my gosh, I need a new one.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know this is the crappy one, but I'd love the fancy super chrome Cuisinart version, please. I mean,
that's the version I bought when I bought it.
You just can't tell because it's so melted. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, there's a lot of evidence of people pulling that kind of fraud off in the past to say that it's entirely plausible.
Mm-hmm. But as far as wiping your hard drive, I guess.
I don't see what the hell you'd get out of wiping your computer, because every time my computer dies, I am so angry, even if I have it backed up.
Yeah, I know. But no, I mean, I would put a compensation for a claim for compensation, like, that drive it was filled with cat videos.
You'd spend a whole lot of time.
It took me 5 years at working, 20 hours a week to build up my collection of cat videos. They're all gone. I would like to be compensated for my time.
I have a feeling that might actually get thrown out.
Probably would, yeah. This reminds me, I've got to back up my cat videos.
I do have a couple of bits that I want to throw out. These are not specifically related to any theory, but they are explanations of some of the things that were going on. Do you remember I talked about the water pipes that suddenly, after all the fires, ironically, water pipes are bursting?
Yes.
There is a theory on how that might be happening, and that is through it's called I'll probably mispronounce it, cathodic process?
I think it's cathodic.
Cathodic, because it's a cathode. I think that's right. But basically what it is that you've got a water pipe, and it's welded together with some material, and somehow electronic charge is getting to the pipe, and that's going to corrode and weaken that seam. So that's what's causing that. So it's almost like there's an electrical leak in the ground that is weakening everybody's water pipes, because then it gets in the system, screws the whole thing up.
I must say that this village looks pretty old.
It does.
I'm thinking
it looks like it's been around a long time.
Yeah,
I'm going to give you that. The last thing I want to talk about, though, is Devin's favorite part.
The eggplants.
The eggplants.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, the evil eggplants. Did a little bit of research on this, and I admit my ignorance right off the bat. I thought all eggplants were that weird dark purple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're not, apparently.
They are absolutely not. They are as varied as the rainbow. They come in a million colors, and most of them start out one color and then turn another. I also want to point out the fact that if this is a local farmer who is trying to save money, he may have gotten eggplant seeds from someone saying that they had a specific kind and did quite the sloppy job and gave him a variety of eggplants. Because I've had this at our house, is that we'll say, oh, we're going to plant this, and you plant a bunch of seeds, and then the one oddball, you're like, what is that weird carrot? And it turns out not to be a carrot, but, something utterly different. Yeah, an eggplant, which I'll never grow.
Well, it could have been actually also a little farmer playing a little prank on the press. I know this. I know that they're going to come out all colors, but these guys probably have only ever seen purple ones, So I'll bring them out to my farm, and I'll point out my multicolored eggplants. And make a fool out of these
The one
guys.
thing that I've always seen in the articles, though, is they said the entire crop had to be destroyed because they couldn't sell it.
Well,
which sounds kind of bunkish to me.
Yeah.
Cross-pollination is also a thing. Like, when you go out in the summer and there's, like, this one bush that's got flowers on it that's, like, half one color and half another color. That's a thing.
Yeah, I don't know if that's as prevalent in eggplant because it seemed like they were very linear, but it completely could be.
But it's possible if he had, one plant that was a different color that got cross-pollinated with a bunch of them. I don't know.
I personally think it was a seed mix-up.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking too.
I really think the guy was growing asparagus and didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the guy probably might very well deliberately mixed up the seeds to produce different colors.
Yeah.
Because that would make your fields look a lot prettier if they're all rainbow colored and everything.
That's really all we've got on this little village.
So I'm going to vote for human agency.
I think UFO.
People did it.
Yeah?
No, I think aliens.
I'm inclined to go with the volcanic gas on mine. But, we never talked about, did we ever vote on the other ones? Oh, who cares?
No, it doesn't matter.
No. I think with mine, the Valley of the Headless Man, I think it was probably just unrelated.
I think it was Turok, Son of Stone.
Yeah, could have been that. Yeah.
I don't want to think about it. We're just glossing over mine.
Okay. I'm totally okay with that.
Okay. Well, so concludes another episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. So
Such gusto.
I know. Hey, you probably don't know where our website is, so we're going to tell you. It's thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. Actually, I'm sure you do know, but just in case you don't. You can leave comments. We'll have links out there for you. You can listen to the episodes. More likely, you're finding us on iTunes. So if you are getting us off of iTunes, please subscribe and leave us a review, preferably a 5-star review.
We like those.
Or a 6-star review. That would be even better.
That is the new coveted ranking in iTunes.
Yeah.
It's the 6-star.
Yeah, exactly. You can also stream us, and there's tons of places to do that, and literally billions and billions of places. So
Buried as the
I won't
stars.
name any of them. We're on Facebook, just Thinking Sideways Facebook. Definitely, you can friend us and like us and leave comments. So we also have a group.
Yep.
Yeah. We're also on Twitter, Thinking Sideways. We've dropped the G for that because we're so cool. And last of all, email. We get lots of emails, so if you'd like to send us an email with a suggestion or just tell us how much you love us, then you can find us. Our email is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And last of all, we are on Patreon now. If you haven't heard of Patreon, it's spelled Patreon, so that would be Patreon/thinkingsideways. Patreon.com/thinkingsideways, yeah. So if you don't know what Patreon is, well, you'll find out.
Yep, we've got stuff on there to explain it.
Yeah, we do. And that's pretty much it. Hopefully you're going to take our advice and stay the hell away from these places.
Yeah, go vacation somewhere normal.
Yeah.
Much nicer.
No, actually, I think I'm going to, if I ever get the chance, I think I am going to go to Sicily and go to this little village. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I would. I just wouldn't stay there.
Yeah, the Valley of the Headless Man, not so much. No,
not doing it.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's it then. See you all next week.
Bye, guys.
Later, everyone.
Welcome to
Theories
of the third kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I am one of your hosts. There are two other hosts that are joining me today, of course. Danielson.
Sup, guys?
And Anna.
Dober dan.
So before we start today's episode, I just want to say, like always, we don't run any ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, then there's a few ways that you can do that.
One of those ways is with Patreon. For only $5 a month, or 16 cents a day, you could sign up for the Patreon and get an extra episode a week. Today's Patreon, we are releasing FEMA. It's a super great episode. We also have others like Clinton Body Count and Dreams. Just make your way on over if you feel like you don't get your fix We'd be happy to add some more episodes to you every week.
Another way to support the show is through merchandise. Just teleport on over to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the shop button, or you can go to theoriesofthethirdkindshop.com. You can see all the merchandise we have for sale, t-shirts, hats, all that good stuff.
I just wanted to say that the money we get from Patreon and merchandise sales goes to bettering the show. Also, I know it's tough out there right now, so if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, then you can leave us a written review on iTunes, and that helps us out a lot. If you don't want to leave one, though, then that is fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, space lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, then you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can click on the voicemail button and leave us a voicemail anonymously with your phone, and we will play that on the show each week. All right, so that's the announcements. So how today's episode will go is that we'll first cover the beginning of Project Serpo, and then we'll dive into the details of it, the entity that they found, then hop back into the Chosen 12, Planet Serpo, and what happened there, and then we'll go over strange facts and findings, and then wrap it all up with our own personal thoughts and theories. So, Dan, would you like to start us off with the beginning of how Project Serpo all got started?
I sure will, Aaron. So what we are going to discuss today is supposedly the best hidden secret in the history of the human species. So this all starts with an individual named Victor Martinez. This Victor guy, he ran a private email group list. The list comprised of the world's top UFO researchers, around a total of 150 of them. This group of individuals would send emails between one another and use it to look into articles of UFO sightings, aliens, and all those good things.
So on November 2nd, 2005, an email sent out to the group got everyone's attention. This email was written by someone claiming to be a retired senior official in the DIA, which is the Defense Intelligence Agency.
I mean, I've heard of the CIA and the FBI, but I've personally never heard of the DIA. Is this a real thing? Have you guys ever heard of that?
I did learn about the DIA while going through this Serpo. And what I found out is, like I said, it's an intelligence agency for the United States federal government. Its specialty is in defense and military intelligence. DIA informs national, civilian, and defense policymakers about the military intentions and capabilities of foreign governments and non-state actors.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess they're not as popular as the CIA, FBI, DEA, or any of those guys. All right, back to the email, I guess. So this retired senior official claimed to be in possession of very, very sensitive information. But not only that, they claimed to be the spokesperson for a group of 6 DIA personnel. They called themselves Anonymous. And it's not like the hacking group. It's like just straight up anonymous. Well, they called themselves Request Anonymous, to be exact.
This email would become quite the talk of the UFO research community. A lot of the people in the email group started arguing with one another, debating if it was even true or not. But everyone in the email group did agree on one thing. If this email was true, then it would change human history forever.
So let's hop into the email and start discussing what it said.
All right. So the DIA group, known as Anonymous that we just mentioned, started off the email saying this. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Request Anonymous. I am a retired employee of the U.S. government. I won't go into great details about my past, but I was involved in a special program. As for Roswell, it occurred, but not like the storybooks tell. There were 2 crash sites. One southwest of Corona, New Mexico, and the second site at Pelona Peak, south of Datil, New Mexico. The crash involved 2 extraterrestrial aircrafts. The Corona site was found a day later by the archaeology team.
This team reported the crash site to the Lincoln County Sheriff's Department. A deputy arrived the next day and summoned a state police officer. One live entity known as an EBE, which is an abbreviation for extraterrestrial biological entity, was found hiding behind a rock. The entity was given water but declined food. The entity was later transferred to Los Alamos. The information eventually went to Roswell Army Airfield. The site was examined and all evidence was removed. The bodies were taken to Los Alamos National Laboratory because they had a freezing system that allowed the bodies to remain frozen for research. The craft was taken to Roswell and then on to Wright Field, Ohio.
The second site was not discovered until August 1949 by two ranchers. They reported their findings several days later to the sheriff of Catron County, New Mexico. Because of the remote location, it took the sheriff several days to make his way to the crash site. Once at the site, the sheriff took photographs and then drove back to Detil. Sandia Army Base, Albuquerque, New Mexico, was then notified. A recovery team from Sandia took custody of all evidence, including 6 bodies. The bodies were taken to Sandia Base, but later transferred to Los Alamos. The live entity established communications with us and provided us with the location of its home planet.
Now, before we read off the rest of the email, let's go over what happened with this alien entity.
So like the email said, in July 1947, 2 separate spaceships crashed that day. The famous one known as Roswell and the other less famous one. But out of these 2 crashes, there was only one survivor. Both the EBE and the craft's wreckage were taken to the secure Los Alamos military base. The being named EBE, which as we said earlier was an abbreviation for extraterrestrial biological entity.
So the government was like, what the f*** do we do with this being? Well, they decided to build a special holding center for it deep inside the secure base of the Los Alamos Laboratory in New Mexico. So, you guys, I was able to get the coordinates for this special underground secure base. You know what that means, right?
It's Montauk time!
Uh-oh. Is it Montauk time?
Oh, it's Montauk time. So everybody hop in your chairs because we're going on a trip. By the way, if this is your first time hearing what are Montauk chairs...
Extremely rare translation of that. So they, of course, did the logical thing and started an Australia-wide search for any and all of these translations of this book.
Okay.
Some guy, just some random guy, mentioned just after a couple months of this search going on, he said, oh, you know, I found an exact copy of that book in the backseat of my car that was parked like 2 blocks away from where you guys found this guy.
So they
Weird, right?
Yeah. So they arrested him?
No.
Oh, damn.
So he brought his book. And they said, oh, we'll look into it. And the back page had been torn out, which was consistent because he had the back page in his little secret pocket.
Okay.
And they found this code written on the next back page.
Okay.
Now, this is a code that has been proven to be an actual code. They've decided that it is actually a coded message, but has never been solved.
So they don't know what kind of cipher it is.
They don't know the cipher.
Okay.
As far as anyone can tell, he made this cipher up
Okay.
himself. But it's not long enough for them to get any patterns, to establish any patterns to be able to break this code.
So, yeah, how many letters are in the message? Oh, no. I mean, is it 10 or is it 50 or is it a couple hundred or what?
It's 4 lines.
4 lines, okay.
4 lines of text. It's a really simple cipher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that there's not enough of it.
There's not enough of it.
There's not enough of it to figure out what the key to the cipher is.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't know if it's a substitution or some crazy cipher.
Sure.
Yeah. You could probably figure out if a substitution cipher, a message, you probably could, but it's probably a one-time pad, which is why they can't break it.
Yeah.
So, and
what is a one-time pad, Joe?
Oh, yeah, the one-time pad. Yeah, for those of you who don't know what that is, it's like a one-time pad is when you either generate a sequence of random numbers or you use like a book or a newspaper article, whatever, and assign numbers to all those, and then say you for every number in your message or every letter in your message is converted to a number. So A is 1, B is 2. And then if you're using, say, a book as a one-time pad, you convert that into the same kind of numbers, add those to your characters, and then if somebody else has that same pad to translate it with, and it's not a substitution cipher, because it is a substitution cipher, but it's not like you're substituting a letter for another letter consistently.
Yeah, not A
Yeah.
for B. It's...
Yeah, exactly. And so those are impossible to break, at least as far as I know. Maybe with modern supercomputers and and Google and everything like that, maybe you can. Yeah, but one-time pads are impossible to break.
People as recently as 2012 have tried to decipher this, and it can't be done.
Yeah, and so it's a one-time pad. Obviously, the Ruby out of Omar Khayyam is probably not the key. Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Also, in the back of this book, there was a telephone number. It was an unlisted telephone number belonging to a nurse who lived like 400 meters north. 1,300 feet north of where the body was found.
Okay.
So, of course, the police go to investigate. And she says, oh, yeah, I owned a copy of that book. But in 1945, at the Clifton Gardens Hotel in Sydney, I gave it to a lieutenant named Alfred Boxall because we were in love. Weird. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why is an unlisted number of years in the back of this? Okay, so maybe this is Alfred Boxall. It's one of those three things. She said that they were in love, but late 1948, a mystery man had asked her next door neighbor about her, and nobody really knows who that was. And that was just before this guy showed up. Obviously,
so the mystery man, was that guy identified as being our dead body?
No.
Yeah.
So they showed her a picture of him on the slab.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't gruesome. You can find this picture online easily. It just looks like he's sleeping. And she said, no, I don't know who that person is. But according to the detective, she was completely taken aback to the point of giving the appearance that she was about to faint.
So she's lying, possibly.
So they start thinking, all right, Boxall's the dead man. This is his copy. It all makes sense. That's why he's here. He was lieutenant in the army. He's probably doing something kind of clandestine until Boxall shows up.
Just out of the blue?
No, he's working maintenance in the Ranwick Bus Depot, which is, I think, not even in Australia.
I don't think so.
So he showed up, or they tracked him down?
They tracked him down.
Yeah.
And he still has his copy.
Oh.
The Rubaiyat.
The plot thickens. Okay.
The plot thickens. He still has his copy. And it's the same edition, obviously. And the last page is obviously still there.
Okay.
But she had handwritten a verse out. It was verse 70 on the front cover. And it was the same thing.
What's with these people who do stuff like that?
It's a good question.
It's an extremely rare, probably valuable copy of this edition of this book, and you just write all over it, you know?
Yeah,
I mean,
right?
Well, is that a smart thing to do?
No, it was beautiful, the verse that she wrote. But why would you deface a book like that?
Mm-hmm.
Librarians everywhere are cringing right now.
Yeah, sorry for our librarian audience. I'm sure there's millions of you out there.
So in March of 2009, a team led by a professor decided that they would crack the code by testing the body for DNA.
Oh, yeah, that makes
Smart,
sense.
right?
Yeah.
Except for that none of the DNA of his body survived.
Oh, really?
They buried him.
They actually exhumed the body?
They exhumed the body, and it was just, he'd been buried and decomposing, and it was
they embalmed him, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it hard.
That's what they do.
You would think they'd be able to find a little DNA somewhere.
You
but,
would think that,
you would
but
think.
they apparently couldn't.
But they were going to use DNA to identify who he was?
Yes.
Yeah.
They were going to try, at least.
Yeah,
Not that there were DNA records then, but they could maybe trace it to someone who is living now, or, whatever. Additionally, this same investigative team said that police had found that the packet of cigarettes that he had a different brand of cigarettes inside of the pack. And the police had originally said, oh, well, this is a common army thing. You buy the one pack of expensive ones, and then you buy a bunch of cheap ones, and you just keep filling your expensive box with your cheap cigarettes, so it looks like you're smoking more expensive cigarettes.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Except for that the cigarettes that were in his box were more expensive than the box cigarettes.
Yeah.
So they thought maybe there had been some poison administered that way, although again, they never found any poison in his system.
Okay.
It was 1948, obviously.
Techniques
There's
not as
potential,
refined as we have today.
And there's the potential that they just missed it. And then in 2011, a woman contacted some really sad cold case detective who's still assigned to this case because it's never been closed, and said that she found an identification card of an H.C. Reynolds that she had found in her father's possession. It was a document from the United States to foreign seamen given during World War I, and they compared the photograph to the man who died, and it was almost identical. They said it was a very good match. They shared a few unique identifiers within their face, and then their ears were the same. So the ID...
Their ears?
Their ears. He had a... If you look closely at these pictures, he had a genetic defect in that it made part of his ear larger than other parts of his ear.
Okay.
Like, not like a normal ear, which is a genetic mutation found in like 2% of the population or something like that.
Okay.
It's incredibly uncommon.
Okay.
So that, along with the fact that his face looked alike, and
Okay, that makes more sense. I got it. Okay.
no, just random his ears.
Might be like
Yeah.
a great way to find like relatives of his.
They thought that, yeah.
Yeah.
So they said, oh, okay, so this is probably this guy. The ID card was issued in February 28th, 1918 to H.C. Reynolds. It gave his nationality as British and his age as 18. They did searches in the U.S. National Archives, the U.K. National Archives, and the Australian War Memorial Research Centre, and they have failed to come up with any actual records of an H.C. Reynolds.
So it's a fake name or fake ID or?
They're not sure.
Okay.
But it is this man's ID.
So he looks, I mean, he died, this story, he died in 48, right?
Mhm.
And the ID was issued in 1918, did you say? So it's 30 years later.
Uh-huh. He could have been in the picture. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
it's all
he's
black and white
dead.
photos.
It's all black
so-
and white. It's kind of bad quality. He could have been of that age. He also could have lied about his age to get into the military. Although he was obviously lying about other things too, given that there's no record of him ever existing prior to this.
What else did he lie about?
Everything.
Yeah, lots. So again,
the case is still open.
So again, that ID was issued in 1918
Mm-hmm.
by the Brits, and they had
By the United States.
okay, but he was of British nationality, and
He
what
said
document?
it was one of those IDs they gave out during World War I when people who lived other places would come and say, I want to fight for the USA. And they would be like, okay, great, here's your ID.
Okay, so in other words, it was never documented that he was actually a Brit.
No. I mean,
Okay.
you kind of assume that they would have done some research into that, but records
Maybe
weren't great
not.
then.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
the time of war and things were kind of
Things were
slipshod.
kind of yeah. So okay.
So that's all
So
I
the
know.
guy gets in. So, but where was this ID issued?
The U.S.
In the U.S.
Yep.
So he shows up at our doorstep and we give him an ID. Okay, sounds like today.
No.
It's kind of similar, but
So how do we know that the stuff that he wrote in the on the page that they found in his pocket, it was just in his pants pocket, right?
The last page of the book was in his pants pocket.
Okay.
He had written the cipher in the back of this book.
Okay.
So
okay.
ostensibly what happened is he had a copy of this book. He wrote his cipher out, tore out the last page, and threw it into the guy's car. I assume the guy's just left his window open.
Something, yeah.
Something, because he didn't know it wasn't his copy.
So,
He
yeah,
just
obviously-
found it in the back of his car.
obviously he threw his coded message in the back of the wrong car.
I guess.
I guess.
And how do we know that it's a cipher and not just gibberish that somebody wrote down?
There's been a lot of analysis about it by like real live code breakers. People have
Mhm.
spent a lot of time
Okay.
decoding it, and there are patterns, but not enough patterns to establish what letter it might be. There's repetition that's indicative of it being English words.
Okay. So it's based on the English language
It's
in
based
some
on,
way.
they're assuming it's based on English. It may not be. It could, it is entirely possible that he was just like a Russian who was like bored and deranged and wrote just random gibberish down. But
well, entirely possible. You just think, I'm gonna mess with somebody's head. I'm gonna write this coded message and put it in the back of somebody's car, and then we'll have this eternal mystery about it.
yeah, and then I'll die.
Yeah.
I don't think he planned on that
I
part.
don't think he did either.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So the clues all point to this guy was either, say, Russian royalty.
He's the missing Princess Anastasia.
Yeah, something like
is.
that. Well,
He looks pretty enough to be.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Has anybody checked out the Russian royal family to find out, like the czars, to find out if any of them had that genetic anomaly?
None of them did.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so they're pretty sure that it is this guy H.C. Reynolds, but no.
Yeah. Well, the other possibility is that he could have been just like infiltrated into America by another foreign intelligence service.
Yeah.
With a bunch of money to pay agents, and he absconded with it.
Sure.
Which would explain why he was trying to hide his wealth by, like taking the labels out of his jackets and putting expensive cigarettes in a cheap container. And so just keeping a low profile that way. I mean,
But why did somebody kill him? That's
probably let's say he's a Soviet. Let's say they eventually caught up with him. Because if you double cross those guys, they will not. Eventually they'll find you. Probably.
Eventually they do.
Yeah.
I mean, in every Hollywood movie, they get found out.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah. So I mean, that's entirely a possible thing. I don't know, but it's just speculation. I don't know.
Maybe.
Good speculation.
Yeah.
So I did find, I don't know if you came across this when you were doing your research, but when I was brushing up on this, I did find one thing of somebody saying they might have figured out the cause of death. I don't know if you'd ever come across that.
I have not ever come across that.
Okay. So I did find, let's see, this is in 1994 this came out. Guy by the name of John Phillips, who is the chairman of the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine. And he is saying that based on the details, it's likely that he died of digitalis. Digitalis is known for engorging the organs prior to death.
Digitalis, you're talking about the plant, right?
Right. It's a member of the foxglove family, so it's a poison
Yeah.
that people used to use as kind of an herbal remedy. They didn't know how it was supposed to be used, so they'd use it for heart issues or epilepsy or stuff like that, but they didn't understand the dosage, so they would typically end up killing people unintentionally.
And does it enlarge the spleen?
It enlarges all of the organs.
So, well, but then the question is, why was only his spleen? Because your spleen is not the most sensitive of your organs.
True.
Why was his spleen the only one that was enlarged?
So his spleen was the only.
His spleen was
thought
3
I'd
times
seen something that said that
enlarged.
more than just his spleen was
No,
enlarged.
he had congestion of the heart and brain.
Okay.
But that's not that's not.
No, that's not an engorgement or enlargement at all. So well conditioned is, but I don't know. I mean, this is just something I came across and I found interesting. Now
It's very interesting.
it's 50 years later.
Yeah.
And some guy is saying, "Well, I just looked at the autopsy report and this is what I see." And so who knows?
Sure.
It could have been just somebody, surprise attacked him in an interview and
Right.
he threw out, here's the answer to the Talman Shroud. I mean,
Yeah, and I guess you assume that in a time when a lot of people are dying from an overdose of a thing, you as a
Coroner.
coroner, you might know what that looks like generally.
You would think.
You would think. Maybe not.
So anyway. Oh, by the way, when they found the body, how long had he been dead?
Just a couple. I think he died. They said he died in the middle of the night.
They found him at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
So the question is, the coded message, the book, why? So it seems to me that if he was taking a message somewhere to drop it off, there was somebody, and but discovered he was being followed. He probably wanted to ditch that message.
Sure.
So the nearest car with an open window, he dropped it in.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's typical spy behavior.
Yeah.
Is get rid of all incriminating evidence.
Yeah. So
the other kind of interesting thing about this is that there are 2 cases that people talk about them maybe being linked.
Really?
Yes.
Because this seems like a weird one-off.
Yeah.
It does,
So
doesn't
you're
it?
saying there are 2 other cases?
Yes.
Oh.
So the first
there's
one,
so few details.
The first one is the Marshall case that happened in June 1945.
Okay.
where a 34-year-old Singapore man, he wasn't a mystery man. His name was Joseph Saul Haim Marshall, was found dead.
Wait, how many names did he have?
A lot.
Okay.
Joseph Saul Haim Marshall.
Okay.
He was found dead in Ashton Park in Sydney with an open copy of the Rubaiyat on his chest.
Really? The same edition?
Same edition.
Found dead?
His death was believed to be a suicide by poisoning. His was it was the edition right before edition that was involved in this case. But
no pages missing?
No pages missing or anything like that.
But he died of poisoning. Did they say what he died of? He said he committed suicide, but what did he use? Did it say?
They thought that it was self-inflicted, but they didn't say.
Okay.
Who, what, you know.
I'm guessing that one doesn't get as much notoriety.
It doesn't.
And what year did this happen?
1945.
Ah.
An inquest was held. Gwyneth Dorothy Graham testified at this inquest that they had.
And why did she testify?
She was a witness. I'm not sure. There's
Okay.
not really details on that. But she testified and was found dead 13 days later, face down, naked, in a bath with her wrists slit.
Do they think that was suicide, or do we know?
I think they think it's suicide, like they think his death was a suicide.
Okay.
In that,
Like, in other words, it was KGB.
you say it's
Yeah.
a suicide, right?
Until you figure out what really happened and then change the story.
But
if
maybe
you never
not.
figure it out. Okay.
Sure. So then the next one happened in June again, but this one in 1949, where the body of a 2-year-old Clive was found in a sack in some sandhills about 12 miles down the coast from where they found the H.C. Reynolds. For purposes, we're just going to call him H.C. Reynolds, the guy from the first case.
Okay.
So very, very close. Lying next to him was his unconscious father. The father was taken to the hospital and was treated for exposure, and then they transferred him to a mental hospital.
So he went crazy?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, because, his son died while he was right next to him in a bag or something.
Had they been, out and about that day?
They'd been missing for 4 days.
Okay.
They never were able to tell what killed Clive. This was another mystery death. They said it wasn't natural causes, but they don't know what killed him.
Okay.
The contents of his stomach were sent to the government for analysis, but never came back with anything solid, similar to HC. The mother said that she was threatened by a masked man a couple days before her son died. She said, quote, "The car stopped and a man with a khaki kerchief over his face told her to keep away from." Additionally, a similar looking man had recently been seen lurking around the house.
So somebody was stalking them while they were while the other two were missing.
Yep.
But we don't know who they were.
Nope.
Weird.
So what would be the tie-in to H.C. Reynolds exactly?
Well, they were found very close to where he was found.
Yeah.
And very weird circumstances surrounding their death.
That is weird, but they weren't that close. I mean, they were miles rather than feet away, right?
12 miles, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But,
Yeah.
on the coast of Sydney, or the coast of Australia.
Yeah.
So.
Not that many weird things happen,
Yeah.
except in this one little area.
Except for this one tiny little area, so, yeah.
So did they ever find any of his possessions? Or anything else that he had left around?
They found a brown suitcase.
Okay.
It had been left in the railway station. It had been checked into the station coat room. They do that sometimes. You come in on a train, you have a little layover.
Yeah. So how did they find it? That would be an interesting story in and of itself.
They found it a month later.
Mm-hmm.
So it had just been there for a month. So they decided to report it to the police because that's what you do
Yeah.
after a month. Nobody's come back for it. And it had been checked on November 30th, which was 2 days before. 2 days? How many days are in November?
30.
30.
Yeah.
1 day before.
Okay. All right. So I assume they completely went through everything with all the tags missing from all the clothes.
They were.
Yeah.
Yeah. They found a red checked dressing gown, that was size 7. Red felt slippers, 4
30
pairs,
copies of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam.
4 pairs
Sorry.
of underwear, pajamas, shaving items, a light brown pair of trousers with sand in the cuffs, an electrician's screwdriver, a table knife cut down into a short, sharp instrument, a pair of scissors with sharpened points, and a stenciling brush that was used by third officers on merchant ships for stenciling cargo.
Oh, okay.
Also in the suitcase was a thread card of Barber brand orange waxed thread of an unusual type, not available in Australia, that had been the same kind that was used to repair the lining of his secret pocket.
His secret pocket.
The secret pocket of his pants, they found the little piece of paper in.
Oh, okay.
So it
okay.
was used on his pants. Then, again, all of the identification marks had been removed from the clothing, except for they did find the name T. Keen on a tie, and Keen on a laundry bag, and Keen on a singlet, along with some dry cleaning marks.
So the name that was found on the card that they think links him isn't the same name that was on all the some of the clothes that they found.
Yes, they think that the clothes with the tags left on had been left on purpose to be misleading.
Oh.
Because they knew that Keen was not the dead man's name, somehow.
It's a sneaky spy.
Sneaky spy. I think he might be a spy.
That could be.
Very, very weird.
That kind of fits with my theory, though, that the guy was a spy who absconded with a bunch of funds.
Is there anything that they can still use today to analyze? I mean, any of, his clothes or the briefcase or any of that? I mean, can't that all be taken out of cold storage and gone over with modern forensics?
What would you gain from that?
Well, they might find that piece of DNA or something that they couldn't see before when they just searched through it, imaging technology or anything like that. I don't know. It seems like it's a cold case. It's got enough, what's the word I'm looking for?
Media traction.
Enough interest. It's got enough traction that people would want to, say, well, let's use the latest technology and see what we can see inside of things or analyze from it. So I'm just curious. I mean, do we know what happened to any of the stuff that they took off of him?
I don't.
Okay.
Know what happened to any of that stuff.
Okay.
Since it's a still open cold case, I would assume that they did not get rid of it. But that could be a false assumption. Okay. I don't know how things work in Australia.
It's all the Fosters. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, I would think that the best way to find out is to just ask the major intelligence services of the world. Because, I'm still guessing that he was a spy, either that or escaped royalty, but probably a spy. So probably the Russians or the Brits or even the Americans actually know who this guy is.
Maybe. I don't know. This one's just so weird.
Yeah. But
there's just so many odd missing pieces to it. I mean, this weird cipher that there's no answer to. I mean, it could have been his grocery list for all we know.
It could have been.
It's just so strange and...
It could have just been, entirely a ruse. I don't know, who the hell knows?
Yeah, it's very odd.
Yeah. But, So, last question. Where he was found, were there any rare bookstores nearby?
No.
No? Okay.
Okay. Nice try.
Nice try.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, a mystery. I think probably the Russians or somebody can solve this mystery pretty handily.
You think it's their spy?
It's somebody's spy, probably. I mean,
I'm pro-spy.
I'm pro-spy.
Idea.
Yeah. And so, yeah.
Aliens.
You think aliens?
It's the aliens.
You think aliens are everything.
Aliens are my easy answer because I watch a lot of TV. I watch a lot of the History Channel. And the ancient aliens are the ones that are responsible.
Well, on that note.
Okay, there we go. There we go. I think that if somebody really seriously wanted to solve the mystery, they've a lot of the stuff, a lot of the KGB's files from the past files and stuff have been, and a lot of our intercepts and a lot of their coded stuff has been declassified. If you wanted to go dig through all that, you might be able to actually find out who this guy is. I'm not going to do it because that'd be a lot of work.
Yeah.
If you're motivated, though.
Lazy.
Yeah.
Well, if you decide to do that, you should send us what you find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Via email.
Yeah.
Our email is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com.
Mm.
All of the information on this story, plus probably some fun pictures of his face and the handwriting, are on thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, which is our website. So, yeah, I guess we'll talk to you next week.
Okay.
Toodaloo.
Yeah, see you, everybody.
I just want to make a couple quick announcements before we get started with the show. I literally just got back from the airport. I was fortunate enough to fly down to Atlanta this weekend to join some amazing people at the Southern Podcasters Meetup. I finally got to meet Melissa and Mandy from Moms and Murder. We've been interacting with them since they first started their show, and they say such great things about us, and we're huge fans of theirs. So it was pretty awesome to meet them in person, along with some other great podcasters I met at CrimeCon in Nashville. There was Erica from Southern Fried True Crime, Laura and Brooke from The Fall Line, Nina from Already Gone, Steve from Trace Evidence, Jennifer and Lindsay from Corpus Delicti, and Mo from Targeted. And I want to give a huge thank you to Christy and Larry for all their support and hospitality. It was great seeing all of you and all the fantastic people that came out to show their support for everyone's podcasts. Also, our website had a major overhaul thanks to the talented Lisa from the Secret Lives of Weddings podcast. And if you haven't checked it out, you can at mindsofmadnesspodcast.com. Finally, this episode is pretty special to me. When we were at CrimeCon in Nashville, I got to meet Steve, Devin, and Joe from Thinking Sideways. I really have been a huge fan of their podcast for years. And for those of you who are familiar with their show, know that Team Sideways just recently wrapped up their podcast and have stopped producing content on a regular basis. We talked about doing an episode together, and when Stephanie Moore from our cleaners team came to us with a huge and incredible script on the American Beauty murder, we asked them to record with us. Luckily, they got their parts in before they closed up shop, and I really want to give a special thank you to Devin, Steve, and Joe for helping us with this project. It really was a huge thrill for me to work with you. This episode turned out to be a little longer than our regular episodes, so we broke it into 2 parts. But you won't have to wait long for the next episode, as we plan to release it in around 24 hours. Again, thanks for listening, and on with the show.
The opinions expressed in the following episode do not necessarily reflect those of the Minds of Madness podcast. Listener discretion is advised.
A toxicologist with the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office convicted of poisoning her husband and trying to make it look like a suicide with a scene from a popular movie of that time. The victim was her husband, Greg DeVillers. She had claimed he was depressed over the disintegration of their brief marriage and committed suicide. There was a wedding picture propped up near his body. He was found lying on their bed, red rose petals sprinkled about, reminiscent of a scene from the Academy Award-winning movie American Beauty. There's also a $100 million civil suit judgment against her for the parents. They don't expect to see any of that money, but at least they don't want her to profit from this either.
On the evening of November 6, 2000, in La Jolla, California, a distraught 24-year-old woman by the name of Kristen Rosum made a frantic 911 call to report that her 26-year-old husband, Greg DeVillers, wasn't breathing. When paramedics arrived at the young couple's home, they found Greg on the bedroom floor, surrounded by rose petals, and their wedding photo placed by his head. He was still warm to the touch, but unresponsive. At 10:19 p.m., Greg DeVillers was pronounced dead. Kristen tearfully explained to the responding officer that Greg had been ill the previous day and had overdosed on medication. As Officer Garcia searched the apartment for signs of drugs or a suicide note, he found only a bottle of cough syrup and a Ziploc bag containing a shredded note. Kristen told the officer that it was a love letter from another man and that Greg had spent the weekend trying to piece it back together. If Greg had committed suicide, what had he used to kill himself? And how had he managed to carefully surround himself with rose petals? Join me now as we take a look at Greg DeVillers, how these two star-crossed lovers' paths came together, and what secrets lay hidden beneath the surface of their seemingly joyful marriage.
On October 25th, 1976, in Memphis, Tennessee, a beautiful baby girl was born to parents Ralph and Constance Rossum. Kristen had been born into a family of wealth and prestige. Her parents were both accomplished, self-driven academics, Ralph, a political science professor, and Constance, a marketing researcher. Later, they had two more children, Kristen's younger brothers, Brent and Pierce. The Rossums appeared to be the perfect family. As a child, Kristen was strikingly beautiful, and her mother decided to devote the next years of her life to establishing a modeling career for her. But Kristen had other ideas. Soon after seeing a performance of the Nutcracker in Chicago, Kristen decided she wanted to give up modeling for ballet. Her parents did not object. As the Rossum family moved around the Midwest following various career opportunities that came up for Mr. Rossum, Kristen's talent for ballet continued. To the people around her, Kristen came across as highly intelligent, talented, and stunningly beautiful. However, internally, Kristen struggled with self-esteem. She felt like a failure who repeatedly disappointed herself and her parents. At 5 foot 2 inches tall, Kristen often felt physically inadequate in comparison to the other ballet dancers who were taller, leaner, and more flexible. It's possible that these feelings of inadequacy later became the driving force behind the future self-destructive behavior. In 1983, her father, Professor Ralph Rossum, Ph.D., was handpicked by the Reagan administration to act as a consultant in the field of juvenile crime. It was said that Professor Rossum was the author of Nancy Reagan's Just Say No to Drugs campaign. This prestigious position was equal to that of the Deputy Assistant Attorney General. Dr. Rossum became a recognized expert in his field, maintaining friendships with many high-powered associates, including Supreme Court Justice Scalia. In 1984, the Rossum family relocated to Claremont, California, where Kristen's father accepted a tenured position at Claremont McKenna Colleges. Claremont, a small, affluent community, consisted mostly of white, highly educated residents. Known for its picturesque, tree-lined streets and small-town feel, it was often compared to the fictional town in the movie Pleasantville. Kristen's parents, both devoted Episcopalians, expected their children to be driven, disciplined, and successful in all of their pursuits. As a young girl, Kristen excelled in both ballet and academics, consistently bringing home straight A's. At the age of 14, Kristen, still pursuing her love for dance, obtained the coveted role as the Sugar Plum Fairy in a professional performance of the Nutcracker. Later, in 1991, Kristen auditioned and was awarded a spot in the prestigious summer program with the Boston Ballet.
That fall, her father Ralph accepted a temporary guest position at a private liberal arts school in Southern Virginia so that Kristen could attend boarding school 60 miles away while continuing to pursue her dance with the prestigious Richmond Ballet Troupe. During